Wrapping up the opening week of the spring meet here at Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. But the fun is not done yet. We have two stakes on the card, including the Biagio's Rose, where Sterling Silver, the very consistent, now 6-year-old mare, is the favorite. And for the boys in the Haynesfield, Bank Frenzy, looking to make it 4 in a row. Been in terrific form lately. We'll also recap yesterday's Wood Memorial. They call him Big Money Mike for a reason. Mike Smith in town takes them gate to wire aboard Rodriguez. And today, back in action at Oaklawn Park after the cancellation yesterday. And we have the Rainbow Miss Stakes on tap today with Caliente Star, 8 to 5 on the morning line. And she's 2 for 2 for Tammy Hornsby. All that and more coming up as we are coming to you live from Aqueduct, New York City's racetrack, on the heels of a spectacular day of thoroughbred racing yesterday here at the Big A. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Thanks for joining us on this Sunday afternoon. As mentioned, two stakes on the program as we'll take a look at the Haynesfield coming up a little bit later on the card today. Race 9 for the New York breds, a mile, 4-year-olds and up. And of course, Bank Frenzy 7 to 5 on the morning line as he's just been in very good form right now, including winning in open company in the Stymie off the layoff last time out. As I welcome in my co-host Sarah El-Badwi. And Bank Frenzy, Sarah, looks very formidable in that spot, especially given that he should move forward even a little bit off the bench with that race last time out.
And you know that he can handle a wet track as well, a horse that's just been so consistent as of late, looking to make it 4 straight victories in a row as we take a look back at the Stymie where he was successful and actually wasn't the favorite in this spot, finishing ahead of Worcester as well as Coastal Mission. He's tactical, he's versatile, and he's just coming in with some of the best races as of late. He's going to be awfully tough, and as a result, you're getting a short price, 7 to 5 on the morning line.
And you do see him drifting out a little bit in the stretch. He wears that extension blinker covering his right eye as he has for much of his career, even with previous connections and when in the Lisa Lewis barn, because he does have the tendency to drift a little bit. Also, you would imagine coming back off a bit of a layoff, going a mile, open company, maybe got a touch tired in the stretch and should be fitter today in that Haynesfield as he's back in amongst New York bred company. Looking forward to those New York bred stakes coming up on the card a little bit later on today. So that certainly is a highlight on our program as we'll take a look at today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. As always, we have muddy conditions here at Aqueduct with some rain. Of course, the Biagio's Rose and the Haynesfield. We have that late pick 5 kicking off in the 6th. Muddy conditions over at Oaklawn as well. The Rainbow and the Rainbow Miss highlights on that card as we'll bring you races 2 through 12. Don't forget, you can join Naira Bets today and play all the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. We'll kick things off with the opener here at Aqueduct, a mile and an eighth on the main track. $15,000 claiming race for 4-year-olds and upward. That's a look at Boss Making Boss Moves, who's taking a little bit of a drop in class for Rudy Rodriguez. And this is a horse that I feel like he's kind of the true loves the 9 furlong distance type of horse in here.
We've seen him have a lot of success against tougher company back in the past where he was able to really show up and be competitive against State Bred Stakes company, and he is ultimately the class of this field as he does drop a little bit more in the class ladder as he goes out for Rudy Rodriguez here after an off-the-board finish last time out, but against some tougher horses relative to what he's going to be facing in here. You know the distance isn't going to be a problem for him. You know that he can handle a surface with some moisture in it, as we did have a little bit of rain and we're currently rated as muddy. There's a lot to like about this horse, and I think the one knock you could possibly have, he doesn't really have any early speed.
No, he doesn't. And to be fair, the last time he tried the mile and an eighth distance was against significantly tougher company. Here's the 3 Majestic Frontier, a horse that is coming off of a 2nd place finish behind High Tide, going a mile last time out.
He's been in decent form for the level as of late. He has those 2 back-to-back second-place finishes as we take a look at the last one here. And we did see the horse that does beat him, High Tide, return, stepping up in company, cutting back in distance, and going first off the claim for Fernando Abreu, as he was able to finish third with a similar Beyer speed figure in that spot. So some formful results moving forward. And Bench, who beat him 2 back, has been in good form as well. You have to go back a ways to find success at this distance for him, but he has a win going 1 1/8 miles around March of last year.
See if we can run back to that today. We'll meet the rest of the field, starting things off with the 1 Co-Conspirator, Big Price.
He has the tendency to outrun his odds on occasion and looks to be sitting just off of the speed towards the outside in Coffre, but he's a big price for a reason, would be a big surprise.
And here is one, it's a short price, Boss Making Boss Moves.
As we discussed, he loves the distance, he can handle a wet track, and he is taking a drop in class.
For trainer Rudy Rodriguez, who of course will have Bank Frenzy later. Here is the 3 Majestic Frontier.
We'll see if he can handle this stretch back out in distance to the 1 1/8 miles. He's run well over his last 2 races.
4 is out. There's the 5, Command Performance.
He's been picking up some pieces as of late over his most recent races. Last one was at this 1 1/8 miles distance.
Stretching out, Coffre should be quick early.
He hasn't really run his A race over his last 2 starts, but he does have early speed that could be very dangerous in here where you don't have a lot of other horses that like to be forwardly placed.
That's the field for the opener. Just a reminder, you can follow along at all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Echo-Base past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. 6 to 5 now on Boss Making Boss Moves as we welcome in the 3rd member of our team, all the ladies on the earliest show today. Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Maggie, I know this is a horse you know quite well.
That's right, Boss Making Boss Moves got the win going the 9 furlongs for Mr. Morley up in Saratoga last year. And as Andy Surley and I reminisced a little bit earlier, it was the race where Rajiv Mirage bet Andy, and then Andy got nearly the whole track in on it, that if Boss Making Boss Moves ran 1-2, Raj would have to buy everyone drinks. Anyone. And Tom and I definitely got our drinks later on. So Boss Making Boss Moves, though, he's a New York bred stakes winner at the end of the day, having won the Albany at the Spa, going the 1 1/8 miles. So he is, like you were saying, that true 9 furlong horse. And I like his energy today. He's a little bit more lively and brighter in his disposition than what I've seen from him as far as his recent efforts are concerned. He's lightened up a little bit since last year, but not in a bad way per se, and his coat's good. So all things, making me believe that Boss Making Boss Moves is in the right spot and should be able to handle this field. Though I think his main competition, at least from a dynamic standpoint, comes, as Sarah was saying, Boss Making Boss Moves not having that much speed, comes from the horse who is likely the speed horse on the outside, and that's number 6, Coffre, whom hasn't had that much experience, hasn't won at this distance, but ran okay in a tougher spot going this 2 turns in the past. And while he's not necessarily built for it, you put him next to Boss Making Boss Moves, you can definitely see what I'm talking about as far as their physical makeup. But Coffre is a horse that loves to have the lead, and it emboldens him, and he tends to run his best races when he can control. And I think Luis Rivera has one job and one job to do only, and that's to clear from the outside. They are closing him in significantly when it comes to his blinkers. He's wearing a full cup blinker. There's cotton in his ears, so conserving some of that energy, but definitely I think there's intention for this guy to see how far he can take him. Acacia.
That speed, a dangerous weapon. Maggie, thank you. We'll see if he can stretch that speed back out to the 1 1/8 miles try. As Maggie was touching on, Sarah, it's been a long time since he tried this distance, Coffre, but he did run well, finishing 2nd the last time he ran the 9 furlongs. And the big question, though, now, is he that same kind of horse?
And I think that's totally fair to ask because his last 2 races just haven't been very promising. We saw him in very good form for trainer Ray Handel. We saw him in good form for Rudy Rodriguez, and now he's had 2 starts for the new barn. He just really hasn't shown up with the same kind of efforts that we were seeing from him when he was with those prior 2 trainers. And so it does take some time to get to know a horse and what they really want to do. They did try cutting him back in distance, and he wasn't successful in that spot. But his last 2 races have been a far cry from what we were really accustomed to seeing from him. Even if dynamics do suit him, when you have such a compact field, I don't really see him getting away too comfortably. And you also have that question of distance. Is he really going to be able to stretch that speed effectively, even if he was in his best form?
Last time he tried the mile and an eighth was back in 2022, where he finished second as the favorite that day. You have more interest, though, in the 3 Majestic Frontier. What is it about this horse?
I just think that he's been facing some decent company, and while you do have to go back a ways to the last time he won at this distance, it was also for trainer Ralph Alessandro, who has him now. So I think that returning to these connections, you can kind of make some excuses for the tougher company that he was facing. Even if you go back, besides those last 2 starts, those were tougher races for him to be in as well. And I think that we saw High Tide coming out of that last race, the horse who did defeat him, to show that there was some form to that one, and just a very slightly better price and a horse that I thought might be just ahead of Boss Making Boss Moves. I wanted to go in this direction instead.
Jose Lezcano going to be aboard once again, as he knows this horse quite well. There's a long shot co-conspirator as they start to move towards the starting gate in early pick 5, kicking off here, which does include one of the 2 stakes, the Biagio's Rose, which will go as the 4th race today. Do you feel like Sterling Silver is a single possibility?
Not for me, but I think for many people, she's disappointed a little bit at a very short price over her last 2. And she's another one you don't really expect to see her too forward early on.
Yeah, she's going to be a very short price at making a first start of her 6-year-old season for trainer Bill Mott a little bit later in the Biagio's Rose. We'll kick things off, though, here with the opener from the Big A, going a mile and an eighth. Boss Making Boss Moves with all that back class is currently your favorite at 6-5. We'll send it up to the voice of Aqueduct, Chris Griffin, standing by with the rest of the load and call.
Capre goes in, all set. And they're off in the opener. Capre broke outward, does have early speed, and there's Co-Conspirator in the early mix too. It's these 2 to hook up early as they go into that first turn, and the speedy Capre is now in front and kicks on, gets over to the rail for Rivera Jr. is up by a length and a half. Co-Conspirator is going to move right to the outside and stalk from second, patiently ridden in third. That's Manny Franco on Boss, Making Boss Moves. There's the gray, center of the racetrack, Command Performance, and the trailer, Majestic Frontier. They work to the backstretch here in the opener, 23-1 for the opening quarter mile. No turning back for Capre, is speeding right along, just sprinting away from the field, is up by 2.5 lengths. Right there in second is the long number there in Co-Conspirator, and here comes Boss Making Boss Moves, just slowly getting into the race. Capre has now got a 3.5 length cushion, trying to get away from the field. Continuing to be in 4th is Command Performance, and here comes Majestic Frontier. Starts to move in closer now as the leader is coming back to the field just a touch through a 47 second flat. Half mile time, Capre is in front. Co-Conspirator still holding second. Boss Making Boss Moves is ranging up to the outside from third. Command Performance is called upon for the effort. Majestic Frontier, no move yet, still the trailer. Capre is up by 3, and they're just making up mild ground so far. Co-Conspirator, Boss Making Boss Moves to the outside, but is really having to work to get there. Command Performance is trying to run on from the back with Majestic Frontier. Still the trailer, a quarter mile left to go. Can Capre finish the job? Is only up by about 2 now, and here comes Boss Making Boss Moves down the center of the racetrack. The gray, Command Performance, Majestic Frontier, Co-Conspirator. Capre is trying to gut it out for a final furlong, just grinding up on the outside. Boss Making Boss Moves. Command Performance is going to split rivals. Pink Silks in between horses. The leader is Boss Making Boss Moves. Command Performance, the only danger now. Boss Making Boss Moves. Command Performance. Boss Making Boss Moves wins the opener. Boss making boss moves over Command Performance. Coffre finished third. 1 minute 51.27 seconds.
When we say distance is the great equalizer, this is what we're talking about. Boss making boss moves. He kept grinding. We know that he can handle and has an affinity for the mile and an eighth, and he just had a little bit more stamina that your pace setter Coffre did not.
And he was able to keep somewhat in contact with the field instead of dropping way far back than would have really not suit him in here, as we saw that be the case with Majestic Frontier. And Coffre, you can tell he's just getting tired having to try to see out the distance, and he does drift towards the inside, kind of cutting off that pathway of the #1 co-conspirator, who I don't necessarily think was going to be a factor in your trifecta in here, but you could make the argument that all chance for his momentum was stymied in there by the tiring Coffre, but the class of the field does end up prevailing, and Manny Franco delivers with a good and tactical ride.
So it's 2-5-6-1. We'll take a look at what did take place in the stretch. Keep your eyes on the #6 Coffre and the yellow cap at this point. The 1 co-conspirators in the purple cap on the inside. And we are going to see from that pace setter Coffre, Luis Rivera Jr. goes left-handed, does come over to the rail and was not clear of co-conspirator. It almost feels like the horse was tiring and kind of leaning in, and I don't know if Louis even knew that there was another horse right there.
And also, you could kind of tell as Command Performance was trying to make that move, and Coffre did drift back out, then when co-conspirator tried to take that pathway of going around them towards the outside, that was no longer available either. So I think just really no opportunity for him to get any type of run going, as you can see him have this steady back right there.
So a little bit of trouble for Longshot co-conspirator in the stretch. Command Performance did run quite well, finishing second, but maybe did kind of have to alter course a little bit as well, looking for some clear sailing. And I don't think it was necessarily an infraction or a mistake made by Coffre or Luis Rivera Jr. It just felt that it was a horse that was getting tired. And as a result, that's where he starts to kind of start the wandering and a little leg weary in the stretch.
And you know that you have some horses that are coming from the outside, so maybe just not having that same level of awareness of somebody being behind you, as we are seeing an objection posted between those horses we were discussing, Coffre as well as co-conspirator.
So objection 1 against 6, which you can certainly understand, and the stewards will take a look to see if Coffre did cause co-conspirator to miss out on a potential better order of finish. Back over to Oaklawn Park, we have the opener coming up. Arkansas bred starter allowance going 1 mile and a 1/16. The 2 is out, so a field of 9 to go postward. We'll meet it starting off with the 1 String Theory for Ron Moquette.
We are actually on the second race. They're
Oh,
ahead
I'm
of
so
us
sorry.
today. That's okay. But Oakland's always confusing us. It's okay.
Chupapi Manayo went by. There's the 3. Blame JD.
The horse that's taking some money right now and figures to be one of the logical ones in here.
The 4 Classy Socks. You can see with those 4 white feet, well named.
Yeah, dropping in class after being in a tougher spot last time out.
Here's the 5 Reef's Destiny.
This one did not run well last time whatsoever, but I think just also facing some tougher company.
Hightail Cowboys, the 6.
And switching over to a different trainer as well. We haven't seen this one since August of last year.
Number 7, Dalton's Retro coming in, slight drop back down.
And a horse that just has not had a ton of success as of late, but this might be the right kind of spot.
Strike Ridge makes sense as the favorite.
Taking a big drop in class here for Chris Hartman.
And Citrus Bay to the outside.
This one's going second off of a layoff. Did run for the Wavier last time out against Espionage, a horse we'll see later on their card.
And I apologize, this is race 2. Sarah's correct. A 6 furlong sprint, Arkansas bred, claiming race for $15,000 coming up here. 8-5 on the number 8 Strike Ridge, as you mentioned in the post fray, taking a big drop in class. And also a horse that didn't break last time. This is one that typically I think runs his best races when he can be forward, and wasn't able to do that in the last start.
I agree completely. It just seems as though this is a spot where they think that this horse could be more successful. We saw this horse do well 2 starts ago, as you mentioned, when forwardly placed, when able to set the pace in there, and doesn't need some sort of a big lead to really secure himself as an all-out pace setter. Just needs to have that forward position, I think, and was absolutely nowhere early on last time out. So just seems as though this is going to set up much better for Strike Ridge. And even with the trouble last time, if you take that out, this horse still makes a lot of sense on paper regardless, fitting in at a class level such as this.
Yeah, all things considered, when taken completely out of his comfort zone, he actually ran okay, only beaten by 3 1/4 lengths. Tyler Bacon aboard that day, will climb aboard yet again. Any other quick thoughts on anyone else in the field that should be mentioned?
I like the one a little bit, cutting back in distance, getting Ricardo Santana Jr. back aboard, was 7th 2 back, but only beaten 4 1/4 lengths. So I thought that with the slow break that day, at a price towards the rail, maybe could be a little bit more forward in here.
Cutting back to a sprint distance, loading in for race 2, Muddy Main Track over at Oaklawn Park. We'll send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Citrus Bay into the outside post to round out the field. We're ready to go. And they're off. Blame JD leapt in the air at the start. Citrus Bay from the far outside up on the pace. Hightail Cowboy with some speed too. Classy Socks from down towards the inside moving up. And Classy Socks is a narrow lead on Hightail Cowboy. Citrus Bay right off of them, placed well today, third stalking. Gap of 2 to Reef's Destiny and Strike Ridge. Another 2 lengths more to Dalton's Retro. Blame JD at the back with Chupapi Munyayo as they head towards the far turn. Classy Socks strings out the field and hits the turn. 2.5 lengths clear. Puts the pedal to the metal around the far turn. Hightail Cowboys second. Citrus Bay joining him as they round the far turn. 1.5 lengths to Strike Ridge. Gets to the rail. Is niggled along just a little bit, but still has run. Strike Ridge getting closer to Classy Socks, as are the other 2 who were second and third momentarily. Coming to the top of the lane here. Classy Socks cuts the corner. Strike Ridge tipping outside for a stretch rally. Outside is Citrus Bay. Hightail Cowboy could not keep up. Furlong to go. 3 across the track. Classy Socks. Strike Ridge in the middle. Citrus Bay on the grandstand side. Strike Ridge with a 16th left has overhauled Classy Socks and out finishing Citrus Bay, and that means Strike Ridge is your winner. Strike Ridge 1.5 lengths clear. Citrus Bay was second. Classy Socks fades to third. Chupapi Munyayo rounds out the superfecta.
Strike Ridge, the favorite, gets the job done for trainer Chris Hartman, who's had a very strong meet at Oaklawn Park. Pace was set by the 4 Classy Socks, but Strike Ridge just closer and in striking distance, not left with so much to do today.
Absolutely. Just made a lot of sense coming in and was able to secure a nice trip here with Tyler Bacon, who no longer serving that apprenticeship. So I know that Richie's talked a lot about really taking a liking to the style that he has, and as well as his thoughtfulness and awareness. And he's really come to life this meet here at Oaklawn and been one of the main storylines we've been following all along, with just the amount of success that he's having so early on in his riding career.
Certainly, and being able to win on horses now as a full journeyman carrying full weight, certainly a big plus. Back over to Aqueduct. Boss Making Boss Moves heads into the winner's circle. Thank you to track announcer Chris Griffin for letting us know was actually a trainer's claim of foul, 1 against 6 in the stretch there, but there is no change to the order of finish as Boss Making Boss Moves clear of that trouble anyway, and was the one that we knew was going to handle this distance.
Absolutely. He was able to set up that mid-pack kind of trip for him to keep himself in contact with horses that were more forwardly placed in here. Coffray not able to see out the distance, tiring, and ultimately they ruled no change would be made to the order of finish after he drifted towards the inside and then back out again. He made a lot of sense as well coming into this spot and just seemed to tower over this field from a class standpoint as he got some class relief.
So no change, as mentioned, 2-5-6-1 in the opener at Aqueduct. $4.60 winner, Boss Making Boss Moves. We turn the page on to race 2. It is a 7-furlong race, maiden claiming for $20,000 coming up. Fillies and mares, and short price on She's Wicked Smart, now even money as she is taking a big drop in class.
She is a horse that just another one makes a lot of sense, getting the class relief. It's kind of been the theme of the few races that we have discussed already on this card, and we have seen her have some sort of level of consistency, which at a level like this, it's kind of a premium.
Last time she ran at this level of competition was beaten just by a nose. So see if she can seal the deal today. Race 2 coming up next from Aqueduct. We'll also take a look back to yesterday, Wood Memorial Day, as Rodriguez never looked back. Used that speed to his advantage. Mike Smith back in Aqueduct and back into the winner's circle. More on that after this on America's Day at the Races.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Maybe you took the A train over to Aqueduct. That looks like it's the C going by. You don't want to do that. It's the R. Well, you don't want to do that. Then you won't make it to Aqueduct. You want the A to Far Rockaway, not the A to Lefferts.
Are you here as the substitute subway guide when Andy Serling's not around?
I was taking the subway long before I met Andy Serling. So we have, yesterday was the Wood Memorial, and it's always such a great day of racing, Sarah. At the start, though, it almost feels like the race was over pretty early on, as we talked a lot about how with the rail post position, it looked like Mike Smith might be aggressive with Rodriguez, and while Manny Franco and Captain Cook tried to be forwardly placed, once Rodriguez was kind of able to claim that inside pace spot, that's really all he had to do was hang on.
And I think we often see this happen where it seems like there's so much speed on paper and then everyone else sees that too, and then they try to make some sort of adjustment and you're left with one person that has committed to the plan and everybody else trying to come up with plan B, C, D, whatever the case may be. And then you've left a horse like Rodriguez completely alone on the front end, who always figured to be dangerous in that position anyway. But especially with the opening half that he was able to get, you knew this race was over pretty quickly. I will say Grande, who finished second, ran very well, sort of always out of position in this spot as he was wide throughout and had to sort of claim that forward position after being mid-pack early on. But Rodriguez shipping in for Bob Baffert. He secured himself a spot in the Kentucky Derby now, and it'll be interesting to see how things ultimately play out tactically for him in there with another Bob Baffert trainee who we know kind of needs the lead to run his best race.
seems like Rodriguez might be best when he's able to get the lead as well. So will be interesting to see what kind of tactics they opt to take with him in the Kentucky Derby. I'm sure a lot will depend on what that post position draw does end up being as well. But as we bring in Maggie to this conversation, Maggie, at this stage of the game with these 3-year-olds, we're seeing a lot of them do their final preparations onto the Derby. What do you make out of the horses coming out of the wood moving forward?
Well, it's kind of funny and ironic, Acacia, that for top-tier trainers like Bob Baffert and Todd Pletcher, their 1-2 finishers in yesterday's Wood didn't have any Derby points prior to necessarily going into it. So looking forward to seeing them both in the starting gate. But of the two, like Sarah, I definitely prefer Grande because he was just the one losing position and just kept grinding. And he's a horse, we were talking about it, you and I, in the paddock. He's all legs, and there's still a bit of development, I think, to be had by Grande and some filling out, but he definitely has shown with the win yesterday as well that he's a horse that's really going to thrive at these classic distances. But take nothing away from Rodriguez, and with talking with Mike Smith afterwards, and it was great to have Mike back here at the Big A to get another win in the Wood Memorial. But he was just saying, when I didn't have to fight him, when he got out there by himself on the lead, he could feel the rhythm of his breathing was so, measured, and he felt so comfortable underneath of him, even though he was going pretty fast in this effort, earning him a 101 buyer. So triple-digit territory, something he has done in the past. It's definitely shown that he's a horse that has some talent, and Bob opting to come here to the Wood because Aqueduct can be a bit more of a quiet place. He was outfitted with those earplugs yesterday too, so really handling himself well. The big question is, how will he handle himself on Derby Day?
Yeah, it will be interesting. Maggie, thank you. Bob Baffert has called Rodriguez a little immature, still developing mentally. But to echo what Maggie said, it was very fun to have Mike Smith riding here. New York was really where it all kind of started. And I liked what he said to Maggie after the race. I'm pulling you off the bench. There's 3 seconds left. I need you to shoot a 3 and win the game. And so we did it. So Mike Smith picking up his 4th Wood Memorial win. It's been a long time since he's seen the Wood Memorial winner's circle, but it kind of a full circle moment.
Absolutely, and I think we're so used to now associating Mike Smith with all of his West Coast success, but he was on this circuit for quite some time, and so nice to see him come back here and get that victory, and we'll now see him in the Kentucky Derby in all likelihood, as Rodriguez has stamped himself a spot in that starting gate.
Of course, Rodriguez, the son of a Kentucky Derby winner in Authentic, who won the Derby in September during that weird COVID year. So we'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll continue with live racing today at Aqueduct. Horses in the paddock for the second. There's a look at She's Wicked Smart as she drops back down to this $20,000 level, and see if today is her day.
And they're off at the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Horses heading out of the paddock for race 2 at the Big A. Again, a maiden claiming for $20,000 coming up here. Will be graduation day for one of these fillies. This will kick things off with the Splendid One making start number 24.
We'll see if that's the magic number for her. I will say, though, only start number 5, sprinting at least, so maybe it looks a little bit worse than it is on paper.
Here is the 3, Cajun Net, another one taking a drop in class.
Shows some good early speed, 2 back, and last time was not forward at all, but there was a horse that lost the rider right to her inside in there, so maybe shows some more speed today.
Ooh, and she's being a bit difficult
when she's
out
done
there
going
on the track, backing into her competition, as the number 4, Katerina Rostova, is next.
She's been a big price over her last several starts as she switched to the dirt 2 starts back, and she does have that next race at the $20,000 level, this one being it after last time just not really being anywhere involved at all.
4 to 5 on the number 5, She's Wicked Smart.
Has those 3 second place finishes out of 8 starts. Did not hit the board last time out after sort of being in chase mode towards the outside.
And one good race on to the outside, blinkers on.
Lightly raced relative to her competition in here and does cut back slightly in distance from a couple of tries at a mile.
That's the field for race 2 here at Aqueduct. We have a pick 4 coming up here, and you can enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts exclusively on NYRA Bets. In your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Fast Facts are only available in the NYRA Bets app, so be sure to download today. Well, that's the field for this upcoming race. In the post parade, Maggie, we saw Cajun Net being a bit difficult to handle. What are you seeing from her now?
Yeah, she was being spicy. Kind of fitting for a Cajun Net, I would say, but that also makes me think that she's sharp, because I would love for Katie Davis just to put this filly on the front end. Last time she was not aggressively ridden, and she still tried. I mean, she still tried to get up for 4th, and maybe that was instructions because she wasn't able to see out the 6.5 furlongs over a sloppy sealed racetrack 2 back. Unfortunately, that's what she's kind of dealing with here, but at the 7 furlongs, as we are muddy and sealed, I'm not really sure why it just says muddy. It is sealed out here, as we saw in that first race, but I'm going to go with her here. Acacia, I wish she carried a bit more weight. That's been my main complaint with her, but she does look a bit stronger overall. So I'm hoping that we just see her dominate on the front end, and hopefully she can get the 7/8. But number 5, She's Wicked Smart, is a rightful favorite in here. The only other time she's run in this very same condition at the same distance, she was a narrowly beaten second with a Beyer speed figure that would trample this field. I just can never warm up to her, and I have a lot of trouble trusting her because she's one that can really throw in some clunkers, and she was bad last time out too. Granted, the favorite won, and you know the pace virtually holding together that day. She just never looks comfortable to me. She's always kind of girthy in the paddock, kind of sucked up underneath of herself, and Maddie Oliver opting to stay with the pony, and I just wish she would have gotten a bit more of a warm-up. Now, the plotter on the outside is number 6, One Good Raison. Thank you for saying it correctly, Acacia. As she, honestly, if you're blindly picking horses, probably physically looks the best, but she's slow. And the 7 furlongs is actually, I don't think, great for her. I think she needs longer. The blinkers do go on not a really short cup cheater blinker, but a short cup, in other words. And we do see Ruben Silvera taking her away from the pony, really trying to rev her up, get her engines going, because that's what she needs.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get her into the race a little bit more. Maggie, thank you. And with those blinkers on, I mean, certainly he tried last time with her, Sarah, and she just wasn't able to kind of get into that position. And sometimes, as Maggie's alluding to, with sprint distance races, some of those kind of grinding types can get run off their feet a little bit.
Absolutely, and regardless of whatever the rider may be attempting or really trying to achieve, sometimes you just have the horse that you have with the running style that they prefer, and there's only so much that you can do. So it makes sense if you want her to be a little bit more forward, be a little bit more engaged in some of these types of races where she's not going a route of ground around 2 turns. It makes sense to put the blinkers on to have that focus, to have her stay more in contact with the field. But it's not really a winning move for Tom Morley. First time blinkers in maiden claiming races. He's only 1 for 19 over the past 5 years with a 66-cent ROI. So this isn't something that they're doing frequently, period, but also not something that they're doing with a lot of success.
Meanwhile, you like Kay Jeanette, like Maggie as well?
I just hope that she's more forward, like Maggie was touching on as well, a horse that she seemed to think from all physical appearances was likely to show some more speed today. And maybe, again, it was just riding to instruction last time, or because she had that horse to her inside that was off slow and ended up losing the rider. That was something that ultimately affected the kind of position that she was able to establish early on in that race. But I hope that the plan today is to just have some speed in here with her. She does have another horse that likes to be forward to her outside, and she's Wicked Smart, but Kay Jeanette has just had less opportunities to disappoint than some of the others in this field.
Now, that's certainly fair, especially on the NYRA circuit, just making her 3rd start here at Aqueduct and 3rd start with Eddie Barker. 3-2 on Kay Jeanette, 4-5 on She's Wicked Smart. As we'll see how it does play out, will be graduation day for one of these fillies, as we mentioned. Starting to load in. She's Wicked Smart so far, minding her manners, one that can be a high energy filly prior to the races. Certainly seems like she's minding her P's and Q's today, though. As they go in for race 2, Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
One Good Race On. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from the Splendid One and Kay Jeanette. They're the top 2, and Kay Jeanette now with the neck in front. At the rail is going to be the Splendid One as they quickly come out of the chute, but they're pretty well off the rail there out in the center of the racetrack, and now they're bunched up. She's Wicked Smart is going to join the leaders. Out wider there comes One Good Race On. The one at the back is Katerina Ristova. She's Wicked Smart has now secured the front, but has plenty of pressure towards the inside. Kay Jeanette's in the 2 path. Down there towards the inside, the Splendid One and Romero Mirage. And the Splendid One ready to challenge She's Wicked Smart. These 2 approach 4 furlongs left to go. 23.38 for the opening quarter mile. Under a drive is Kay Jeanette. Same can be said for One Good Race On. And Katerina Ristova is the trailer. She's Wicked Smart kicks it up and is now up by a length and a half, almost 2. Kay Jeanette in full pursuit is towards the outside of the Splendid One, who's making hard work of it, trying to keep up. One Good Race On is in behind them, is in 4th, and no move yet. Katerina Ristova, the trailer, 47.38 for a half-mile time. They've got to catch She's Wicked Smart. It's She's Wicked Smart at the top of the stretch, is up by 3.5. There is She's Wicked Smart just sprinting away and opening up with every single stride. Kay Jeanette continues to battle on the Splendid One. Katerina Ristova down towards the inside, and One Good Race On with a mild rally inside the final furlong. She's Wicked Smart is opening up and going to win this one by open lengths. Inside the final 16th, give it to Madison Olver, and She's Wicked Smart will get the victory. The Splendid One runs 2nd, One Good Race On, and Katerina Ristova in 1 minute 25.31 seconds.
Well done, Chris Griffin. She's Wicked Smart getting the win. She pulled away clear. Just has been facing a bit better than these and was able to hold on late.
And it seemed like nobody was full on committed to establishing the front end, and a couple did want to show some speed, but I think that the decisive move here was Madison Olver just really taking command of this race when it seemed as though there was that indecision going on with a couple of different riders, and she won so easily. Nobody really making any sort of dent late in this spot, as we did see the long shot, who is sort of that professional maiden, the Splendid One, finish 2nd in here, but the class relief for She's Wicked Smart, as well as the right kind of position, all contributed to her just being much too good for this field.
Now wins as a short price favorite should. She went off at even money, winning by open lengths in here, 5-1, 6-4 in race number 2. As you mentioned, aggression by Maddie Olver paying off. And yeah, last time that she ran at the Maiden 20 in November, she was beaten just a nose that day. Today, she's back down to this level, and top to bottom meets a bit of a softer field, and this is the spot where she's supposed to win, and that's what she did.
Absolutely. And Rob Falcone Jr. hasn't had a lot of live runners go out necessarily over the past couple of months here, but his in the money percentage has still been very high. So the horses are running no matter where they're being spotted. It's just sometimes the luck of the draw.
Big smiles from Maddie Olver following the race. Her aggression paying off as She's Wicked Smart gets the win. They are in the second as we see the favorites delivering in the early double. Bring you prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Watchtower coming at Medoro. Medoro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races as we get ready for the third race at Oaklawn Park over in Hot Springs. It's a 6-furlong sprint, $12,500 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life. Meeting the field, the 1 is out, starting off with the 2. Remember the Fear.
Does cut back in distance after trying a mile and finishing 3rd in that effort.
Last win did come sprinting. Here's the 3, Air It Out.
Has been sort of that mid-market price over the last couple of starts, 4-1 or in that range or so, and has just sort of run evenly in all of those efforts.
Good Time Justice, Turf to Dirt.
Big price and a horse that we haven't seen since September of last year.
Rhino Wrecker, blinkers on.
Does figure to be part of the pace, at least Timeform US. It does project this one to be forward, and you would have to think so, especially with those blinkers being added.
Museum Quality, last out maiden winner.
Facing winners for the first time in here and running at a similar level, so the $12,500 tag still in play for this one.
Drop in class for Devilish Desire.
Big drop in class for this one after being claimed for $30,000 by David Jacobson 3 starts ago.
Another last out maiden winner. Here's Unbridled Pleasure.
And this one fairly lightly raced, going out for Chris Hartman, and maybe sort of an intriguing long shot that you want to throw in the mix.
Chick Command coming up next. Does have speed.
Definitely projects to be part of that pace as well, which could be quick.
Improbable First, trying to really turn things around.
94-1 last time, 68-1 the start before that, makes 35-1 kind of seem like an underlay.
Yeah, a bit. Here is the number 11, your favorite, CPG.
Another one that likes to be forwardly placed, is getting some class relief in here for Ron Moquette, who's been having a sensational meet this time around at Oaklawn.
Yeah, absolutely. But this horse has been the favorite in his last 2, though against a little bit tougher as they start to load in for race 3, Muddy Track at Oaklawn Park. Any final thoughts?
I like the number 7 a little bit, Devilish Desire. That race 2 back against Tougher fits here very nicely, finishing second with an 80 Beyer speed figure.
Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Unbridled Pleasure, post position 8. 3 back. Chick Command walking forward. Improbable First. 2 back is one of them. And to the outside post, CPG. Improbable First, still working with him to take his spot. Goes it. CPG to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Museum Quality, Devilish Desire out for the lead together. They stride out here with CPG. Improbable First in the mix as they're down the backstretch. CPG on the grandstand side here has an arrow lead on Museum Quality. Rhino Wrecker to the inside, punching forward, making an early move here, Rhino Wrecker. And there he goes to the lead to challenge CPG. And Museum Quality, who takes back between horses, now stalks the pace from third. Devilish Desire is joining him. A gap of 2 lengths back to Unbridled Pleasure as they go into the turn. Chick Command to the outside. Air It Out is next with Improbable First. They're 5 clear. Remember the Fear under a hard ride, second to last. Good Time Justice has been outrun as they round the far turn. Match Race on the lead currently. CPG out finishing Rhino Wrecker at the moment. CPG shrugging off Rhino Wrecker, who's had enough as they come off the turn here. Museum Quality third with Devilish Desire on the grandstand side. CPG, though, has a final furlong burst and kicks away to a 3-length lead. Devilish Desire second. Museum Quality with Rhino Wrecker, and then Air It Out coming on with Remember the Fear, but nobody's catching CPG, who's a dominant winner of race 3. CPG finishes full of run. Photo for second. Remember the Fear lunge late at Devilish Desire. Air It Out checks in fourth.
CPG delivers as the favorite. A little bit of the drop in class just really made the difference as this horse was much the best against this field.
Absolutely. Forwardly placed in here, really battling with Rhino Wrecker, who was a long shot in here, who did have that forward position, adding the blinkers today, but CPG able to put that one away and outlast anybody else that tried to make up some ground, though really mild rallies coming from far back because this one was well clear.
Rafael Bejarano in the saddle for Ron Moquette. The 7 Devilish Desire you had some interest in, I think might have held on for second, but no doubt about the winner. Back over to Aqueduct. She's Wicked Smart, another no doubt about it winner, gets the victory on the drop-in class for Rob Falcone.
No attempted Boston accent for you?
She's Wicked Smart.
Smart, pretty good, pretty good. Yeah,
I am from New England. I should be.
Yeah,
okay.
You should be able to swing it. I mean, Chris Griffin can. I think that you can as well. But she was much the best in this spot. She was put in the right kind of place for her to be successful today. And I just think having the forward position that she did, really taking command to show that kind of early speed that we hadn't really seen from her quite as much in her last start, made all the difference today, as well as just the company that she was facing ultimately in here, and just a long way back to anybody else.
Absolutely. It's always comforting if that's your horse when you're watching them just be alone on the screen in the stretch pulling away. Even Money Shot gets the job done. $4 winner in the opener, 5-1-6. The splendid one. Career maiden checking in second. Race 3 coming up next is 6.5 furlongs. It's a $35,000 claiming race, but very intriguing. I think you could make some cases for some of the other, several of the horses in here is reflected by the betting board right now.
And I think when you have both parts of an entry scratch and both of them, you could have made the case to like either of them, then it really just opens up the rest of this race, which was already competitive on paper, but now you don't have that 2-for-1 deal that can often entice bettors from time to time as well that some might default to. So compact field, but certainly a competitive one at that.
An interesting one. We'll talk about some of the merits of each of these runners coming up, but it is Vinsanity who's currently the favorite. We'll continue recapping the 3-year-old picture as yesterday on the West Coast. It was Journalism really stamping his name into the Kentucky Derby field, and at this point looks to be the Kentucky Derby favorite.
Charge It is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. I love how they have updated Moynihan Hall at Penn Station. So much nicer to travel through Penn Station now.
You can move at the speed of light, apparently.
You can move so fast. It's so great just how quickly you can travel through. Well, as we mentioned before the break, big day for the 3-year-olds yesterday. The Bluegrass at Keeneland rescheduled will be run on Tuesday, so that will be interesting as far as how that 3-year-old picture is concerned as well. But last night out at the Santa Anita Derby, there were a lot of eyes on Journalism coming in, and boy, did he deliver, Sarah, as the pace held together, and he was the one that really was the best in there.
Absolutely. I mean, you were looking for him to really back up that last performance of his where he had that breakout Beyer speed figure that would have stamped him as your favorite for the Kentucky Derby, and you just didn't want to see a major regression off of that, and he delivered because he seemed to have the whole field working against him to try to box him in, keep him toward the inside, be behind horses, and everybody within this compact field trying to outsmart one another, and he was just explosively professional, and he's just this powerhouse kind of horse that really makes you excited to see what he can do getting to that Kentucky Derby distance of 1.25 miles and beyond, because he's done absolutely nothing wrong. And even the runner-up, Baezas, just very lightly raced still. Maybe he'll have enough points to get himself into the starting gate, but a good effort by him. Journalism is going to be your Kentucky Derby favorite in all likelihood, and after that performance as well as the one prior to that in the San Felipe, he deserves to be.
Since he was able to stretch out in distance, he's been undefeated, only defeat came when going 6 furlongs on debut. Certainly regally bred by Curlin out of Mopatism. And he is now number 2 on the points list. Really kind of a pivotal moment yesterday for him, picking up those extra points. Only behind Sandman Arkansas Derby winner, but a 102 Beyer speed figure for journalism in the Santa Anita Derby for Michael McCarthy, who has won the Preakness Stakes before with Rombauer. Will be really fun to see who takes that step forward. Rodriguez very closely behind journalism as far as the points are concerned as well. And we'll see what these horses can do moving forward into the first Saturday in May.
I think that we have a really competitive group going in with a lot of different running styles. And as of now, to me, it seems at least, the pace is a little bit murky in terms of who ultimately really wants to establish themselves as a front runner, because you have trainer Bob Baffert potentially having the 2 likeliest speed horses, and you don't really imagine that he's going to send both of them after one another.
You would certainly think so. We'll see, but it does seem that both of them would love to have the lead as we take a look at the field for the Bluegrass. And I think that this is really a race, Sarah, where you're waiting for some of the big players to step forward. Chancellor McPatrick ran well at Tampa in his comeback race last time out. The pace not really in his favor. Can he improve? Can East Avenue get back on track? And can Owen Almighty, who's gotten pretty favorable trips down at Tampa, prove that he's the real deal?
And where does Owen Almighty decide to go? Because it seemed as though after his last victory in that Tampa Bay Derby, there's some disagreement about where he'll be best suited moving forwards, whether it's the Pat Day Mile, cutting back in distance, or going into that Kentucky Derby, because he has the points to be in the starting gate. And this was an impressive victory, yes, but how far does he really want to go? Does he want to deal with other horses on the front end? Can Chancellor McPatrick get a more favorable pace set up and return to some of the very exciting juvenile races that we saw from him, already a Grade 1 winner? This is the last stop on the tour of before the Kentucky Derby. The road to the Kentucky Derby is aptly named as such. And this is going to have a lot of say in how the pace is likely to set up moving into that Derby, because you have a lot of horses that could be players in that or might be a factor, but not ultimately determine who is the last man standing.
Yeah, absolutely. And right after that Tampa Bay Derby, when I asked Brian Lynch about the next steps for Owen Almighty, he did say that they were strongly leaning towards the Pat Day Mile, but did mention that a run in the Bluegrass would likely be his next step, as the Tampa Bay Derby is March 8th. So pretty early as far as waiting to go right into the Kentucky Derby. But then you have Todd Pletcher with River Thames, who does come out of a 2nd place finish in the Fountain of Youth. Kind of interesting. This is an intriguing horse with some parallels to Grande, who we saw 2 for 2 down at Gulfstream and come back and run 2nd in the Wood. River Thames was 2 for 2 at Gulfstream, running 2nd in the Fountain of Youth. He gets another start here in the Bluegrass, though.
And if Grande doesn't ultimately have enough points to get himself into the starting gate, and this horse doesn't show up in the Bluegrass, it'll be one of the first years in quite some time that Todd Pletcher actually doesn't have a starter in the Kentucky Derby. But with a good performance from River Thames, you have to imagine that they're likely to go into that Derby. Has that profile of a lightly raced horse who could be peaking at the right time.
Absolutely, and a New York bred at that, River Thames. So we'll see what happens in the Bluegrass, again with that weather in Kentucky rescheduled to Tuesday. Horses in the paddock, though, for race 3 coming up next here at Aqueduct. There is Royal Tryst. If you are wondering, are there any horses who might like a wet track? Well, here's your guy. He loves it. We'll talk a little bit more about his chances after this.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen said, Gun Pilot is an absolute beast. He has a lot of Gun Runner's great traits. He is a bigger and stronger version and was extremely talented. His easy Grade 1 win in the 7 furlong Churchill Downs Stakes proved everything I knew.
The gold, but it's Gun Pilot. Gun Pilot and Christian Torres.
Gun Pilot is Gun Runner's only son to retire to stud this year. New to 3 Chimneys.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 3 coming up next here at the Big A, as we see some hugs and celebration in the paddock there, as well as we're getting ready for this upcoming third race. There's Eric Cancel. He'll be aboard Narciso Dali. There's the 5 Royal Tryst, though. As we talked about before the break, this is a horse that has quite an affinity for a wet track, as Rob Falcone looks for his own double.
And I was thinking about picking him earlier today and then looking at the weather, and I was like, well, is it going to be enough of a wet track that'll really be in his favor? But it seems as though bettors have decided that the answer to that is yes. A horse that he has that affinity for an off-going, but it's not as though he's incapable of running a decent race over a wet track, but he's taking a lot of that early money and support just because you know that he prefers a surface that has that off-going just like this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be his perfect situation here as he's on his toes heading out. Dylan Davis climbing aboard as well, a horse that is a 5-time winner over a wet track, currently 2-1, as we have another pick 5 kicking off here in race number 3. Again, a compact field, but I think a very evenly matched group, especially with both parts of the entry coming out. We'll meet the field starting off with the horse that draws the rail, Paxational.
He does project to be the speed in here and is dropping to the lowest level of his career so far for start number 14.
7-2 right now on that one with Lane Leslie in the saddle. Next will be the 3 Golden Candy, who's taking a big drop in class out of Pennsylvania bred races.
And a horse that is switching barns as well, coming into the Jamie Ness barn. If you cross out the last race, he has numbers that do compete with the rest of this field.
See how he transfers that form to the NYRA circuit. There is Narciso Dali cutting back in distance.
And goes third off the layoff as well, and it certainly seems to be one of the more consistent types, at least with his Beyer speed figures, though climbing in the notes for him over several of his last starts.
A horse that we discussed with his affinity for the wet track, Royal Tryst.
And used the waiver on him for the last 2 starts as well, so he couldn't be claimed and move barns. He did finish second, first off of the layoff, 2 back.
And Vinsanity back down to the $35,000 level.
Second off of a short freshening for him as well. Was avoided claim at 2 starts back. He did stumble at the start in there and caught wide in his last start.
That's the field for the third race coming up. We'll take a look at Vinsanity, a recent effort from this one back when he finished second in January. See if he can repeat this type of effort, as it's a little bit tough to kind of sift through the past performances. You have that voided claim again, and then against much tougher last time out.
It's also really hard to tell what his level of comfort is with a wet track because he only has the 1 race over a sloppy sealed surface as of late. It was going a mile, and it just seemed as though he showed some speed and then faded in there. But you did have a runaway winner in Liberté de Bayou that day, so certainly not out of contention in here, getting a little bit of class relief now.
2-1 though on Royal Tryst, as Maggie, I'm sure when his connections saw the forecast, they were not too upset.
No, for a horse that, at least in the past, has shown that affinity for this wet going, though he didn't necessarily like it last time out. But I think, you know, the flow of that race really dominated forwardly and therefore just never got a kind of fair shot of it as Commerce Comet was able to wire the field that day. But I will play devil's advocate for a moment that sometimes horses change their ways. They get a little pickier when they are a little bit older. Now, on top of all that, though, he looks sensational. He's the best looking horse in this group. And we see Dylan Davis giving him an aggressive warm-up as well. But I don't think he's going to be able to reinvent the wheel with this guy. He's a 7-year-old that is that closing sprinter. Does that put him in a vulnerable position? I'm not sure. I'm not going to take him as the favorite, but I do respect him as the favorite. As we'll move on to a horse that is coming in from out of town, number 3, Golden Candy. I just can't get over how poor Jamie Ness's numbers are in New York with claiming horses. And furthermore, it's not like he has great numbers from an overall standpoint with trainer changes in claiming races. And he gets his horse from Horacio de Paz, who we all think does a sensational job. He does come out of a race that was dominated forwardly, and the winner came back to win with an 85. So a stronger race, one could argue, despite being a PA bred race. He broke well that day, but he just never kicked on. Looking at him in the paddock, he does look quite dull in his coat. Again, at a total disadvantage because I've never seen him before. And while he's incredibly fit, he just doesn't look as good as some of his main competition in here. And I am going to land on number 6, Vinsanity, who, as Acacia pointed out, tougher spot last time. And 2, I think he was held up at the rear of the field and just resented that hold. He did run on mildly in the end, but I thought he looked fit that day. If anything, he looks even more fit here. Looks much the same as going back to March 22nd. I'm going to take a shot with him, just hoping that he can be a little bit more forwardly placed this time around.
See how it plays out, Maggie. Thank you, Sophia. Vivez going to be aboard the 6 Vinsanity as he does drop back to a level that might be a more comfortable spot for him. And it does seem that it would be to his advantage to get into the race a little bit more early.
I agree with that completely, and it looks to me, at least, aggressive warm-up or not, that your current favorite at 9-5 with Royal Trist, wet track affinity or not, he doesn't really have a lot of forward position either. So taking a horse like this at a very short price in a group where, as we've touched on, everyone is pretty evenly matched just doesn't really work for me. So I think that having some forward position in here, especially if you're trying to beat your favorite, will be advantageous for sure.
Yeah, you've got a 9-5 shot, and the other 4 horses are currently at 7-2.
So I'd want anybody else.
Anybody else. Not the easiest handicapping puzzle as the board reflects coming up here. What about Paxational? If we're talking about horses with positional speed, Lane Luzzy breaking from the rail, you would have to imagine he has to be aggressive with this one.
That's what I'm hoping. This is the horse that I ultimately ended up picking on top, because even just looking at his races since returning off of that brief break between his turf start in Saratoga to when he broke his maiden here for the $50,000 claiming tag, well, he came right back to win with a pretty big performance, an 89 Beyer speed figure, and then he's in a spot where it's a sloppy seal track going the 7 furlongs against tougher company. Vetriano was in that race. Lock and Key, who's the hard-knocking New York bred, was in that race. And then he runs into a horse in Radio Red, who we're going to see later on, who came up with a huge performance, as well as Antonio Venice was in that spot, who has plenty of back class and stakes company. Then he's in a spot for the $50,000 claiming tag, ends up finishing 4th, well beaten in there. Better company still. I think that with some sort of pace advantage for him today, that's at least what I'm hoping, as well as that little bit of class relief, I think that he's going to be pretty dangerous.
3-1 now on Paxational. There's your 9-5 favorite, though. Royal Trist, as Rob Falcone won the last race, will look to win race 3 as well. Dylan Davis going to be aboard this one. Dylan with a big win yesterday in the Gazelle on Ballerino Doro. Maybe not the fastest of races coming in, but a horse that certainly has an affinity for the distance, as she was finally able to pick up her win on the main track.
And he kept her somewhat involved in that race, too, instead of letting her drop really far out of it, as you had that more compact field and not a ton of confirmed speed in there. And I think that that made a huge difference for her being able to get the victory and just nose out early on.
I think Royal Trist must have a fly on him or something as he's kind of kicking out, swishing his tail. He needs a little fly spray as he's 8-5 right now. You see some of that spiciness. Dylan Davis looking to keep the good momentum from the weekend going. As we load in for race 3 coming up, here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Vinsanity goes in, all set. And they're off. Paxational has asked for early speed, and Golden Candy is in that early mix too. Joining them out wider is going to be Narciso Dali, and in the early mix is Vinsanity. 4 across the racetrack, the 1 at the back. Royal Trist having trouble keeping up with the field early. Again, they're well off the rail. It's going to be Paxational speeding off here with Golden Candy. They're a clear 1-2 and well off the rail here as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. Diving down towards the inside is Narciso Dali and Eric Hansel. They're now a shared third without Wider Vincenity. Less than 4 furlongs to travel. 21-4 for that opening quarter mile. Paxational's in front. Chased all the time by Golden Candy here from second. Trying to keep up is going to be Vincenity, 3 wide in third. Narciso Dali is all in, and Royal Tryst no move yet from the back of the field. Paxational still there through very hot fractions, but Paxational still fending them off. Here comes the run towards the outside from Vincenity, 45.26 for a half-mile time. Golden Candy not out of it yet, and Golden Candy just spurts through in between horses and now puts a neck in front. Paxational is battling on towards the inside. Vincenity from the back. Royal Tryst is rallying on there with Narciso Dali. Inside the final furlong, though, Golden Candy is opening up in the late stages, and now a 16th left to go. Give it to Golden Candy. Ruben Silvera, they'll get the victory. It's Golden Candy to win it over Vincenity, then came Paxational and Royal Tryst. 1 minute 16.58 seconds.
Golden Candy with the win. We discussed some of the poor numbers for the barn with claiming horses coming here to New York, but in the end, the class prevails on this one.
And this horse got a nice setup too, because they went pretty quick for the level early on, with Paxational setting some hot fractions and still able to hold on for third. And here, as your favorite Royal Tryst was far back early on, but this one got the trip, got the nice split between horses here, and was able to kick on pretty convincingly, with Vincenity making a nice run towards the outside, but this was over from here on out.
Ended up going off at 4-1, getting the win here. The number 3, Golden Candy, with Ruben Silvera in the saddle. As you said, got a nice setup. As far as Royal Tryst is concerned, ended up 4th, just as we touched on, one that didn't break that quickly and was so far back, just left too much to do in a short field like this.
You have him at 9-5, and you had Paxational go off at 5-2, and everyone else was 4-1 in here when all was said and done. And it just seemed as though he was being overbet because of that wet track affinity for him. And I get that he had some races certainly coming in that made some sense, but just that alone, as well as his lack of early speed, it was much too short of a price to take on him.
3-6-2-5 in race number 3, 4-1 winner Golden Candy on the drop in class. Bring you prices and more when we come back. Live racing continues on this Sunday. Stakes action coming up next.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York Sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Confidently handled, and Bank Frenzy dominates here in the Stymie.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And new for 2025, Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
The only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May, continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Acacia Clement, Sarah Al-Badwi, and Maggie Wolfendale here with you as we take a look at the field for race 4. Coming up next at Oaklawn Park, a 6-furlong sprint starter allowance for 4-year-olds and upward. We'll meet the field, Sarah, starting off with Principe Carlo.
One that comes out of a common race, as many of these do, finishing a third in that common March 23rd start.
Mr. Puck has been very consistent throughout his career.
And this one finishing second in that race after a win in the start prior to that.
El Diablo Rojo.
He just fits at this level. He's been very consistent over his last couple of starts and handled the wet track, running third last time out.
Espionage first off the claim for David Jacobson.
And first off the claim for David Jacobson, this meet, especially lately, has been a dangerous angle.
Here's the horse that won that common race without objection.
And he was 5-1 that day. You're going to get a decent price on him yet again if you think that he can repeat that performance.
Russian to win, 5-1 right now.
This one taking a little bit of money, was forward and faded last time out.
That's a funny name here, IDK.
And first off the claim, leaving the Joe Sharp barn in here, going to Tracy Tanner.
Not an easy thing to do. It is taking attention, and Express Cruiser, another new claim to the outside.
This one leaving Tom Amos's barn and going over to Kim Pullen here. Favored last time, did not get the job done, and a big price today.
That's the field for race 4 at Oaklawn. We'll get back over there in a moment, but first, in race 3 at Aqueduct, it was the number 3, Golden Candy, and Ruben Silvera who got the win in what was a very evenly matched bunch.
And you got 4-1 on this horse because Royal Tryst ended up taking all of that wagering attention, a horse that does like the off-going. But Golden Candy got the right kind of trip in here, sitting behind a Paxational who set some decent fractions and faded to third ultimately. And just getting that split between horses, not having to go around your ultimately second place finisher in Vinsanity. Got some class relief and was able to get the job done.
Came over here to the NYRA circuit and did it successfully. This Pennsylvania bred with the win, $10.20 victor there in race number 3. Turning our attention to the 4th race at Aqueduct will be our first of 2 stakes today. The New York breds in the spotlight in the Biagio's Rose. More on that in a moment, though. Back to Oaklawn, race 4 coming up. The number 4, Espionage, first off the claim for David Jacobson, who last weekend, on Arkansas Derby weekend, seemed to be winning just about everything, having a strong meet there, and picks up this horse who got a win last time out.
An 82 Beyer speed figure for this one, sat in 4th early on, able to take command in here, and this was a step forward in terms of his recent numbers as well. A horse that certainly has been capable of running some faster races. A 91 Beyer speed figure about a year ago for this one, winning a race at Oaklawn around this time of year last April, and draws off to win pretty convincingly in here in the clear towards the outside. So no reason to really believe that this horse isn't going to be able to transfer that type of form going into the new barn, where we often see horses take a step forward for David Jacobson as he has them in his barn.
And he does pick up Ricardo Santana Jr., never a bad thing over there either. The number 3, El Diablo Rojo, is taking attention as well. The thing with this horse, though, is he sometimes doesn't have the best getting out of the gate ability, and sometimes leaving himself just with so much left to do.
And I think that's exactly what happened to him last time. Just really did not have any forward position.
We mentioned coming up next at Aqueduct, the Biagio's Rose is next, 1-9 on Sterling Silver right now, as she is coming in to make the first start of her 6-year-old season, going a mile. And I know that she has been effective at the distance before, Sarah. I always feel like she's better a touch shorter.
I agree. Often when you have those horses that have shown us their best when they are getting those paces to close into, they tend to be a little bit hotter on the front end when you do have the shorter distances just by function of race dynamics. And I like her around the 6.5 to 7 furlong distance best, though she's certainly been able to handle this mile distance as well.
Yeah, she absolutely has. Definitely plenty of class as well. Fun to see her back as a 6-year-old too for Bill Mott. We'll talk a little bit more about her chances those in a moment. First of 2 stakes at Aqueduct coming up next. Back to race 4 at Oaklawn. I apologize for the back and forth here as we have the 4th race coming up next on this muddy track. What about that common race we talked about back on March 23rd? A lot of the horses coming out of there who maybe have been pretty consistent overall are some generous prices.
I think a lot of attention is going towards the horses that are the new faces relative to the ones that are exiting that common race. But if you think that that race is going to factor in here, the horse who actually won that race is giving you the best value on the tote board right now at 11-1 relative to the horse that finished second, 9-1, and then your third place finisher 15-1. So I think that in totality, that race is really being ignored, and bettors thinking that maybe those horses that are making some barn changes or class moves or just are new faces to those 3 are going to be the ones more successful.
See how it plays out as number 4, Espionage, currently 9-5 as they load in for the 4th race at Oaklawn Park. We'll send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the rest of the load and call.
2 back, Espionage and Express Cruiser. Here's Express Cruiser to the outside post, rounding out the field of 8. And we are ready to go. And Lyroff. Principe Carlo sluggish from the inside post. Mr. Puck has speed with Espionage, and without objection, these 3 line up on the front end. The Gray Russian to win. Right behind them in the 4th. There's a gap of 2 to Principe Carlo. El Diablo Rojo between horses. IDK is 3 deep, and he's 5 clear of Express Cruiser, who brings up the rear. They approach the far turn. Espionage, narrow lead now, without objection, keeping tabs on him. Mr. Puck backs away in 3rd while under some pressure, losing the 3rd spot to Express Cruiser as they go into the turn. Principe Carlo has to steady a little bit in tight on the rail and drops back a few spots. El Diablo Rojo claiming 4th with Mr. Puck, and a deep IDK's trying to circle horses here. Needs to pick it up while under some pressure. Express Cruiser still trails. A compact group, the first 7, are separated by just 2 lengths as they come off the turn here without objection. Putting away Espionage at the 3/16 pole here. El Diablo Rojo's trying to come on the scene down the center. Espionage is coming back and reclaims the lead. How about that? Espionage back in front with without objection. Principe Carlo surging up the rail, and here he comes, and he is getting up to win it. Principe Carlo over Mr. Puck, who just gets up for 2nd over without objection. And Espionage tired in the final furlong. He was 4th.
Principe Carlo comes up the inside under Keith Asmussen with the victory. We talked about that March 23rd race that was largely being ignored, and it turns out the horses coming out of there ran quite well, Sarah.
1, 2, 3, just in a different order for those 3 coming out of that spot, and all of them fairly generous prices relative to the company that they were going to be facing. And here today, you got the one on top in there without objection in that photo for 2nd with Mr. Puck. And I think that that's going to be a pretty healthy trifecta for those 3 horses with your favorite out of that try.
Absolutely. Number 1, Principe Carlo with the win at Oaklawn Park. There is Sterling Silver, though, in the paddock. She's easy to spot as she's your heavy favorite in the Biagio's Rose. Coming up next from Aqueduct, making the first start of her 6-year-old season. We'll talk more about her chances and the rest of the field. Stakes action coming up. Stay with us.
Magnificent was Full Count Felicia, never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. 4th Washington on the outside.
They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stakes time coming up at Aqueduct as you're watching America's Day at the races. There's Sterling Silver, currently 1-9 as she makes her 6-year-old debut in this New York bred cast, as she is a very short price right now, Sarah.
She is, and she's been a short price over her last 2 starts, even 4 starts ago. She's just one that tends to attract that kind of money when she's in against her fellow New York breds, and rightfully so. She seems to just deliver every time she's on the racetrack, but this isn't a field of her and nobody else. You could make a case for some of the other contenders in here that are much more attractive prices.
Certainly plenty of class for her as well. There's Caldwell Loves Gold, a hard-knocking New York bred filly as well, trained by Brad Cox, who's had himself a very good weekend, winning the Dubai World Cup yesterday, pulling a massive upset with Hit Show as he was able to run down Mixto for Doug O'Neill. Americans running 1-2 in the biggest race in the desert.
Hit Show, former Wood Memorial contender who was defeated that day in a big
Withers
upset.
winner?
I believe so, who was defeated by Lord Miles in that big upset a couple of years back, and he's able to get that elusive grade 1 for himself, a horse that's had some class and ability, was on that Triple Crown trail and danced all the dances, and big upset in this spot, finishing ahead of Mixto and Forever Young checking in third in here. And it just seemed like the theme throughout the card was that those horses that had run in Saudi just had a little bit of the starch taken out of them and were not quite able to replicate their big performances that day.
Yeah, we saw such a huge race in the Saudi Cup between Forever Young and Romantic Warrior. Romantic Warrior was back on turf. He got beat, though he ran valiantly. Forever Young looked like he was kind of spinning his wheels in the stretch of the Dubai World Cup. Not the typical good effort we're used to seeing from that horse. So maybe did really take something out of those horses that ran over on Saudi Cup night. But there's Florent Geroux and Hit Show in the winner's circle following the Dubai World Cup. A huge effort and a huge win, getting the victory. Looks like Flo's also directing traffic in the winner's circle there. He really had to kind of navigate where to go with the horse.
I mean, hey, he was able to direct himself through the field and making up some ground through traffic in there, and he just said, maybe I'll continue doing this. It worked for me a moment ago to win a pretty prestigious race for Hit Show. So a horse that always had some ability. I never would have had him in a million years in that race, but good for connections and just nice to see the U.S. contingent run well.
Would not have guessed the top 2 in that field, but they got the victory there. Hit Show. We'll see what the Cox Barn can do with Caldwell Loves Gold coming up. But Maggie, it does appear, at least as far as the board's concerned, like they all have to get around Sterling Silver.
Yeah, she's just the most accomplished in this field. And looking at her here in the paddock, she does come off a bit of a layoff, but she looks fit. She's always so laid back, too. She definitely lacks a bit of intensity when she is led over here, but also she comes off of an effort in which it was an incredibly souped up rail back on December 27th, in which we saw the winner that day in Stonewall Star just wire the field, comfortable out in the front end. And looking at Sterling Silver's effort that day, she was just on the wide chase throughout. I wish she looked a little stronger across her top line. Is she, screaming, I'm a 1-9 shot here in the paddock looking at her physically? No. But I do think she brings a pretty lofty resume to the table, as we'll take a look here at number 2. That is Caldwell Loves Gold. She's sitting at 11-1. She was actually meant to run in an open upper level allowance race a few weeks ago back here on March 22nd, but she was a late scratch, but not through her own doing. She actually was kicked by her lead pony, and so therefore that resulted in a scratch. So she finds herself here in this Biagio's Rose. And look, she fits with this crew. She's a little bit slower on paper, but looking at her physically, I like the mile for her. I know she hasn't attempted it that often, but I do think it fits for her. And she's just a filly that has continued to fill out and get stronger with time, with development. As we'll also take a look at the horse who's your second choice right now. That's number 5, Bernie Takes Charge, coming in off of a blowout win in the Heavenly Prize. But she did ride a advantageous rail that day. But she also looks as though she is the main speed. She comes out of the gate firing on all cylinders, and she tips her hand at doing that each time she's led over here to run, too. She's always lively in the paddock, aggressive out on the racetrack in the warm-up. So she's definitely touting herself again as being able to do that. Will she be able to do it here, though, with some other horses that could find themselves, breathing down her neck a bit? I wonder what a horse like Sweet Brown Sugar or Kali Magic do, how forward they are here in this one, Acacia.
Yeah, it certainly could make things interesting. Maggie, thank you. Bernie Takes Charge, who's been in terrific form recently, won that Heavenly Prize pretty comfortably, pulling away in that group. And while Sterling Silver is a short price, she is coming in off the bench, and we talked about the mile. I do feel like you could scroll through and make a case for pretty much all of these horses.
I agree, and I think just to take 1 to 5 on a horse who, yes, she has the class, she has the consistency, she's run well fresh in the past, so that's not a major concern. She reunites with Javier Castellano, who was her regular rider for quite some time, and they had plenty of success together. There's just other ways to go in here, and while I won't be surprised if she runs well or wins this race, at 1 to 5 with everybody else seeming so enticing from a betting standpoint, I want to go in a different direction just in terms of how I wager.
1 to 5 on Sterling Silver as we're, yes, taking a look at her, finishing last time out second. This is, though, back in December when she finished second in the Bay Ridge, and this is the race Maggie was talking about with Stonewall Star really having that comfortable trip. Sterling Silver was kind of in that chasing position early on, not really the most comfortable. She did come back for a second place finish.
And she ran well in here, as mentioned by Maggie, against a bias that was helpful to your winner, Stonewall Star, who was able to hug the rail while she had to go wide in that spot and not really be on the most advantageous part of the racetrack. And even the start prior to that, when she was second at a short price, that was Deventi Valentine, who wasn't the most consistent type, but on her day certainly was capable of running a big race and did so in her final start in that Empire Distaff, and also the mile and an eighth probably playing in her favor more so than Sterling Silver as well. So there isn't really much to knock her for or hold against her. It's really just a matter of price.
Short price on the favorite right now, as yesterday we had plenty of stakes action. It was a bit of a mixed bag as far as the prices were concerned. Ballerina Doro was a very short price. Irish Maximo was a short price. And then you kind of got some prices on everybody else. I thought Phileas Fogg was the biggest surprise, but looking back, he wasn't even that high odds.
No, and I mean, I think that was one of those races where it seems like you have multiple horses that want to be forwardly placed, and that's going to be the plan for several of them, and everybody starts looking for that closer to be your winner. But Mama's Gold had that commitment to be forward, and Phileas Fogg and Kendrick Carmouche, they took back a little bit, and it ended up being 4,001 for Kendrick with that stakes victory in the Excelsior, because they were adapting to a horse that was just going too fast too early on and able to get that victory very comfortably without those closers really getting involved.
4 wins Saturday for Kendrick Carmouche, including that milestone victory, as you mentioned. There's Javier Castellano climbing aboard Sterling Silver in the Biagio's Rose, giving her some pets on the way out. And there's Ramiro Mirage, and Bernie Takes Charge. You would imagine going to try to use her natural speed. She's your second choice on the board right now. She goes back in against fellow New York breds. I do wonder, as Maggie pointed out, if there will be some company on the front end there.
You have to imagine that Kali Magic is going to try to be forward in here from the rail position especially.
And with Ruben Silveira aboard, a rider who is more aggressive, and she will kick off the post rate for this stake.
Upset Dolomite last time out, a horse that we did see return to win yesterday at a short price.
83 buyer speed figure for Dolomite in her subsequent start. Here's Caldwell Loves Gold. She will be hoping that there's some pace to run at.
Yeah, she is one that likes to come from off the pace. She was on the best part of the racetrack last time in the Broadway, but just had really no final kick in that spot.
First start of her 6-year-old season, your favorite, Sterling Silver.
And we'll see if she makes this short price look all worthwhile in here. 1 to 4 right now, a horse with plenty of credentials for consistency and class.
There's Sweet Brown Sugar. She tried to come from off of it a bit more in the Broadway.
I like her to be a little bit more forward in here. We'll see how things play out tactically, but she is one that is adaptable to whatever pace scenario we may see.
And Bernie Takes Charge, trying to make it 3 in a row.
Has plenty of ability, has that good early speed, well positioned towards the outside in here, but that last race is a major outlier because she was riding a biased racetrack.
You can join Naira Bets today and play all the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. That's a look at Bernie Takes Charge, the only one that's really taking much money into the face of Sterling Silver. And as you said, she did ride the bias last time out, but she won comfortably in that Heavenly Prize, and that was off the win against Open Allowance Company 2 starts back.
When you look at that 97 by her speed figure that she earned for this victory, winning by over 6 lengths very comfortably, as you mentioned, ahead of Weigh the Risks and Kids Last Laugh in here, it's such an outlier from her other performances. And while she has had some good form, she's certainly been one that has races that compete in here, I think that she's being bet off of this breakout performance where she had that big step up in terms of how fast she was really able to run her races. And I don't necessarily think that she's just going to be lone speed in here. I think that towards the rail, Kali Magic and Ruben Silveira have to go. I don't think Sweet Brown Sugar is going to be too far away either. And looking at prices in here, I think that all of Kali Magic, Caldwell Loves Gold, or even Sweet Brown Sugar, they're a lot more enticing at their current prices versus a horse that has to show that she can get back to a race just as fast as the one she ran last time out without being aided by the racetrack.
Well, how about Sweet Brown Sugar? As we see the selections there, you're taking a shot with her. She's a nice 6-to-1 price.
I just think that she's the one that's going to be sitting the right kind of trip in here. And if you look back over her last several races, there's nothing but consistency from her, finishing second last time at a big price. But prior to that, she had 3 wins consecutively. And she just is that adaptable type who's been able to bring her show on the road, running well on this circuit, and able to bring in that Finger Lakes form and have it transfer right here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, you forgive that mile and an eighth try in Saratoga. She's been remarkably consistent throughout. Maggie, what are you seeing today, though, from Sweet Brown Sugar?
I got a lot of love for Sweet Brown Sugar. I really do. 8 for 13 lifetime. You know you're a racehorse when you have that kind of record, and she's only been off the board twice. And as you mentioned, that mile and an eighth try in the Fleet Indian where it was a disastrous beginning for her. So, you know, jury, I would say, is still out when it comes to this one-turn mile because she's won and run well going a 2-turn mile and a 16th at Finger Lakes. But, you know, this is a little bit of a different animal going the 1-turn mile. Physically, I've always thought she looks more like a sprinter. I will say that. But, you know, she's shown that she can kind of overcome that. She just is such a healthy girl. You know, she really exudes that conditioning that you want to see with horses, and that she's really robust and strong. And furthermore, she gets 3 for 3 over a wet racetrack. And watching her warm up, she was definitely the one that kind of skipped right over it, really picked her feet up over the surface. So yes, the distance still at this level, at this caliber, still a question mark for me, but no doubt about it. You know, I'm all 3-4 here, Acacia. I do have so much respect for Sweet Brown Sugar.
She's an easy one to root for. We love these hard-knocking New York breds, and she just shows up every time, Sarah. Even winning at a mile and a 16th at Finger Lakes, back in Finger Lakes, she really is kind of able to adapt to whatever is thrown at her, and has just done really well for Paul Barrow.
I agree completely. And sometimes we do see those out-of-town Finger Lake shippers come here, and you don't really know how to assess the level of competition they've been facing and whether or not those numbers are going to translate here. And I just look at it at a horse-by-horse basis, and she's certainly one that's shown that that's no problem bringing that show on the road, where she's able to take those Finger Lakes races and have them be formidable coming over here and running against New York bred company and even open company at times over at Finger Lakes. And she's handled all sorts of distances, different types of trips from a tactical standpoint, and I think that 5-to-1 is a fairly generous price on a horse who's just really shown that she can do it all.
Let's go back quickly to Caldwell Loves Gold, the one who did run down Sweet Brown Sugar when they met in the New York Oaks at Finger Lakes last summer. The thing with her is that her last 2 races leave a lot to be desired.
They do, and I actually think that one of her better races that we've seen from her lately was on the turf, where she was able to finish third in that Grade 3 event behind Beautiful Love. And that day that she was able to defeat Sweet Brown Sugar that you're mentioning, that's really the last time that we've seen her have some good forward position early on in a race as well. So I think that she prefers to be that sort of closing sprinter that we had talked about a little bit with Sterling Silver, really preferring to be sort of that 6.5, 7 furlongs closing type into some hotter fractions. But she's been able to be extremely versatile as well. So I wonder where they're going to be positioned early on in this spot. But I also sort of wonder if maybe she's moving in the wrong direction rather than improving right now.
We'll find out soon enough. She's 7-1 on the board, 1-2 though on the 3. Sterling Silver as they start to make their way towards the starting gate for race 4 at Aqueduct. New York breds in the spotlight again for the Biagio's Rose. We still have the Haynesfield coming up a little bit later on for the boys. So 2 New York bred stakes on this Sunday program, which is always a lot of fun. Big opportunities for these New York breds, big opportunities for the New York breeders as well with these kinds of races.
We've gotten to hear a lot of great stories about the operations that are producing these kinds of quality horses right here on this circuit, and some that can go on to face open company without any issue whatsoever. And it's just been nice to really see that farm to table style with some of these horses coming in, and the connections that are following along in their journey from the moment they're born.
Into the gate for the Biagio's Rose, the voice of Aqueduct, Chris Griffin, standing by for the call.
Still 2 out. Sweet Brown Sugar. Tad reluctant, opening the front of the gate. Goes in. Bernie takes charge to the outside. Almost all the way in. Now in. All set for the Biagio's Rose. And they're off. Breaking well from the rail is Kali Magic. Right out towards the front, Test Company from Sweet Brown Sugar. And Bernie takes charge. Kali Magic well off the rail once again as they're going to come out of the chute quickly. Kali Magic is right there with Bernie takes charge. 1-2. It's going to be Kali Magic with a head in front. Bernie takes charge. Not going anywhere. Backing off the tempo. Sweet Brown Sugar. Briefly steadying there with Sterling Silver. Is in between horses is right there in fourth. Now more comfortable with at the rail Caldwell. Loves Gold. Pretty strung out here with a pace stool on the front end. Moderate tempo, 23 seconds flat, but it is pressured early. To the outside, Bernie takes charge. Takes it right to the long shot. Kali Magic, who doesn't go anywhere, comes right back to apply more pressure. Bernie takes charge, and Kali Magic head and head as they approach 4 furlongs to go. Sweet Brown Sugar, Lane Leslie watching the action here from third, and Sterling Silver starts to warm to the task now. 45.63 for a half-mile time. The trailer is Caldwell Loves Gold. Kali Magic is trying to dispatch a Bernie takes charge. But here comes Sweet Brown Sugar in pursuit 3 wide. Sterling Silver is going to follow that move, and the complexion will change completely. It's Sweet Brown Sugar approaching a quarter mile left to go. Sterling Silver tips to the outside, is ready to chase this leader. It is Sweet Brown Sugar who gets the jump. Sterling Silver changes leads, and now here comes Sterling Silver drifting out just a touch, but has all the momentum. And here comes the big favorite, and Sterling Silver ready to challenge. Sweet Brown Sugar is game, is battling on towards the inside. Sterling Silver's just got a touch more. Sterling Silver's almost there. Sterling Silver wins the Biagio's Rose. It's Sterling Silver over Sweet Brown Sugar. Then came Caldwell Loves Gold and Kali Magic in 1 minute 35.70 seconds.
The class prevails with Sterling Silver. She got to make the last move into that pace that was falling apart over Sweet Brown Sugar, who fought valiantly today.
Yeah, she put up a little bit of a fight there after making that first move after your pace setters. You were saying that she was traveling well and about to swoop those two towards the outside, but ultimately Javier Castellano and Sterling Silver just watching, waiting patiently, and striking at the right time to go on by to this one's outside, whereas I don't really know what else Lane Leslie could have done as far as making the decision to go when he did. Just second best to a horse that has all the class and got the well-timed ride.
Sterling Silver makes her 6-year-old debut a winning one, picking up her 9th victory of her career. Javier Castellano, who knows her quite well, in the saddle today as well, able to run down Sweet Brown Sugar as it's 3-4-2-1 in the Biagio's Rose. And here's that point where you have that pace duel going on up front between the 1 Kali Magic and the 5 Bernie Takes Charge. So Sweet Brown Sugar kind of inherits the lead at that point. Like you said, there's really no other option that Lane Leslie, her jockey, could have done. It's unfortunate he gets run down, having to make that first move. Your hand's kind of forced in that situation.
Exactly, and when you see the fractions being doled out in here with those top 2 going at each other from when the gates open pretty much, there's another world where if they're going a little bit slower, Sweet Brown Sugar's the one sitting in the perfect spot right in between the 2 closers and the 2 front runners to pounce at the right time, but ultimately the pace hot enough to help out Sterling Silver in here, who was just always a big presence on that turn, and you had to be pretty nervous about her coming after you. And I think Lane Leslie was very well aware. You could see him really looking over his shoulder as he made that move around the turn, wondering where the big threat was.
1-2 she went off Sterling Silver, but she delivers, winning the Biagio's Rose. Prices, reactions, and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
At the Keenelands.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Sterling Silver heading into the winner's circle with Javier Castellano in the saddle. She delivers off the bench.
She does. A cool horse to follow, and one that is able to get her picture taken today. Just ultra consistent and able to get that mile distance victory in here in the Biagio's Rose, because we saw some legitimate pace with this compact field, and as things started to come apart, she was in the right place at the right time to swoop on by Sweet Brown Sugar.
She was able to run down Sweet Brown Sugar, who is a tough filly in her own right. In the stretch, they are 2 very likable New York breds, I would say, as well. Both quite consistent. Sterling Silver, though, just a bit more class, facing open company and getting the right kind of setup that she needed to here in this spot. 6-year-old mare by Cupid with the win under Javier Castellano, who's standing by with Maggie.
And Javier guiding Sterling Silver like he's done in the past to victory today. And Javi, a mare that you do have a nice rapport for with. Talk a little bit about your trip. I mean, the pace was setting up perfectly for you.
Absolutely, Maggie. That's what I'm looking for today. Hot pace, 22:45. She's come from behind horse. Very classy. She's a pro horse. We have a lot of success in the past together. And I know the horse so well. And thank you for me to give me the opportunity to ride the horse. And she fit perfect. Good setup, small field, a lot of speed in the race. She come from behind. She get it done today.
She seems pretty adaptable, too, to different distances. You could argue that the mile is best for her, but she's also successful going shorter. What do you think her best trip is?
Absolutely. Between 7A and mile, I think she fit perfect. 7A, if they go 23:47, she's going to lane up close to the pace. If the pace high really fast, she's going to come from behind, too, as well. She's a very classy horse. You can do whatever you want. She's adapted in any situation, and thank God lucky to be here.
You said this is your last ride, so going out a winner, but are we expecting to see you riding here at Aqueduct?
Yeah, I'm looking forward in the spring, summer meet, and I'm here working hard, try to find the horses and show up, put a lot of talent here.
I'm sure you will find them, as they should come to you. Congratulations here with Sterling Silver.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right, Viaggio's Rose going to Sterling Silver and guided by a Hall of Famer, guys.
Good to see Javier here in New York this weekend and getting a stakes win while he's at it with Sterling Silver.
A rider that we've had plenty of fun following, especially with his journey with Jenna Antonucci and Arcangelo throughout their time winning the Belmont Stakes and Travers, and just nice to see him back on the circuit, and it seems like we'll be seeing some more of him very soon.
7-time Travers winner?
I think so.
Seven, yeah. $3.10 winner here in the Viaggio's Rose, though. Race 4 in the books as we head over to Oaklawn. We have race 5 coming up next there. It's a big field, $12,500 claiming race. A nice and easy field, and you have a favorite to the inside in Ducali who's taking a huge drop in class.
This is such a drop off a cliff for a horse that actually was competitive in his last start against much tougher, finishing second to Horace Mann with an 87 Beyer speed figure, a horse that once was second to Cody's Wish back in the day. This is much, much easier company than this horse has ever faced in his entire career, which leads you to wonder why he's showing up for $12,500.
I know he's the favorite, but ooh, that's a bit tough to take.
Big red flag.
With that big drop in class. Yeah, I wonder if he gets claimed out of this. Anyone else you find a little interesting?
If you don't totally trust him, I thought that the number 9, Vulcan, a little bit interesting. Another one taking a big drop in class, but he's dropping back down in terms of the level that he's going to be in here. And I thought that showed some good speed last time, faded and finished 4th ultimately in that spot, but maybe is one that second off the claim could be an alternative, because I just can't take Ducali at the price that he is with the massive class drop.
And it looks like the main track at Oaklawn has been upgraded to good for this 5th race coming up. We'll see what happens with Ducali and that huge drop in class. Matt Dinneran standing by with the call.
Dual Monarchy, the gray, KC Rocket goes in. Couple more runners to load in here. Go West coming up, post 6. Outside post, Easy Action. Easy Action. Fernando Jara rounding out the field. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good start for all the runners. Afterwards, Go the Distance took up. Dance Man on the lead right away where he likes to be. Strides clear by a length and a half from Easy Action, Algebra, and KC Rocket. These three stretched across the track. A joint second, a length and a half back to Guided Arrow off the speed with Ducal. There's a length and a half back to Go West. He's racing with a line of runners. Quick Buck is there. Volcan has to take up off of heels when in tight. Ben Dreaming is past him. The gray Dual Monarchy park deep as they go into the far turn run. Go the Distance after steadying at the break. He's last as they round the far turn. First is Dance Man, Ramon Vasquez, a 2-length lead with 3 furlongs to go. KC Rocket comes out of the crowd to take the second spot. Easy Action alongside of him claiming second, coming after Dance Man at the top of the lane. Ducal is down on the rail 4th as they come off the turn. He cuts the corner as they come down the stretch. Here comes Ducal up the inside. The challenge between horses Dance Man and a deep Easy Action battling for the win too. Ducal, Easy Action side by side in the final furlong. Ducal on the inside out finishing Easy Action, and he's pulling clear, and on the class drop off the layoff for Chris Hartman, it's Ducal to win it. Easy Action was second. Good battle for third. It got tight there. I think maybe Go the Distance got up, but it was tight between him, Dance Man, Dual Monarchy, and even Go West.
He had to fight for it a little bit, but Ducali on that big drop in class, it gets to the winner's circle. Wonder if he got claimed as well, but off the cliff maybe, but into the winner's circle.
And appropriately spotted based on the results here and the margin of victory as well, where he did have a little bit of a challenge from the number 12 Easy Action. So it seems like Chris Hartman made the right choice to put him in a spot where he believed he could be successful, and just seems like whatever races we may have seen from him in the past against tougher company, not going to be the case for him, and we'll see if he goes to a new barn to call home.
We'll bring you prices in a little bit, but it's time for Sarah and I to say farewell. Always fun getting a chance to do the show with you, Sarah.
I know, it's been a while.
Yeah,
you haven't been here.
I'll be back reporting a little bit later. Maggie's sticking around for now, and Greg Wolf and Andy Serling coming up to replace us on the desk to take you the rest of the way. We'll continue recapping what took place yesterday, not only with all the stakes action, but Kendrick Carmouche, the newest member of the 4,000 Club. In fact, he's got 4,001 on the tally after that Excelsior victory. Just wait till you see him in the crowd with the fans, the man of the people celebrating.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Continuing Sunday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling stepping in. It's brought to you by NYRA Bets, where you can play it all. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. Big Saturday, of course. It's a fun Saturday afternoon and an important one on the road to that first Saturday in May. And what we saw here in the Wood Memorial, what did you think of Rodriguez?
I thought he was very impressive. And, you know, I was looking and comparing him a little bit to Medina Spirit, and thankfully Acacia was able to figure it out for me. When Medina Spirit was running in California, they were rating him behind Life is Good, who was obviously very good. When Life is Good unfortunately got hurt, Medina Spirit was able to go to the front, and he went to the front in the Derby, and he won. And I feel like Rodriguez's horse has been compromised by rating him behind Citizen Bull, behind Barnes. I'm not sure he's not the best of them, especially based on what we saw yesterday. Citizen Bull can't be effective rating. And this is a better horse, so I do think he's a player. And I also think we saw a very, very good performance by Grande, who finished second.
Yeah, that's a horse lightly raced. That was just his third career start. And a lot of upside. It seems like he's going on to the Derby for Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli. Let's go back to the beginning of this race here in the Wood with Rodriguez and Captain Cook. Keep your eyes on him.
Yeah, and, you know, I understand what Manny Franco's doing. He's not be making the right choice, which is the horse he decided the horse I have to be is the one inside of me, and he's going to go. So I can't let him out of my sight, because if I take my horse back, like unfortunately some other horses were, I'm going to be compromised. So I think maybe the right thing. Captain Cook just had nothing. He was bad. Now, Grande didn't break that sharply. He was out in the middle of the track. He made a move in that slow second quarter. He's wide the whole way. And the thing I liked about it is his tenacity just kept on coming. It's not like, a lot of horses in those situations, especially a lightly raced horse, might get a little intimidated. And while he never came close to Rodriguez, who I think the margin was 3 1/4, and I'm not saying he ran better than Rodriguez. That's another discussion. I think he ran extremely well for second. And while I respect Rodriguez and think he's a major player going towards the Derby, I think Grande is as well. Now, he's lightly raced. Will that matter in the Derby? Those are the kind of performances, the one by Grande, that I like, because I think he showed a different dimension, taken a little bit out of his comfort zone and still able to run far and away the fastest figure he ever got. Buyer figure of 101 for the winner and 97 for Grande.
And then, we talked about all those Bob Baffert horses that have the speed may not be a problem anymore.
Right, might not be a big deal. Barnes isn't going. Obviously, Cornucopia is not going. Citizen Bull could go, but I mean, if you had a choice which one you want on the front end, I don't know why it wouldn't be this one, who has the same ownership group. Now, listen, there are other potential speed horses out there, and I'll tell you who's going to be a key for this Derby. What does East Avenue do in the Bluegrass? If East Avenue were to win the Bluegrass and go to the Derby, he's going to win in the front end. They're going to send him, and they may realize we've got a good horse that needs to be in the front end. Now, if he doesn't qualify, it changes it. But American Promise for Lucas has speed. We'll see how much pace there is. But I think the one real prep left to go, the Lexington's irrelevant for the Derby, but the Bluegrass on Tuesday at Keeneland in the freezing cold, that's going to be a race that could have a lot to say about this Derby, necessarily from a talent standpoint, but also from a pace standpoint.
Yeah, and obviously he needs to answer the question of a bad comeback, but his best race ever, East Avenue, Breeders' Futurity on that racetrack at Keeneland.
And that's going to be their thinking, right? And they're going to try to do the same thing, and we'll see how aggressive they are with Owen Almighty. I imagine Irad Ortiz on River Thames on the inside, he doesn't want to get caught into a blistering speed duel, so I think you're going to see East Avenue going in there. I'm not his biggest fan, but if he wins or even runs second and qualifies for the Derby, he could have an effect on the running of the race, whether you like him or not.
Yeah, no question. That happens on Tuesday because of weather. By the way, the Grade 1 Bluegrass Mile and 8th, the final 100-point race, will happen on a day not originally scheduled. So we take a look at the points leaderboard. Journalism overcame a few things. Strange what happened behind him in terms of second and third. But Journalism, again, should go on to the Kentucky Derby in your estimation as the favorite?
Well, he has to be the favorite, and I think he was very good yesterday. He got in trouble in the backstretch, shuffled back. At that point, Baeza ran second. We'll talk about him in a second. He made that winning move, and he was still able to come catch him. It was a pretty fast race. 102 buyer figure. I was surprised. I thought it might even be a little bit higher than that. And I'll tell you, I don't know about you, Greg, I was impressed by Baeza as well, and I'm thrilled to see John Sheriffs in the Derby. Obviously, he won with Giacomo. He's best known for Zenyatta, but I like John a lot, and I'm glad to see him in the Derby. And I think Baeza is a pretty good horse.
Yeah, a little bit, some shakeups of what happened. Certainly with Grande here, he's going to go. Baeza as well. Maybe we'll see one of these sort of new late developing faces step up that first Saturday.
And what I like about both of them, Greg, is they're both legit. Grande and Baeza didn't suck up for second in a bad race. They both ran extremely well, so they get in there as legitimate contenders going forward.
We're going to get back to today's action here on the card here in New York. 9 minutes away, race 5. $20,000 maiden claiming group. It kicks off the pick 6 as we take a look at Rob Atras, Kendrick Carmouche will team up here with the 3 Malancia,
who I am really surprised is the favorite, and she's favored in every multi-race bets. Now, I get Tekka doesn't exactly have the PPs of a horse you want to take at a short price. I just kind of thought for Linda, first-time Lasix, she does have fast-back races that she'd be favored, but she's getting bet like she's not going to run. I picked Tekka. I am not a big fan. I have Malancia and Kyle's mom, the first-time starter, second and third, almost by default.
Yeah, first-time starter on the rail at 3-1, unless there is, I don't know, if there's some word out about working okay, or is it just a new face against a field that has not shown much?
Well, I'm going to ask you, what do you see about Secret Fire the 5 or Aerialist the 2? If you want to bet them at a price, go for it. But these are horses, just words, that have had chances, and they're just slow. Kyle's mom, actually, the first-time star on the rail, does have some family members that were pretty good. She's also a $2,000 yearling purchase from a family that's not that bad. Not a great sign.
Meanwhile, there's the Linda Rice runner, Jose Lezcano, 5-2 second choice. Not Sand Devils Day, the New York bred, in that Wood Memorial.
Yeah, I was talking to Jose Lezcano, who rode her a little bit earlier, and he just said he was never really traveling that well in the race. And he's a better horse than that, and he'll have better days.
Meanwhile, one of the big stories that we didn't get to focus on quite as much because of all the big racing, including the Wood, the man who's aboard, the current favorite of this race coming up, Malancia, 4,000 wins for Kendrick Carmouche, and he had a huge Saturday afternoon. There he is.
I saw Kendrick coming in, a little late. Happy, imagine he enjoyed celebrating a big day yesterday. And you know something, it's not just that he won the 4,000. Obviously, winning 4,000 races is a remarkable accomplishment for a rider. It not only shows a sort of excellence over a long period of time, it's a hard thing to do, and it's a tough job, not even just because you're out there, sort of risking life and limb on an hourly basis. It's also the weight situation. I mean, there's so many things that go into it that make it a difficult job.
The mental drain, there's no break in this sport.
You're riding, Kendrick goes and rides at parks sometimes on days off. It's an endless pursuit. And, you've got to be a crazy person like our friend the Mig to do it and do it so well. So it was really cool, and celebrating with the fans was a lot of fun. Kendrick is such a popular person around here. But I also thought it was really cool that he won it also on a day where he gave that sensational ride to Phileas Fogg, and he had the big win in a stake. It's one thing you win the big race on a Thursday here on a $10,000 claimer. It's not quite an event, but to do it on a big day like that in front of an actual crowd and then have that big win in the stake, I thought it was all pretty cool.
And he made tremendous decisions in that race. Yeah, it really was a difference in that race, even though that horse won so impressively. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. And you're a Kendrick Carmouche fan as well. He had 4 wins on that Saturday card, but what a career accomplishment.
Absolutely. And I think the thing about Kendrick and his 4,000 that really stands out is it feels like he earned it a little bit different than some of the other riders, right? It's Kendrick, he, like that old Drake song, started from the bottom. Like, he's running in Louisiana and West Virginia and parks and some of the smaller racetracks. And to find himself get to New York at this point of his career, and to have the success he's having to find those 4,000 wins, I think says a lot about how he earned it. He earned it a little bit different than some others might. Some of the higher regarded riders that started off in a highly regarded place at the younger part of their career. It was the other way for Kendrick. He started off in the tough parts of it and worked up to get to that 4,000, making it just that much more sweeter.
Here's our post-parade. We start with the first-time starter, Maddie Ulver for Jeremiah Engelhart, Kyle's mom.
You have no way of knowing if this horse is a runner, and I'll tell you what, she's found a field that she can beat even if she's not much of a runner.
701 Aerialist, start number 3, has shown very little.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has run twice. I'm a Pat Reynolds fan, but took no money, is dropping down, but just did no running. Did show a little speed, though.
8-1, I guess facing easier.
Has a little speed, at least showed a little speed.
And does put blank, so maybe we'll get a little more of it today. Here's Malancia, even money. Kendrick Carmouche, Mr. 4,000. Rob Atras.
She was a distant second at 4-5 last time to a horse that was coming off a couple of 40-buyer wins. I don't even think that figure. I think it may be a little high, but she's run fast enough to win, I guess.
Kendrick breaking off from the group. We jump ahead to the 5 Secret Fire. 8th and 7th has it's not beat a horse, actually, in 2 starts.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say about a 20-1 shot in this field?
Maybe why isn't she higher? Tekka, 5-2. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
I feel like I misread this race. I just prefer a horse that's a little less exposed, and she's run against better horses. And her first 2 races, I think, would probably win this race. Obviously, a layoff, didn't run well in her subsequent start. I don't care about the turf race. Gets Lasix for the first time. I prefer her to the 3.
And then a hood on again for Just Words, who was 3rd beat 19.25, way behind Malancia last start.
Yeah, I mean, what is she going to do to make up the 14.25 lengths behind the favorite?
3 minutes away. Race that kicks off this Sunday. Pick 6. Let's send it downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
I don't mean to be a hater, but you can definitely tell that this is a field of maiden claiming fillies, as they have not been the most professional group, nor are they that impressive physically. But let's start with your favorite, who has had her chances. That's Malancia for trainer Rob Atras, and of course, Mr. 4001, Kendrick Carmouche. Look, she honestly looked best in the paddock. She did get quite aggressive with Kendrick in the warm-up, though. He took her away from the pony, and it was like when she felt the wet track kind of slapping underneath her hoof, she wanted to take a hold with him, so he kind of guided her to the outside, and she did come back to him relatively quickly. But definitely look for her to have the speed that she has had in her past few. So we'll see if she can finally break through here. Lucky number 7, start number 7, I should say, could be it. Now, number 6, Tekka, there has been no improvement. From 2 to 3, she was a very high-strung, flighty 2-year-old that just, expended way too much energy prior to going in the gate, and she's doing the same thing here again. She hasn't changed much physically. She's still a little bit more on the smaller side. She comes in well prepared from the fitness standpoint of things, and great coat to her, but she also does come in wearing front wraps as well for the first time, so she didn't push me in her direction. I am going to land on the first-time starter, but I do have reservations. Like I said, I think Malancia is the horse to beat based upon what I've observed here. But Kyle's mom, she's quite a big filly. She's got some size to her. But I'm concerned about the pedigree, mainly because of the Brody's Cause influence. Not that Brody's Cause has been that much of an influence in any way, shape, or form as a sire, but generally they're better going longer. And because she's so big and incredibly laid back, I'm wondering if this 6 furlongs might be a little too short for her. But she is really, really fit, as Jeremiah Englehart, her trainer, generally has them coming over first time out. She is wearing blinkers and a shadow roll, so some more equipment than I like to see with first time starters, but like I said, it's a lower level maiden claimer, and I just want the lesser exposed horse who, like I said, looks ready, Greg, and has behaved beautifully leading up to the start of this race.
Well, at least there's that. Has behaved herself for the debut coming up, and you're starting to get at least a little better number as well at 5 to 1 with Kyle's mom.
Yeah, but look, you want to get as good a price as you can get, but having said that, I don't know how great a sign it is that in this field, this horse isn't taking a nickel. And I'm gonna regret this because I'm gonna get either yelled at by Maggie in one way or another. But one thing I'd say about the front sign, and obviously I agree with Maggie that front sign is not a good sign, and maybe Maggie can come back on and can respond to this a little bit. Aren't we a little more forgiving about putting fronts on a sloppy, muddy seal track like this, Maggie?
I'm here.
You are here. What do you know what I'm saying? Can she hear me?
Andy,
yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm saying
yeah,
a little more forgiving because it's a wet track. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, sorry. Remember, I said I'm having IFB issues.
There's nobody here today, Maggie. You can't complain. It should be working.
I know. I can't complain, but it's not working. So, yes, front wraps generally with horses on a wet track. Yes, you can factor that in and be a bit more forgiving. It's just Linda Rice. I don't often see her doing it necessarily with horses on a wet track. And with the layoff in mind, that's why I drew the attention to it.
Real quick, let's go to JK here and who you like in this one to start off this pick 6.
Yeah, nothing creative for me. The 3 Malancia. She has been disappointing in her 6 career starts, but she's got the kind of profile that looks like she's going to appreciate cutting back from the 6.5 to the 6. And I think she has a little bit of a weapon against these horses, which is her speed. So even if she doesn't necessarily want to win, I think she's going to be forward enough in an advantageous position enough to go ahead and get her first victory.
There's Kendrick Carmouche. He's aboard for Rob Atras here, and 4 to 5. I guess in this field she has the form, but that's a little short, isn't it, to make anyone in this field 4 to 5?
Yes. The other thing I'd say is, if the 6 is live, Maybe she's not, but if she is, she's not going to be far out of it. And the two aerialists should be showing speed from the inside of her, blinkers on. She has speed. So whether or not, Melancia is able to, and I'm not saying Jonathan's saying she's going to be loose in this race. He never said that at all. But I just wonder if the 6 is live, she's going to be on her flank.
The last 2 starts, and here she is, they're forgivable. She went to the bench, obviously, last start. The race prior from that, when she didn't run well, that was on the grass. They're almost throwout races. 2 very much tougher fields for her from then. Let's go to Chris Griffin, start of the pick 6.
They're off. Tekka with the early speed from the far outside. Just Words in between horses. Melancia right there, and applying pressure too will be Aerialist. Aerialist at the rail is trying to move on through with Melancia, and these two hook up early, and they're head and head, and a pace duel on the front end. Just Words is going to settle just off of them in third. Then comes a wide rally from Tekka. Just off of them is Secret Fire, is now in the 5th spot as they've got 4 furlongs left to travel. The trailer, Kyle's Mom. They work into the far turn, 22.35 for the opening quarter mile. Aerialist takes it right to the favorite Melancia. Here comes the move from Just Words is towards the inside of Tekka. They travel as a pair. Kyle's Mom starts to move from the back of the field, just passing a Secret Fire to be the trailer. Melancia has dispatched of Aerialist, and Melancia is out in the center of the racetrack, is in front. At the rail, here comes the run from Just Words, and Christopher Elliott going to ride the rail and chase this leader. Had some pace to chase, and Just Words is catching the leader. Melancia still there, though. Melancia, Just Words is now going to push on by. Tekka's trying to rally on Kyle's Mom. They're approaching a final 16th. These two shoulder to shoulder. Just Words to the inside. Melancia's back there in second. Just Words edging clear late. Just Words gets the victory at 13-1. Just Words over Melancia, then came Kyle's Mom with a late rally over Tekka in 1 minute 11.91 seconds.
Just Words was 14 1/4 lengths behind Melancia last time out, turns the tables today.
Well, I feel sort of better about singling the 6 in a middle pick 5 and now being dead, because I could never have had a horse that finished 14 lengths behind the favorite last time. And you want to say, well, it's a muddy seal track. Well, she ran a muddy seal track once, and okay, it's the best figure she ever got. It was a Beyer figure of 27. Christopher Elliott didn't want to leave the rail, and maybe the rail's a good place to be as she scooted up to get it done. Listen, the 3 had to work a little bit in the front end, but she's still supposed to win this race, especially being that the 1, the firster, was 500 lengths behind early, and the number 6, Tekka, did not run a step in here at all in finishing 4th. But 4 to 5, and though the 1 couldn't run, and the 6 couldn't run, and she still couldn't win. Wow.
4-3, 1-6, a 13-1 start to this pick 6, which I know we got 5 legs to go. That might be enough.
She could be paying higher than 13-1 in the pick 6.
Yes.
So we'll have to take a look at how the results go later. We could be looking at carryover into Thursday's card.
Christopher Elliott, Jimmy Ryerson, 3-year-old filly by 1,000 words. We're going to head out to Hot Springs. We'll bring you those prices in a moment. Race 6 next at Oaklawn. $12,000 maiden claiming Group 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up. And the favorite, all the way on the outside. We've got a rider off there. So let's start with Gypsy Mischief. Here's Keith Asmussen for Dad.
I think this is the wise guy horse in the race. I mean, I know she claimed from Brad Cox and dropping precipitously off a terrible effort in January, but the debut is good enough to win this race, so I don't think this horse is impossible.
Getty's Revenge, tried maiden 20, was a non-factor.
Whatever revenge Getty's looking for, he hasn't been able to get it yet.
Bad Boy for Life rider change, Francisco Arrieta.
I just keep waiting for this horse to do any running on some surface. Hasn't happened yet.
10-pound Apprentice here on the 5. Great day for Vino.
Yeah, I'm going to have to improve off the debut, not for me.
It was 56-1 first time out. Didn't do much running. A fixed Eric Medellin aboard.
Does have a little bit of speed, but not a big fan. And this rider's yet to win a race.
Ran at this level. Was a non-factor last start. Safe bet over 14, 7 seconds.
I mean, obviously is fast enough to be a contender, but you could take 7-2 with 7 seconds and 14 starts and no wins.
Here's Eric Asmussen for Dad here. New Gelding gets Lasix.
Claim from Phil Bauer. I wouldn't want to try to improve horses from that man.
Lowest level, though, that one's run out yet. Skibidi Riz went by. Blinkers on. Here's the 10, Lucky Destiny.
I don't know why Skibidi Riz is not the second choice, because I think that's clearly second likeliest winner. Lucky Destiny is not even the top 4 likeliest winners.
And the favorite, it's a big drop for Handsome Herb.
It is. It's a huge, huge drop. You're getting Christian Torres. He's faster than these horses. He's got 6 of his 7 figures are fast enough to beat anything anyone's ever run in here. This horse is way the horse to beat. But he's also had 7 chances and was a short price in a few of those races as well.
All right, that race coming up in a moment. Picture time right now for Just Words. Tough one to figure. 14 and a quarter lengths behind Malancia when they met back on March 9th, and is able to get in a battle with that one again and put that one away for the win.
And a lot of logical results early, but you still got $700, almost $700 in the pick 5 for 50 cents. If you had this horse, you played an all, and if you're alive in that middle pick 5, the pick 6, I wish you the best of luck because you got a tough horse to get home at a very big price who's going to play well in this race. Going to play well, I say play well.
A lot
in
bigger
multis.
than 13
yes,
to 1.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was distracted by the other screen where Manny Franco's getting his award for the leading rider this winter.
Congrats to Manny.
We love it.
$29.60, Just Words. Owned by Anthony Fontana. 3-year-old filly by 1,000 Words. Jimmy Ryerson, Christopher Elliott team up for the win and a 4-5, not just 13 to 1, but yeah, 4-5 favorite beat, who might have been, I was probably 3-6 on a lot of tickets, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think the 1 was the other horse, a first-time starter. And this horse is, not going to be prominently featured in people's plays, but did get it done. Glad for Jimmy Ryerson. Always happy to see him.
There he is. So there's Manny Franco. Congrats on the title.
Yeah, there he is, wearing those Klarovich silks. And well-earned, well-deserved for a terrific rider and a terrific person as well.
And we take a look back at one of his big wins in the Carter yesterday on Crazy Mason. Another thriller from that horse who puts himself at a major disadvantage just about every single time how far back he is.
No, it plays to his advantage. Doesn't matter. And he's pointing towards the True North up in Saratoga, which will be on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend. And by the way, for people that are interested, that race, the Count Fleet, which has been drawn. In fact, I have the PPs right in front of me for next weekend. It's on the Apple Blossom card, which we'll, of course, be covering. The Count Fleet next week at Oaklawn is a win and you're in for the True North. And so if you win that race, and the horse to beat in there is going to be Booth. I'm looking briefly through the PPs. There's nobody to keep up with Booth early, and I think Booth maybe in the True North after that weekend. And I don't know if you know, but there's a pretty good horse running in the 11th race at Oaklawn on Saturday. Where's my ring?
Ooh, against the horse of the year, Torpedo Anna. Huge return for Where's My Ring. Coming back. Last year's Gazelle winner where she broke her maiden.
I'm going to predict
103 buyer.
Where's My Ring is going to come closer than the 40 and a quarter combined lengths that she's lost to her the 2 times they met. It's a bold statement, but I'm sticking to it.
I think Torpedo Anna has a serious challenger on her hands.
If Where's My Ring can run as effectively as she did last time out, it's, a lot more competition, but if she can, and it's not like that race came from absolutely nowhere, and I think things just went bad for her last year. I love the fact that there's a bit of a challenge.
Yeah.
We love Torpedo Anna, and she's amazing, and she really is. Nothing else to say about her, but you want to see a little bit of challenge. You don't want to go out every time and think she's 1-9, she can't lose. You want her races, which they've been in a lot of cases, to say she didn't just win, she really achieved something, which I think happened in most of her races.
This race, still the favorite outside that big drop down in class. The 12, Handsome Herb. Christian Torres moving to the Greg Compton barn. There you see in the background with that green cap. Torres, start number 8, by far the easiest this 4-year-old's ever had. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
A Ficht, second to last, Handsome Herb to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning for all the runners in the race. From the inside, Gypsy Mischief sent for speed and grabs the lead along with Getty's Revenge. Gypsy Mischief, 3/4 of a length ahead of Getty's Revenge, who runs in second. Gypsy Mischief quick, strides 2 clear now of Getty's Revenge in second. Great day for Vino outside of him. Handsome Herb running in fourth, 4 lengths off the pace. There's a gap of 3 lengths back to a Fixed, along with Lucky Destiny approaching the turn. Skibbity Riz all alone in the third last position, 2 clear of Safe Bet and Bad Boy for Life as they sail into the far turn. Gypsy Mischief, 3 furlongs to go, a length in front of Handsome Herb, who's making up some ground, and these two now hook up with 5/16 to go, and they streak 4 lengths clear of Getty's Revenge in third. Great Day for Vino is next. Skippity Riz taking the 5th position, but he's well behind the top 2 at the top of the lane. Gypsy Mischief getting tired after setting a quick pace, and Handsome Herb kicks away from him. Handsome Herb by 4, by 5, and there are absolutely no dangers in sight. Handsome Herb is going to win in a romp, and I'll tell you this might be the biggest, or one of them anyway, the biggest margin of victory here at Oaklawn this meet. Handsome Herb in a paid workout and won by 12-13. Safe Bet was second. Bad Boy for Life third. Great Day for Vino fourth.
Yes. Well,
Handsome Herb, this is a $12,000 maiden claiming race, and this horse just dusted this field. Pretty decent time for the level.
No argument for me. He was best. I think Matt may have been cutting it a little bit short at 12 lengths. I'm going to take the over on 14.5 lengths in here. I was a little worried. I didn't bet on the one, who I thought was interesting, and this horse went by him like he was standing still. But I still think, no, I can't even tell. Is it 7 seconds? I can't even tell.
Long, way back, to your runner-up. Wonder if someone dipped in for 12,500.
It wasn't me. He was as far back as Houston was with 30 seconds to go in last night's game. Second horse.
Tough beat. Woo. Couldn't score a bucket down the stretch. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We were just talking about her, the reigning horse of the year. We're going to see her next weekend on our air. Grade 1 Apple Blossom for Torpedo Anna. And she may have, yes, a serious rival in last year's Gazelle winner, but she is the story. She came back awfully good in the Azeri. Can she keep things rolling on Saturday?
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Who will cross that line first in next weekend's Grade 1? Apple Blossom. I think most feel it's going to be the reigning horse of the year. Torpedo Anna back in action off that return in her 4-year-old debut in the Azeri, where she did what was needed. She may have a little bit tougher test on Saturday.
Right. I mean, there's 3 of the 7 horses. The 1, the 2, and the 4 are completely and totally overmatched. So the question is there anybody else in there? Well, Free Like a Girl is one of the cooler horses in racing, but she's not likely to beat Torpedo Anna. Wild About Hillary was scratched the gate in the Azeri last time out. She's a cool horse as well, but not likely to beat her. So Where's My Ring is the one real competitor against her, but you better have your running shoes on when you want to take on Torpedo Anna, because she's not just good. It's the way she wins. She wins by just basically just destroying the spirit of those that run against her. You think about Just FYI. When she took her on in the Acorn, she didn't run again last year, and she came back. It's like she just broke her spirit. I mean, she just buries good horses.
And the Azeri, let's look at it for what it was. That was an absolute just tune-up, come back as a 4-year-old.
It was a public workout.
Yes.
It was a public, I am a great believer in speed figures, but you have to look at some of them a little differently than others. And she got a 95 buyer, and it's like, who cares what she figures she got? That doesn't mean that she still has to prove in a competitive situation she still has the same sort of killer instinct she had last year. But we saw nothing to suggest that she doesn't.
Think we're going to see the gloves come off a little bit, Maggie, for this second start and this Grade 1 test for Torpedo Anna in the Apple Blossom.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Greg. Not only because I love Torpedo Anna, but I do want to see a little bit more of a race, as you guys were mentioning, than what we saw in the Azeri. It was a little bit of a diluted field, and she got to do her thing and waltz around on the front end. And the thing is, though, is Kenny McPeak, her trainer, has said as well, she's definitely taken that big step forward mentally. You know, you think back to the fantasy when I loved her that day, but I got really worried because she was so wound up and washed out, and she can kind of continue to be that way throughout the year. But I noticed none of that when watching her before the Azeri, and two, in her training. She doesn't seem quite as aggressive. She just seems forwardly happy. And I think that's a sign of maturity and just a sign of a horse that is thriving at the moment. So watching her train on Arkansas Derby Day, it was truly a treat for all of us, for everyone there in attendance, and I hope everyone's back this coming Saturday to watch her in the Apple Blossom.
She is a star in this sport. She's going to bring out the fans. She's going to bring out eyeballs to our show, watching on Saturday. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And we certainly hope that, things go well. We expect to see her in the Phipps in Saratoga on Belmont Stakes weekend, and it's going to be pretty exciting. She's a pretty cool horse, and we're sending the, I don't want to say they're the A-team, Greg, I don't want to, but they're pretty good.
Good group.
What should we call them, like A-, B+?
They know Hot Springs better than anyone, but I'm glad they didn't put their mugs up and they put up the true star of the show.
I couldn't agree more. It's about the horses. It's never about us.
No offense. But yeah, looking forward to seeing Torpedo Anna. But no, that crew's going to do a terrific job, as they always do. Join us next Saturday. It's going to be sensational. Horse of the Year back in action, Torpedo Anna. You do not want to miss it. It is appointment television. We're going to take a timeout. We got the late pick 5 coming up next here from New York. We're approaching the 12-minute mark to post. That is the one to beat. Kendrick Carmouche aboard Endowed, teaming up with Rob Atras again. Can this one pick up his second career win? Stay with us.
This is my Oaklawn.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, getting set for the Late Pick 5 coming up here from South Ozone Park, New York. This mile and an eighth race, $16,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price for horses who only have one win on the resume. So the record's not particularly great here, especially with this one. Sorry to pick on this horse, but 1 for 47 coming in.
You know, for me, when I see a 1 for 47 horse, I just can't get excited enough about that horse.
Overdue angle.
Yeah, the old overdue angle. And I picked this horse, and Maggie and I did the handicapping show before the race. And after I picked him, she goes, "It's not really like you to pick a horse that's 1 for 47." And I thought, yeah, I'm proud to say it's not like me to pick a 1 for 47. My feeling is it's a tricky situation. This horse was claimed away from a low percentage barn. Claiming horse from low percentage barns is tricky. Having said that, this horse is coming out of, first of all, was wide against a good rail last time. Number 2, you look at the horses out of that race. Tamakanu won, came back to win the winner. Second horse won, proving 12 buyer points. Third horse proving 8 buyer points. I think that's a race that's better than it looks. And if you're getting a 1 for 47 home, this might be the right field to try to do it. I think Endowed is the horse to beat the 7. I have no idea why the 4 is bet in this race. There were 2 Wayne Potts horses, both of whom were tough to make on yesterday's cards. It took a crazy amount of money. One of them ran a distant 4th, the other one nowhere. I don't know. You'd think they'd be out of money by now. So I'm going to bet on the number 3 Golden Purchase in here and hope he's 2 for 48.
Well, I think Endowed probably going to be favored.
He's the horse to
by post time 2 to 1 right now from the outside post. With more on Endowed, let's go to JK.
Yeah, guys, I mean, look, I was going to pick the 4, but then when, like to Andy's point, the amount of money this horse is taking, I actually thought the 4 could drift up from the 3 to 1 more in line. The fact this horse is taking as much money as he is, I'd much prefer the 7. I just thought the 7 was going to take a lot more money than that one. The 7 Endowed, who's drawn towards the outside. One of the things you'll see with these horses that are 1 for 16, 1 for 15, a lot of times what I'll do is if there's a change, a significant change, the clock kind of restarts for me. It kind of resets. So while this horse is 1 for 16, he is having his second opportunity in the Rob Atras barn. So while he was disappointing for Hennig and Joe Sharp and Christophe Clement, and all 3 of those can train, it is a change of scenery, so there is an opportunity for Endowed to continue to improve. And look, it's not as if in all of his performances he's been a heavy favorite and been losing, right? He was 5 to 1 last time, 8 to 1, 6 to 1, 4 to 1, 9 to 1. So he's never really been in a position where he's actually disappointing. He's just probably been running a little bit above his head, and now in this spot with the trainer change, I'm just hoping that Endowed will run a little bit better. And the one thing that you'd like to think is that this outside draw should help, because I don't want to get a horse like this stopped. I want him to try to grind his way around there to try to get his picture taken for the second time in his 17 race career after this one.
See what happens. Look, form, not the strongest of really anyone in this group, and that's the nature of this non-winners at 2 life condition, but Endowed certainly looks like he deserves to be the one to beat, and now has become the favorite.
Yeah, I imagine he's going to be favored, and he should be. And keep in mind with the scratches, he has post 5 in this mile and eighth race where they hit the turn very quickly. I have nothing against him. He's a very logical horse. Now, to counter something that Jonathan said about him not losing at short prices, well, he's got 4 short price races earlier on his PPs that he didn't get the job done with a couple of distant seconds. So he is a horse at 1 for 16, and I know I picked a 1 for 47, but this one's going to be a much shorter price. And this is a horse that has failed with very opportune moments quite frequently in his career.
We start our post-break with Solo Empire, Lane Luzzy for Jamie Begg.
I think this horse is a little dangerous because he could be the main speed.
It just missed 2 at a mile and an eighth. 2 starts. Back, here's the one Andy likes, Golden Purchase.
And I think he should be stalking stalking the 2 here.
Ruben Silvera aboard. D-Day Sky, Dylan Davis.
I don't understand all the money for this horse. I honestly don't. And I'm not trying to be tough, but the Wayne Potts barn is 7 for 109 here this year. That was before yesterday, and it's 7 for more now. It's a barn that gets bet, and they're not delivering.
Brown name, Don't Stop. He has quite a bit.
I think he'll run better today, but he's had his chances. He couldn't beat Solo Empire 2 races back, though he was a bit against the track.
And here is Endowed. Again, Rob Atras, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, he's the horse to beat. I mean,
second off a long layoff,
too.
too.
Yeah, he's second off a layoff. He ran well last time. He's got plenty of back figures to beat
the horse
these.
to beat, isn't he?
I think he's supposed to be 4 to 5 in this race.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think he probably will be.
Pick 5 again. Starts right here. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at number 7 in here, Endowed, getting a nice little warm-up there on this wet track. And Endowed's a funny horse because he's true to that tonalist physical frame, and that a lot of them are what we call roach-backed. And it's kind of when, not kind of, but it is when their back doesn't, it's hard to describe. It's like their spine is kind of inverted in a way, and it looks as though their hindquarters just go straight into their withers, for lack of a better way to put it. But it's something that runs with the line of tonalist because he was a roachback himself. So looking at Endowed, he always, because of that, confirmation kind of fault, he always looks really heavy, and he is kind of a heavy horse. But now that he's second off of that trainer change and second off of that race, I think he is where he needs to be. And the fact that we saw him kind of jump back into some of his better form first time for Rob, I think just makes him infinitely dangerous. And 2, getting back out to a 1 1/8. I know the last time he ran this distance, he was very disappointing, but then there was the layoff. So obviously maybe an issue arising out of that race, but I do think he is a horse that can be competitive around this 2-turn configuration. Another horse that is very competitive around this 2-turn configuration is number 6, Brown Don't Stop. I mean, I use that term very lightly. But his 1 1/8 races are better than his mile races, and he looks great here for Juan Bernardini. Look at the way he's warming up. He's moving nicely out there. He looks sensational in the paddock. If anything, if I was blindly picking horses on appearances, I would land on Brown Don't Stop. And like I said, I just like him getting back out to this 2-turn distance. I don't know if he's necessarily a win candidate, but I would definitely use him because I know Solo Empire finished in front of him, but everybody taking number 4 in here, D-Day Sky, when they last met, Brown Don't Stop finished well in front of him. So that's some food for thought. Now, Andy, I do wish you the best when it comes to number 3, Golden Purchase. I'd love to see you get the win with him. He comes out of a live race, as you were saying, but I cannot endorse this horse from the physical standpoint. You know, as we often talk about claiming from lower profile, low win percentage outfits, you think would be a good thing and moving into a higher percentage barn, but it often just doesn't work out. And this guy, he just looks very dull in his coat. I wish he carried a bit more conditioning as well. We'll see. Does he end up 1 for 48 or 2 for 48, Greg?
I have news for you, Maggie. He doesn't look that great from a PP standpoint either.
Yeah, the 1 for 47 does not inspire much in the way of confidence, does it? But yeah, even more so with that negative report physically from Maggie. 6 did look very good warming up, as Maggie pointed out. 7 to 1 on Brown Don't Stop, but Endowed just looks like it could be very tough. It can improve off that. That was what, 9 months away coming back?
Yes. No, I don't. I don't understand what the argument would be against Endowed. He ran for the waiver last time, lost to horse 6 Kings, who didn't run particularly well yesterday, but he didn't really embarrass himself. His figures in general leading in the race were a little bit on the light side, 62, 64, and then he runs a 74. So I have some questions about it, but he's the horse to be. The other thing is, I agree with Maggie. Brown Don't Stop is better going a little bit longer. I have no idea why D-Day Sky is getting bet in this race. I do agree if you start going back in his form, you can find some races. Oh, well, he's a late scratch, so that destroys everything.
4 coming out, yeah, as you see on our screen there, D-Day Sky. So take out the mount of Dylan Davis for Wayne Potts. No D-Day Sky. There's Dylan back to the jocks room with this late change.
Well, that takes all the value out of this race for me, because I thought he was a horse that was a good bet against, and he was the 2 to 1 second choice, and now he's scratched. So I think I'll cancel my bet.
All right, so there's the horse headed back to the barn.
Jeez.
And even money now with that scratch on Endowed. And, you know, looking ahead to the rest of this pick 5, I I thought, what did you think in the Haynesfield? I thought Bank Frenzy is almost impossible to beat.
Well, I don't want to say that. I mean, I picked him, and I think he's much the worst to beat. But, you know, he's got a couple horses outside of him that are pretty good. It's not like the horse right outside him, Gentle Banker, isn't good. And I thought that Radio Red's last race was very good. I don't know if he's really a miler. So while I think the one is way the worst to beat, and I picked him, I'm interested to see if Radio Red can duplicate that performance. Last time out, though, going a mile today. And this is that was 6 or 6.5. So, but he's way the worst to beat. Rudy Rodriguez has done some job with him since he was bought by LSU. Rudy is really, I don't think it should be underappreciated what a good job Rudy's done with this horse.
4 wins, 2 runners-up, 2 runner-ups, and that's it. He's done very little wrong.
Beat Open Company and the Stymie last time out. You know, it's no, he's been absolutely terrific. I salute him. I thought it was a crazy buy. They paid a lot of money for it. I thought it was lunacy, and turned out I was wrong. It wasn't lunacy. He's done very, very well for them.
So that's to come in our feature today. That is the Haynesfield Race 9. 1-turn mile, 4-year-olds and up. We look forward to that. And there are some good names in there. It's not, obviously not just him. I think he's going to be incredibly hard to beat. His form, he's raging in form.
Yeah, no, I'm not against him, but I think I'm also interested to see what Winstock runs. He's probably a horse that needs a race, and he doesn't have any real conditions to run at. The New York bred that Linda Rice got for the Baffert barn. But I'm sort of interested to see if he can run, because at one time, he beat a pretty good horse, I believe, in his 3rd start. Who finished second to him in that LaSalle Derby?
He beat Stronghold.
He won the Santa Anita Derby. I think he was second in the Malibu. So
in the LaSalle Derby.
I'm interested to see if this horse can run well for Linda. I think he'll probably need a race, and I believe Linda even said that. And it's a tough spot. You got to start somewhere. But I'm interested to see if he can be competitive.
Golden Purchase, being advised, Andy Serling picked him.
Yes. And he's not happy about it.
And moves down to 3-1. 1-2 favorite now. This 7-horse outside Endowed.
All these owners that complain you don't pick my horses. Why would you want me to? Even if I'm going good, I'm lucky to pick 1 out of 4 winners or something. And that means I'm picking 3 out of 4 losers. First of all, it's never personal, despite what they may think. And second of all, who cares? They don't run faster or slower because I pick them or don't. There are a lot of horses I don't like that win.
There's the big favorite. There's Kendrick Carmouche, Mr. 4000, set for the late pick 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Solo Empire right out to the front is going to flash early speed, and Golden Purchase tries to go with this early leader. The 2 at the back will be Brown Don't Stop and Endowed. As they work into that turn, they're well off the rail early as Solo Empire and Lane Leslie, they'll carve out the fractions, and here's pressure towards the outside. Golden Purchase tries to move in closer as a stalking presence from second. Brown Don't Stop is tucked in at the rail as a challenging third. Endowed is not going to let the leaders get away, as at the back of the field is out in the clear as they work to the backstretch, 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Solo Empire is going to try and take them all the way. Solo Empire is up by 3/4 of a length. Golden Purchase, Ruben Silvera in pursuit here, now within a half length of the leader. Brown Don't Stop has lost some ground, as Endowed is ready to challenge for the 3rd position, still patiently ridden in the center of the racetrack as they work up the backstretch and chase. Solo Empire, 47.91 for a half-mile time. Solo Empire is the leader. Golden Purchase hasn't gone anywhere, is right there still stalking and ready to pounce on this leader as they work into the far turn. Brown Don't Stop has reclaimed the 3rd position, and Endowed is trying to get going from the back, is losing ground to the leader so far. Solo Empire still there. Golden Purchase with every shot to run by this leader. Brown Don't Stop is all in here from 3rd, is just grinding away here. Endowed still trying to make up ground, is not cutting into the margin. The top 2 are head and head as they reach the top of the stretch with a quarter mile left to go, and Solo Empire's got more. Solo Empire trying to shrug off the challenge of Golden Purchase, who is resilient towards the outside, just keeps chasing this leader. Can Golden Purchase wear down Solo Empire? Solo Empire still there. Solo Empire still up by a half length. Will not let Golden Purchase pass. Solo Empire, Golden Purchase, Solo Empire will take them all the way. Solo Empire wins it over Golden Purchase. Brown Don't Stop and Endowed in 1 minute 51.40 seconds.
Solo Empire, Lane Luzzy for Jamie Begg, and an upset to start the late pick 5 at 4-1, beating a 1-2 who was nowhere in here.
Well, he was the lone speed in this race. And keep in mind, if you have these horses in your pick 5s, any of them multis, you're getting a much bigger price because all the money from the 4 went to the number 7. And the multi races, you get the favorite, so you've lost with the 4. And 1-2 around the racetrack. My 3 ran well. He does not want to win, and it got in the way. But I saved. I used him in the exacta with the 2 and 7 because the 2 was the clear speed. So I'm not crying. And the 3 had every chance to win. He doesn't want to go by. I mean, this is right. Isn't the 3 like the poster child for why he's 1 for 47? Because he ran very well today. He just does not want to win. And it looked like he had him. Then it looked like the 2 asserted himself. And then, there's that point where the 2 sort of like, now he's going to get him. Nah, you don't want to go by.
4, 3, 6, and the 1-2 favorite endowed. The 7 running 4th in this spot. He never was a threat.
No, he was
at
awful.
any point.
Absolutely awful.
Solo Empire. Last time at 1 1/8, 2 starts ago, just missed by a nose after leading gate 2 just before the wire. Today he's able to finish the deal. So good for him. 2 wins now, 16 starts for Jamie Begg. Again with Lane Luzzy. And that one headed to a new barn, we're told.
Solo Empire claimed. I would not have called that one accurately.
Back to Hot Springs. Race 7, start of their late pick 5. 4-year-olds and up who have never won a race, or never won 3, or have not won a race since June 5th of last year as we take a look at Euclid Avenue. We're in Hot Springs?
Yeah, I don't quite understand why Subway stops on the A train are running in Hot Springs. I'm a little thrown by that myself, Greg.
JT's Imagination as Walter De La Cruz aboard.
Sorry, I'm getting my act together. I thought the inside 3 were a little overmatched. So is the public.
Yeah, Deflator 18-1.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see any of these horses being fast enough. The Deflator could be the speed.
Yeah, could be forward. Here's the 4 sitting on Go David Jacobson.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in this race he's one of the contenders in here, but he's just got no speed at all.
Continuing to drop and face easier, too. Here's Hello Hot Rod. Michael Hewitt trains.
I thought this horse was interesting, but stretch out numbers from a sprint to a route? This trainer's 1 for 58 over the last 5 years. How's that for a stat?
Candy for Carmel. It's Greg Compton.
This is a very live horse, in my opinion, off the claim for Greg Compton at 6-1. I think this is a good price.
JVB, start 2 back, Horseshoe Indy, not bad.
Big layoff and drop down, always a concern, but obviously a contender.
Blinkers coming up, Mighty Message, who could be forward.
Yeah, but just doesn't look good enough. Should be chasing somewhere.
Patch O'Brien, Tammy Hornsby trains.
Just not fast enough to compete off the recent form.
Logical Myth, Keith Asmussen for Dad.
I'm not sure what to do with this horse because he ends up stumbling and losing the rider on the drop down last time. So you'd like to know, can he still run because his prior races weren't good? I'm not a big fan.
Usually gets out bad too.
Yeah,
it's a problem.
I'm not a big fan. The horse I would bet on is the number 7. I think the 7, Candy for Carmel, is at least playable at a price off the claim.
All right, see what happens here coming up. Favorite is the 4 right now. It's David Jacobson sitting on Go. And this is the softest level this 7-year-old has been at really ever. And you don't have to go that far back, really. 3, 4 starts back. He has some huge races.
Yes, I agree. But the problem is those were going back a few races. His 2 recent races are not very good. And listen, he's obviously can win this race. I don't get this barn that right, but I'm not taking 2-1 on them. Like I said, I bet a couple dollars on the number 7, Candy for Carmel. I don't have a strong opinion here.
So 2-1 sitting on Go, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Can I just say something? Their track is good, and it looks in amazing shape. They got over 6 inches of rain yesterday. Yeah. So tip of the hat to the crew down at Oaklawn that got this track. I mean, I'm sure they had it sealed very tight, but come on. I mean, didn't you expect it was going to be a sea of mud today?
Yeah, it's terrific work.
So let's give a little bit of credit to the people who work down at Oaklawn and the job they've done in getting this track in this kind of shape after the kind of weather they've had. Remarkable.
Just had a huge weekend, of course, Arkansas Derby Day, and another big one coming up, which we're going to have live coverage again. We talked a little bit about it. Torpedo Inn and that Apple Blossom.
And the Oaklawn Handicap the following week as well. That'll be a fun one coming up. So, the meet is winding down, but there's still a few big races coming up.
Here we go, loading up for this 7th. Starts this pick 5. Again, the 4-year favorite. Some Rainbow Miss included in the sequence here, which 3-year-old filly's not a ton of form in there. I guess Caliente Star, maybe she's a dreamer, going to take most of the money in that race. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's the 7th.
Go. Post position 4, Patch O'Brien coming up. Hello, Hot Rod. Second to last, one back, Logical Myth. Folks, we'll see how Logical Myth breaks from the gate today. Drawn outside. We're ready to go. And they're off. Mighty Message on the lead with Euclid Avenue. Hello, Hot Rod's there as well. These 3 contest the early pace. Patch O'Brien easing right off of them is caught 4 wide going into the turn. Is 4th with Deflator as they corner. The gray JVB is running in midfield. He's a length and a half clear of Logical Myth, who's 4th last early. Then Candy for Carmel sitting on go, and the trailer is JT's Imagination. They approach the backstretch run. 2 runners spar on the front end here. Hello, Hot Rod outside of Euclid Avenue. And they clear off by about 2 here. Deflator on a snug hold running in 3rd. He's a length and a half in front of Mighty Message, a similar margin to Patch O'Brien. Then JVB to the inside on the fence, getting closer, joining Patch O'Brien with a half mile to go. Gap of 2 to Logical Myth, who's following the move of JVB. Another 2.5 to Sitting on Go. Candy for Carmel still at the rear as they go into the far turn run. Euclid Avenue half length in front. Hello Hot Rod attempts to get a breather. He's second pressing from the outside now, and he now engages Euclid Avenue once again, and they're 2 clear of Deflator. JVB has come under a hard ride down on the inside and is being joined now on the outside by Mighty Message, who's trying to kick it in here. Then comes Logical Myth, 4 lengths behind, trying to get going as they come to the top of the lane. Euclid Avenue putting away Hello Hot Rod. Deflator cuts the corner, still in with a shot down on the inside. Mighty Message right behind. Euclid Avenue with a furlong to go is in front, drifting to the center of the course. Deflator's second. Mighty Message is next coming on here, but Euclid Avenue keeps going. Euclid Avenue, Amanda Poston to win it. Deflator was second, 3rd Mighty Message, and then JT's Imagination, who checked in 4th.
Euclid Avenue, 3 for 20 now, lifetime. Goes off at 8-1, gets the job done here.
I think that the handicapping method to have this horse is you always bet horses named after stops on the A train. Because other than that,
not much to go on.
I have absolutely no idea how this horse just won. I mean, seriously. Wow.
Yeah.
He's apparently very good the day after a track gets at least 5 inches of rain. It's a handicapping angle it's really an underused handicapping angle, and I'm going to have to add it to my trick bag.
10-pound apprentice, Amanda Poston aboard for the victory here on Euclid Avenue. This is debuting a new list, Andy's Derby Top 10 after what was a big weekend on the road to that first Saturday in May. We'll see the new list when we come back. Stick around.
They're off at the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife.
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We're underway in the late pick 5, both at Oaklawn and here in New York at Aqueduct, where Solo Empire able to lead on the front end and hold off Golden Purchase, who was 1 for 47 lifetime coming in. Made it close, but just could not get by this pace setter.
Yeah.
$10.60.
Yeah, with the heavy favorite running fourth in a 4-horse field. They just ran around the track together, and frankly, it never looked like anybody was making a real run at them at any point in the race.
Race 7, start of the pick 4. Coming up next, 6 furlong sprint, $15,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price. 4-year-olds and up in this field. Current favorite, Charging Arrow. That should change.
This is an interesting race, actually, coming up. I think there's a lot of players in here. One thing I'll say about Charging Arrow, these Cantermachi horses have been running extremely well, especially off the claim lately.
Yeah. Jake Rocks, the 6th major contender. I thought Blake B ran very good last time out.
He did. It was a softer field, but he ran very well off the claim.
Want to play Name That Derby Prep winner?
Well, I'm 0 for the last 2, so I better get. You've told me, you've already humiliated me because you said that I'm going to be incredibly embarrassed if I don't get this one.
Yeah, if Andy does not get this one, there needs to be some form of punishment. So, just looking at the record.
Well, I mean, at this point I want to say it's Curlin, but it's not.
Won the San Felipe, Santa Anita Derby before 5th in the Kentucky Derby. And then reeled off 4 straight Grade 1 wins.
Which obviously means that he was...
don't give it away just yet.
Won the
Champion 3-year-old. Horse of the year.
One bad race was the Kentucky... Oh, it's Point Given.
There you go.
Did not win the Breeders' Cup.
Well
he actually took a brutal beat as a 2-year-old to AP Valentine in the by Rick Pitino.
Huge win in the Belmont, just dominated.
Champagne. Lost to Macho Uno, I believe, in the Breeders' Cup. Yes.
Gary Stevens?
He was quite a horse. I know that Gary took a lot of heat, I thought unfairly, for his ride in the Derby. Just, the reason it's hard to win the Triple Crown is things have to go, you're not allowed to stumble.
But he's that kind of caliber horse that...
Oh, no, I'm not saying he would have been an undeserving Triple Crown winner. We've seen... No, he was a monstrous talent. He lost to AP Valentine in the Champagne at Belmont, and then I believe he was second by a nose, dirty nose. He ran great. And then I think he lost to Macho Uno, I think, in the Breeders' Cup up at Woodbine. Would that be 2000? No, then I'm wrong. Churchill he lost, but he lost by a nose, right? Yeah, was it Macho Uno did beat him? Okay, I got it wrong.
What a horse.
Yeah,
but it shows you how difficult it is for it all to come together in a Triple Crown, because that was a Triple Crown talent type of horse.
Oh, no, he was a very good horse. He won the Travers, and unfortunately his last start, he was retired after the Travers. They mentioned the 4 Grade 1s he won were the Preakness, the Belmont Stakes, the Haskell, and the Travers. Good horse. Very good horse.
What a quartet of races to put together. Wow. Santa Anita Derby. Pretty good one from journalism. Didn't get as high a number last time out, but he had some things to overcome in here.
Yeah, before this, he actually sort of got shuffled back into that position. And once he gets clear and they rev up that motor, he can really run. But Baeza gave him all he could handle. Now, Baeza had a cleaner trip. There's some people that said Baeza moved too soon. I don't agree with that at all. Was he supposed to wait for journalism? He came after Citizen Bull. He put that one away. He's a very lightly raced horse for a very good trainer in John Sheriffs. There's just too much horse coming out his outside, but it was an excellent effort by both of them, easily putting distance on the others. And journalism is the right Derby favorite. Now, how short he's going to be, you know, I mean, American Pharoah is 5-2. He'll be in the 5-2, 3-1 range, somewhere in there. But I'm whether or not you keep in mind, I'm not picking him for. I'm not making a Derby pick a month out from the race. But I don't know the argument that he shouldn't be considered the horse to beat at this
Deserves
point.
to be the favorite. I don't know if there's no argument against it. I don't even think, no matter what happens in the Bluegrass.
No, none. And you know what? Good for Michael McCarthy. Thrilled for him. An excellent trainer. Obviously did a great job of City of Light. Worked for Todd Pletcher for many years, but we're past that, you know, I mean, right. And this is the kind of horse. I mean, he's gotten some publicities he deserved for Rombauer, City of Light, but go the Derby favorite, then you get a real amount of publicity, and if you win it, even more, and rightfully so. He's a darn good trainer. I'm glad to see him doing so well, and I'm glad for California, too. You know, they have had some tough times. I think that this rule of reducing the points for small fields, all they're doing is penalizing California, and I think it's a mistake. I think it's unfair, because there are, as we know, 7, 8, 9-horse fields that have been running some preps, where 3 of them have absolutely no chance, and they're fillers. Yeah. And it just feels like a rule that, frankly, has a little bit of an undertone of Bob Baffert in California. It's not a right rule. Yeah. These horses should get the full points.
This horse, by the way, undefeated at a mile or beyond, and has reeled off now 4 in a row.
He's just a powerful horse. He's got the speed to be close enough if they get away from him. I don't know what his Achilles heel is. I am a huge fan right now of journalism. I've got Sovereignty second. I still believe he can take that step forward a distance. I put Rodriguez third. Call me a little bit of a homer, but he finally ran a fast race when he was able to control in the front end. He's got triple-digit buyers the last 2 times going long, controlling the front ends. Sandman and Tapan Street, 4th and 5th and 4th, whatever. Baeza's right in there. He's lightly raced, but I think he's dangerous. I was very impressed with Grande. I actually considered putting him 4th, but I thought I'd look like way too much of a homer. But he's a horse that really interests me up his wood. Tistastic and Chunk of Gold, I think that they're both kind of horses that get a piece of this Derby, close from behind. And I'm going to leave my friend Chad Brown's Cancer McPatrick in. He tells me he's training well. He thinks he'll run well. And the changes to this will come, the only changes at this point, to see what happens in the Bluegrass. Does somebody else move up, or do they all move down?
Dwayne Lucas does have a contender running into Lexington, whose name escapes me, but we'll look it up.
Scratched the other day?
No. We'll get that
American
name.
Promise?
Might be.
Well, I don't think he's in my diary top 10.
Okay.
Sorry,
so you
Wayne.
may need to update.
It's good for Wayne.
Wait and see what happens.
Updating after Lexington?
Yeah.
Well, Wayne did go Lexington Derby once. Pretty good horse.
Won the first 2 legs.
I was
the Triple
there.
Crown, yeah.
I was there.
Charismatic.
I had an eventful trip home, which someday I'll tell.
I don't want to hear this.
I think you have heard it.
7th at Aqueduct. Pick 4 time as we take a look at JJ's Joker, Wayne Potts, Dylan Davis. And this one a slight drop down in class from last start.
Not taking as much money as some of the other Wayne Potts horses in this race. I picked him 5th. I'm more towards the outside. I really like the 5, Mr. JT. Who has been against the track in both races since he was claimed. And so Bruce Levine's dropping him down. I'm not disappointed in the efforts he's put in. I think he's just been victimized by the racetrack in those races. I like him. I'm going to use him with Charging Arrow. And I also am afraid that Excellent Timing could get loose in here, and I don't want to completely dismiss him. He blew the brake last time, which is why he ran as badly as he did, but there is some question of how competitive he is anymore.
He's quick, blinkers back on. With Ruben Silveira, you would think he will be forward in here. No Blake B, though, for you?
No, I don't like him. I don't know what to do with his trainer off the claim. He's doesn't have great numbers generally off the claim in dirt sprints. He's 0 for 1 at Naira. I feel like his last race a bit of an aberration against cheaper horses, but his last race was good, and if he runs back to it, I'm going to lose.
7-2 right now from the inside post. We hear the call to post behind us. And we're going to see Blake B to kick things off here in a moment. Romero Mirage, Robert Johnston Barn off the claim, claiming off of Rudy Rodriguez here.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, he did run well last time, but I want to see him do it against a tougher group of horses he's faced recently.
Here's Wayne Potts Barn with Dylan Davis, JJ's Joker.
Yeah, I mean, I just think he's dropping, so maybe that'll help him, but I just don't love his recent efforts.
Dad's Good Runner has Heman Harkey aboard.
He's a long shot in this race. He just doesn't seem fast enough to beat these. That's a big price.
Well behind Charging Arrow when they met 3 starts ago for Dad's Good Runner, the 6-year-old. Here's Majestic Tiger, biggest price on the board.
Similar as a long shot that just doesn't look contentious here.
And steadily moving down the class ladder, Mr. JT.
Yeah, I think he's got excuses in his races, and I like his chances today.
Pretty tough 25 claiming race, too. He comes out of Dots Dollar, Amundsen, Tetsu.
Yep.
Here's Jake Rocks.
Jake Rocks has to get out of the gate. And I think he's meeting some tougher horses than he's met, but he's obviously been in good form.
Here's the favorite, Charging Arrow, Ilkay Kantramachi barn.
I'm not going to go against how well these horses have been running for him, and he's got plenty of races that make him contentious.
And the speedy, excellent timing. Didn't make the lead last start, but blinkers on today. You got to think they're going to go.
Yeah, from an outside post, it's unlikely he gets left again, and while his form is a little bit questionable, he could be dangerous on the front end. He's fast.
4 minutes away from the start of this pick 4. Back with us downstairs. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
And we'll start off with the number 7 Charging Arrow. As Andy mentioned, I think you have to pay attention to how well the barn is doing, especially with horses off the claim. And also, just often for this barn, the horses come over really looking the part. And that is very much the case with this one in here. It just couldn't get past Charging Arrow from a physical perspective the way that he is turned out coming into this spot. He's getting a big aggressive warm up from Luis Rivera Jr., who took him right away from the pony. Great in his coat, great in his weight. He's one that in the past has had different types of equipment, as he does have the tendency to lean in and out a little bit. He's worn an extension blinker in the past. He's worn different types of bits for that. Today he's outfitted with the Houghton bit to give his rider a little bit more control. Just interesting to see along the way that all different trainers have different types of tactics to keep this horse in a straight line. Now, the number 5, Mr. JT, who I know Andy has interest in, this is a horse that sometimes just really starts to drop his weight with frequent racing. That's not the case now. He's doing really well with Bruce Levine, carrying good weight and condition for his standards. He's one that I thought chasing 3 wide throughout last time out and really just kind of protected in that race, drops down to this level at which I think he fits quite nicely. And like I said, I was very pleased to see the way that he's been carrying his condition at this time of the year versus what I have seen from him in the past. Now, the number 8, Excellent Timing. Yes, he has speed, does get blinkers on, just a shortcut cheater blinker. He's a horse that physically I can never warm to. Never looks that great in his coat. He's got some old skin disease on his neck as well, but that's just typical of him. So it's a bit hard to endorse him from a physical perspective, but again, that's just how he normally is. Ruben Silveira has opted to warm him up with the pony. Typically, he is a horse that is pretty high energy. You see him kind of just giving pats on the track and trying to settle him nicely and keep him under wraps before they get out to the track. And I would imagine the early speed is Ruben really rode him hard last time out and just was outfooted against some tougher company. Should try to use that speed to his advantage in here. I know that Blake B ran well last time out, but I felt that these outside 3 horses did make the most sense, just putting on paper along with what I see from the physical perspective, Greg.
7s for JK and Acacia. 5 for Andy, Mr. JT.
I like being out on an island. I've been on one my whole life. Why would I want to change now? I don't have a problem with the 7, except his price. I think this is a very short price in what's a very contentious race. I don't have any problem with him, and the way that horses have been running off the claim for Ilkay Kantramachi, I think you'd be a fool to ignore that. But I think that there are others that have value that are bigger and better prices.
Now, with more on this 5-2 favorite, let's go to JK.
Yeah, if you look at this horse's pace figures, it's one of those types where you look back through the races. It's been running at 7 furlongs, 6.5. There's a 6 mixed in there. I much prefer this horse at 6. And there is a race 2 back where the horse ran at 6 furlongs, and it ran pretty well, I thought. You know, it got stuck kind of on the inside. And this is a situation where now this horse is going to be in the clear. The last 3 starts was just down on the rail every time. Now gets to get out into the clear a little bit here, and I think that's going to help quite a bit. And I agree with Andy. I'm not crazy about the price. I was hoping with so many horses floating around 9-2, 3-1, 9-2, that there could be some movement in there that could get me to the better side of this 5-2, back to that 3-1 area. But when the other horses that I'm considering, right, like the 6, Jake Rocks, are right there a half a point away in terms of odds, just give me the horse that I believe is going to win. I think sometimes we get so caught up in price and quote value that there's this default that I'm supposed to pick the 6 because he's a quote better price. But he might be a bigger price on the board, but I don't believe that in the chances between the 7 and the 6 winning, that the 3-1 gives me a much better valued play. I'm going to stick with the 7 at 5-2, who I think is the most likely winner of this race, and I'm not going to chase that half a point to a horse that I don't think is as likely as a 7.
Jake Rocks, the 6, 9-year-old, trying to get his 9th win. 3 runner-up finishes from 4 starts to start 2025.
Well, I would pay a lot of attention to how he gets out of the gate, because
he's become the favorite right now.
That 2 times in a row has failed to get out of the gate, and that's a real problem. And it's also just the whole idea of it doesn't thrill me. Listen, I think he can win this race, but he's the one of the. I think the outside 4 are the main contenders here. The public basically agrees. He's the one I like the least.
Late shift in the odds. Jake Rocks, the 6, does become 5-2 top choice. As we wait for the load here, Blake B, Romero Mirage about to step in. There's the 7, who JK likes, Charging Arrow. And let's see how aggressive Ruben Silvera is outside on the 8. Looks like the speed of this field. 5-1 on Excellent Timing from the outside post. Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the start of the pick 4 on the Sunday card from Aqueduct.
2 out. Majestic Tiger. Excellent Timing to the outside. Excellent Timing. Going in. All set. And they're off. Excellent Timing right out to the front, far outside is going to clear off. It's Excellent Timing with the early speed. Dad's Good Runner trying to keep up. Same can be said for Jake Rocks, is in the early mix too. Center of the racetrack is Charging Arrows, a challenging 4th, with in behind them a lineup of 3. At the rail, there comes JJ's Joker, has now secured 5th, and in between horses, tight spot there for Majestic Tigers in 6th. Out wider, trying to run on, is Mr. JT, the trailer, Blake B. They work into the far turn and unopposed. Excellent Timing, 22.20 for the opening quarter mile. Dad's Good Runner in full pursuit does a lone 2nd. JJ's Joker is trying to make up some ground, is tightly at the rail. Majestic Tiger is bottled up in between horses. Charging Arrow has got a wide run, is in 3rd. Also trying to run on there is Mr. JT. Dropping back was Jake Rocks, the trailer, Blake B. Excellent Timing is in hand, reaches the top of the stretch and now kicks away. Excellent Timing is trying to win it right now, is sprinting clear. Excellent Timing starts to come back to the field of touch as here comes Charging Arrow down the center of the racetrack is rolling. Excellent Timing starts to tire. Here's Charging Arrow to push on by. JJ's Joker down at the rail. Jake Rocks is not out of this, is trying to get back in it, but it's going to be Charging Arrow. It's got a comfortable cushion now. Charging Arrow gets the victory. Charging Arrow wins it tight there for 2nd. That's JJ's Joker towards the inside of Jake Rocks. Then flying on for 4th, that was Blake B. in 1 minute 10 and 4.
Charging Arrow with the win actually goes off 2nd choice in here at 3-1 as he comes and gets his pace setter.
Well, he is very fast, Excellent Timing, but he has always been a horse, even when in good form, he lacked the stamina to get it done, and he just folded in the middle of the stretch. No surprise, as we said, the 7 was off the claim for Cantermachi. Not exactly sure what happened to my horse. His rider, Eric Cancel, basically eased him in the middle of the stretch in this race, finishing last. And the 2, the long shot, not a long shot, but JJ's Joker got 2nd, narrowly appears over the number 6, who did break today, Jake Rocks, but then it just didn't have enough.
Charging Arrow been claimed 3 of his last 4 starts. We'll see if that was the case again here. It gets the W, though. 8th win in 34 career tries. First win this year for the 6-year-old by Will Take Charge.
Yeah, he was much the best in the Cantermachi barn off the claim. Keep an eye on him.
Luis Rivera Jr., Yeah, for Cantermachi. 3-1 winner here. Again, second choice. 7-2, 6-1. We're going to take a timeout. Manny Franco. Things didn't work out with Captain Cook, but they certainly did in the Grade 2 Carter on Crazy Mason, who came from another area code for this win. We'll show it to you when we come back.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50-60, 250-60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power. Passion, performance. 7th in the books. Charging Arrow, claimed yet again. Very popular in the claim box in his career. 8 for 34 lifetime. Ilkay Cantermachi gets a win with him, first off the claim, and then moves on to a new barn.
Yeah, no, happy to see OK win. This horse really ran.
Luis Rivera Jr. aboard for the victory. Pick 5 ending there. That was a healthy return. We move on to the 8th. 1-turn mile, allowance optional claiming field in this spot. Uncle Jim, that was a big performance. Last time out, now claimed with Linda Rice. That was for Brad Cox last start.
I'm foaming at the mouth to bet against him as the heavy favorite in this race. He's going to be under 2-1. I think this is a much tougher group. He rode a good rail last time out, and I'm going to beat him. I don't know who's going to beat him. I like Toga de Oro, but I think any of the outside 3 can win.
All right, to Hot Springs. Race 8, just a minute to post. And here's a look at Majestic Oops at 3-1. Francisco Arrieta, Dan Ward.
How is he the same price as Lemon Muffin? Well, Lemon Muffin hasn't been running particularly well for Wayne at all. She's going to be forward in a slowish pace. Lemon Muffin needs pace to be effective. I think it's nuts that she's the same price as Lemon Muffin. I mean, to me, the 1 and 3 are the two horses in here. I think the 4 is not totally impossible in this race. And maybe the 7 is a little bit interesting as well. Tough, okay. I don't think tough, but I think a player.
Got to prove it on a different kind of track, though.
I think the 1 and 3 are the 2 horses in this race.
Well, here's Key to Success. Kim Poole, Rocco Bowen. Perfect Shot is Steve Asmussen, son Eric. But those 2 somewhat better efforts, on muddy and sloppy tracks.
Well, I mean, those were sealed tracks. There is moisture, obviously, in this track. They can't get it all out when you get over 6 inches of rain. You know what's interesting to me about the 3 and her pilot aside, this is her first time in the dirt last time, and she's got a pedigree, even though it's point of entry, but the dam side is all very dirt. And she really ran well. And you remember Bestseller? She was a horse I remember that I bet at a big price that won. And you were with me, and we both said, how did this horse not pay $9? And she paid like $29.
Oh, I do remember that.
This is the horse that she really had to work to get by. She is okay. And, the 1 ran into Where's My Ring last time. I don't get the appeal of Lemon Muffin.
I don't either.
That's my biggest problem.
Well,
I'll get her in the winner's circle.
Yeah. Let's get JK's opinion here on this 8th coming up.
Yeah, look, it's a wide open race. We saw in the previous board as well, right? You got a 5-2 horse, a 4-1, a 7-2, a 3-1, all floating on that area. I'm interested in the 4 here, Under the Palms, a horse that last time ran at a stake, so was not on Lasix, got back onto Lasix, and if you look at the Lasix run 2 back on this racetrack with some moisture in it, this horse ran a lifetime best race that day off of a little bit of a break. So I'm thinking that Under the Palms has an opportunity to take another step forward. She's going to need a little bit of pace to close into, but at Oaklawn it doesn't typically happen where if there's if there's some horses in here with some early speed that they're not going to at least keep it honest up front. But I'm looking for Under the Palms to run back to that race 2 back where she had Lasix off the layoff to take another step forward, 3rd start off the layoff, getting those Lasix back.
That's Ken McPeak. Thank you, JK, with Under the Palms. The 4 has Manny Esquivel in the irons, and she's been coming out of some tough company, although Majestic Goop's way ahead of her last time out. She's got 6 1/4 lengths to make up on that one.
I think China's horse is a contender. I think his points are very well taken in there. I just prefer the 1 and 3, and I think the 3 is a value play at 6-1. You seem to like the 7.
I do.
All right.
We're all over the place in this
That's
race.
okay, but none of us like Lemon Muffin.
No, we don't.
Nothing against Wayne.
Winner of the Honeybee. Back on the road to the Oaks.
I don't like her lack of speed.
Year.
That's what bothers me the most.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's the 8th from Oaklawn.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Lemon Muffin got squeezed at the break and drops to the back of the field here. She makes a point on the lead with Honor Cat. These 2 square off. Majestic Oops setting up shop right behind them in 3rd. Perfect Shot on the outside going into the 1st turn. Key to Success is next. Under the Palms as 1 runner beat early. That's Lemon Muffin the gray. Around the clubhouse turn they go. Honor Cat takes control of things, carves out the fractions, 3 parts of a length ahead. Now make it about a half length. On She Makes a Point on Restraint now pressing from the outside. Perfect Shot, Majestic Oops, they're side by side. They're a length and a half better than Key to Success. Then Under the Palms, Lemon Muffin joins her at the back. 7 fillies and mares separated by just 5 lengths down the backstretch run. Honor Cat, Christian Torres, the meets leading rider currently, has the lead a half length from She Makes a Point, and Fernando Hara still pressing on the outside. A length and a half to Majestic Oops. She's clearly 3rd. A half length to Perfect Shot. Another 2 more to Key to Success and Lemon Muffin there together. And Under the Palms drops to the back. She has to pass them all, and about 3 furlongs, has 6 lengths to make up, streaking into the turn. Honor Cat, half length in front still. She Makes a Point has come under a little bit of pressure now in the 2nd position. Majestic Oops waiting on the rail. She's got horse. Majestic Oops just has to find a way out of behind horses here. She's got to find a way out of traffic. She's trying to get outside. Perfect Shot's trying to pin her in, but Majestic Oops finds the seam, and here she comes. Majestic Oops taking over the lead. Honor Cat gives way as dropped anchor. Lemon Muffin trying to come on here, but it's now Majestic Oops who spurts away to a 3-length lead. Lemon Muffin 2nd with She Makes a Point, and then Perfect Shot coming to the line, though. Majestic Oops sailing away. Majestic Oops victorious by 3. Lemon Muffin out finishing She Makes a Point for the 2nd spot, and Perfect Shot was 4th.
Majestic Oops, Francisco Arrieta. She just missed in a stake here back on February 23rd, a couple starts ago. picks up win number 5 in her career.
And she did go down as 9-5 favoritism at post time, and she should have been the favorite, and she won like she should have been a shorter price. That's what happens when you keep knocking Lemon Muffin. Beat me out of my 1-3 exacta in here. Nobody else ran a step in here.
1-5-3-7, who was never a contender in this spot. Majestic Oops with the victory. Dwayne Lucas just ran second here.
Majestic Oops coming off a big loss to Where's My Ring. Plot thickens.
Brown Barn looks like, yeah, indeed, they have their Oaks horse. Ballerina Doro. He thought she was going to be tough. He was right. We'll tell you what's next. Stay with us.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
It's Mandaloun, and Mandaloun wins.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at our Sunday coverage, you're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Not just that big Derby prep on Saturday here in New York. We had a prep for the Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. Grade 3 Gazelle, Ballerina Doro. That short price warranted.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, to be honest, I don't know. I mean, early on, the New York bred gave her everything she could handle, and, you know, she had some issues changing leads and sort of lugging in and whatever. She got a very good ride by Dylan. While she got a good trip, the one thing I would say, and she got a 79 Beyer, she is going to have to get faster to compete with any number of the top horses in the Kentucky Oaks. The one thing I would say, if you want to be optimistic, is because of the nature of this race with a very slow pace, Dylan really had to ride her early to get that position, and she may be a horse that's more comfortable settling back and making one run. It does not appear as though there is a lack of speed in the Kentucky Oaks, so maybe she gets a faster pace. And it's also only her second start this year, but make no mistake, as much as I want to see her do well in the Kentucky Oaks, she's going to have to get faster to beat the top horses.
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
But as you said, she'll maybe get to do it much more of a way that makes her more comfortable running. She had to be a lot closer yesterday, but she got the job done by a nose over early on.
And I think you have to be careful, because horses running against sort of the dynamics of their race and the way they want to run, they are compromised. But listen, Quiet Side, Good Cheer, 5G, these are good horses.
Simply Joking, I think major player.
Yeah, no, she was terrific. And, you know, we'll see what happens in the Ashland, which will be run tomorrow at Keeneland as well. I think Ken McPeak is going to win, however.
You come out of that West Coast prep and really sort of downgrade Tenma?
Oh, you have to. I mean, she's gotten, I think, an 83 and a 90 Beyer in her prior two starts for Bob Baffert that make you think she could be a real player. And then she runs that 75 Beyer yesterday. And for people who are saying, you know, for the people who don't understand speed figures and therefore decide they want to criticize them, She ran a mile and a 16th in 1:46. The Santa Anita Derby went in 1:49 and 2 3/5. That's a 16th of a mile longer, which takes 6.5 to 7 seconds to compete. So the Santa Anita Derby, and we know they're better horses, but they ran 3 to 3.5 seconds faster basically in a relative time. It was a slow race that Tenma ran, and no speed figure maker is going to have that race anything but slow. Can she run better? I suppose, but I don't know. She doesn't feel like a player at this point.
For Bob Baffert, she's 5 for 6 in her career, but yeah, that was
disappointing.
Don't expect that as the final tune-up heading into the big one in the Kentucky Oaks, and feel real confident about it. Interesting. There's a lot of good storyline. I think Simply Joking just so lightly raced. How good she ran off the bench.
She was
against
terrific.
Quiet Side.
She's run 3 times, and every single time she's run well. But I agree. I thought it was a real acid test last time in the Fantasy, and she passed it despite not winning.
8th at Aqueduct. There's Uncle Jim. Linda Rice just claimed this one away from Brad Cox off an impressive performance last time. That was sprinting. 6.5 furlongs. Going to go a mile today. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, what do we get from Uncle Jim today? He's certainly a wild card, as it seems that Linda Rice and Brad Cox lately have enjoyed claiming off one another as Linda picks this one up. And it's interesting, I'm looking at this horse for the first time. I know Maggie Wolfendale feels that he's a better sprinter, and if you look at the races that he's run so far, his form would certainly back that up. However, he's quite big and imposing in the way that he's put together. Physically, he is built like he should be able to handle the mile distance. And last time out, he was not the quickest from the gate, breaking from the rail, but was hustled up to the inside. And while he did pull away the best in that spot, Manny Franco really kept him to task and kept reminding him, like, hey, buddy, we have to see this out to the wire. Very good looking individual as he comes in. He's handled himself very professionally, been very relaxed here in the paddock. So if I was just looking at him with fresh eyes off of his straight physicality and his demeanor, I would have no problem with the stretch out in distance. However, just what we've seen so far through his races, I do wonder if maybe he is just a bit better going a little shorter. But I'll keep an eye on him out on the track, and we'll see if his demeanor changes when it comes to be game time. Now that we're stretching out, but for the first time is the 5 Uncaged for trainer Todd Pletcher. And watching his last race at Gulfstream, he was off slow. Red Ortiz, who was aboard that day, was really trying to urge him to get into the race, and he was just totally out-footed. To my eye, he ran like the type of horse who would appreciate more distance, one that just maybe is not the quickest early on and takes a little bit more time to get his stride going. He's not the biggest, but he is by Curlin. Certainly pedigree saying that he will appreciate a bit more ground, and sometimes there are a little bit smaller, shorter couple types of Curlin offspring, and he does get blinkers on for the first time. Just a short cup coming in. He's very laid back here as well. Certainly one that leads me to believe, given the way that he ran last time out, getting a little bit more ground to work with should help him, but he does need to step forward, as he was a short price favorite that day. To be fair, the winner of that race, Rolando, wired the field and did come back to win a stake at Gulfstream with a 90 Beyer speed figure, so maybe he just faced a decent field in his last effort, Greg.
And I love the 2 sprint stretch out to a mile. Yeah, that pedigree-wise, you would think more ground would be better. We'll find out. Let's take a look back to the debut for Uncaged at Saratoga.
I agree, obviously. I mean, he's a Curlin, so he is supposed to be able to get better with distance, a pioneer of the Nile Dam, so there's plenty of pedigree. The problem is he stunk last time. He was 3 to 5 in a 5-horse field at Gulfstream, and he stunk. So that matters. Now, I know he handled a wet track at Breaking his maiden, but I don't think you're supposed to say he's strictly a wet track horse, you know? And I think he's a major player. Don't get me wrong, I picked him second, but I don't think you can just ignore, and I'm not saying that Acacia was by any stretch of the imagination, but ignore how badly he ran last time at Gulfstream Park, where Todd's horse ran well. Maybe he needed a race. He should do well stretching out. I'm not going to give up on him yet, but he needs to run at least well today, doesn't he? Because his last race was concerning.
No question. It was. We'll see if more ground helps. Blinkers go on as well, maybe to try and get involved in the game a little bit earlier on. Outside of him, here's tracking error. Chad Brown, Manny Franco, Klarovich, 5-2 coming off a maiden win, going a mile and an eighth last start, so we'll cut back in distance slightly.
If you like him, your argument for him is he's getting better, he's improving, he draws well towards the outside, he can be in a stalking spot. Each figure's gotten better than the one before it. My problem is he rode a good rail last time. And in my opinion, this performance is completely dressed up by the racetrack. So I actually don't think he really ran necessarily better than the time before. Now, having said that, I'm not sure his effort in the time before doesn't make him at least a player in this race. But I want to see him do it again because I believe his performance last time was very much bias-aided.
Manny Franco will be back aboard today. We saw Manny receiving that hardware for being the meet leader.
Well earned.
During the winter meet.
Well earned. Fabulous rider.
As you see the prices from Majestic Hoops, that victory at Oaklawn, $5.80 for the win in that eighth. And we'll get to the pick 4 next in Hot Springs as we get a look here at Tracking Error, son of Good Magic for Chad Brown. So Uncle Jim, outside of facing horses who won Kentucky Derby preps, he's undefeated.
Yes, a very good point. Well, I don't, yes. I don't know if he's flattered by Captain Cook's race last time and Cyclone State's race in the UAE Derby. I don't love horses claimed away from Brad Cox, even by Linda Rice. He rode a gold rail. I mean, it's the same, really. To me, it's the same argument against the 6. The only other thing I'd say about the 6 was at least he ran a faster figure in his second to last start to make him a contender. But I think his performance is very dressed up by being down on the inside last time, and I don't really like him here. He wins, I lose.
Comes our post parade in those Spendthrift Farm colors on the mount. Chad Brown and a maiden winner last start.
It's interesting. This race was brought back from when we canceled last Sunday. I heard it was a little noisy out here, and Tracking Error was out of the field, but On the Mount was in there. We've seen Chad Brown's horses improve coming up from Florida. Having said that, he better improve.
That was his dirt debut, and he won it. Here's Uncle Jim, 9-5.
Well, you've heard my song and dance with him, but he did run well last time.
Should be in front, right?
He should be. His rider, not always aggressive, but when he's aggressive, he's good.
Georgia Magic for Ray Handel.
I think he's going to be very forwardly placed. I can't imagine he's going to get away. I mean, if the 2 doesn't get an aggressive ride, he's going to go to the front.
Togadoro, Rick Dutrow Jr. barn coming off a maiden win.
I like this horse. Second horse last time, improved 5 points in his next start. I think he's going to improve with distance. I like the number 4, Togadoro.
Here is Uncaged, that debut winner at Saratoga last summer in the mud.
Put up or shut up. Blinkers on. Is that a good sign, a bad sign? I don't know. But he's got to run better than last time. But his first race was good.
And the maiden winner last out at a mile and an eighth for Chad Brown, Tracking Error.
The same issue I have with the 2, a horse that comes off of an inside speed, inside track last time and took advantage of it. I want to see if he can do it in a more fair circumstance.
So Linda Rice claiming Uncle Jim away from Brad Cox last time out, and that was off a win as well. And now stretching out to a mile. What do you think, JK, with Uncle Jim?
Yeah, I mean, look, I was between the 2 and the 4, and while I completely agree with a majority of Andy's points on the 4, Toga de Oro, it's one of those deals of we kind of talked about in the previous race. It's the value that I find in this race. I think Uncle Jim is going to win this race a percentage of times that puts him as a fair number at 2-1, and or fair enough number at 2-1 versus what I feel about the 4. If you look at their pace figures, you look at their last 2 races, what Uncle Jim and Toga de Oro did, their final numbers weren't too far off. But I felt like the way that Uncle Jim did it gave me a little bit more confidence in him here. And I have no questions about the stretch out. I mean, the fact that Brad debuted this horse going 7 furlongs, I think stamina has never been a question. And then there was a couple of races they entered for a mile and a 16th. That scratch came back in a mile. This horse has run well enough going a little bit longer. I'm not too concerned about the stretch out. And Linda does well with those types of situations. I just think Uncle Jim's in a position to control this race. And while I certainly would not talk anyone off of the 4, if I was playing some sort of a multi-race wager, I'd like to have the 2 kind of pressed up and have some saver tickets with the 4. I'm going to go with the 2, Uncle Jim, on top.
I'm going to be curious to see who's in front because the pace projector and the pace figures do suggest the 2 should be in front. I completely agree with Jonathan. I see Georgia Magic, though, as a horse that has a lot of speed and has a rider in Christopher Elliott who is a good aggressive rider. When he's aggressive, he's good. And I wonder a little bit, if you're Ray Handel, I think you look at this race and you say, I ain't winning this race from behind. If I want to win it, I want to try to do it in the front end. So I'm going to be interested to see how much speed this 3. I don't really like the 3, but I wonder if he's going to have something to say about the pace.
Meanwhile, tracking error, part of a pair for Chad Brown. He's inside, he's outside. Let's go back to Acacia for more.
And Greg will pick up with the 6 tracking error to the outside, as this is a horse, I don't know what it is about him. He just does not grab your attention in the paddock. I felt that way about him 2 starts back when I saw him in January, felt that way about him today. However, this afternoon, he looked so much better once he got out on the track. And as far as the pace is concerned, as Andy was talking about, there were a lot of big warm-ups. In fact, everybody broke away from the pony with the exception of the 3, Georgia Magic, who in the past has been a late scratch when acting up on the track and dropping the rider. So I think they're just trying to keep him settled. But everybody else had a big warm-up away from the pony, stretching their legs out on the track. And so I do think that the pace will be interesting. Now, obviously, tracking error was able to slow things down on the front end, and it was a similar kind of thing as I talked about with Uncle Jim, where Manny Franco was aboard that day on tracking error as well, kept him to task in the stretch, and he ended up kind of flipping back to his left lead. I think he got a little bit bored almost in the stretch, losing some focus. He did frame up nicely on track, and I do physically much prefer him of the 2 Chad Brown runners, as I think On the Mount took a big advantage of a speed track last time out at Tampa. So we'll see what tracking error can do. Maybe he is just one that's moving in the right direction. The 4 Toga Doro, though, I totally agree with Andy and JK that this is a horse that is a major player, and he's brought along slowly as far as being able to go the 6.5, then the 7 furlongs, now the mile today. He is a very big horse. I do think that distance is certainly going to be his friend. Noticing last time out, he was pretty antsy in the gate early on, and then in the stretch kind of idling until he had company and then re-engaged with another horse coming alongside him. He's one that they had to finish saddling outside, a little bit tricky getting the tack on. I think mentally he's maturing as well. Also a sign of a horse that's going to continue to improve race by race, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post time here coming up. Minute away from this 8th. I really thought one of the most interesting stories on this entire card was what is Uncle Jim going to be able to do here, stretching back out off the claim.
Okay. I mean, it's funny. It's, you know, I often miss certain things because I have a way of looking at races.
Not that I love them. I just
I know, and
yeah,
I'm interested too. And I've gotten some conversation with Ray Handel, who texted me and said we do plan to be aggressive here. So it'll be interesting to see if the 3. Now I don't know. I'm not saying that 2 can't win on the front end, but I have a feeling he's going to have some issues. And Ray was just texting me saying he was listening, and he said we do plan to be aggressive here.
Well, Uncle Jim won from well off the pace in the debut at Keeneland. And we'll see if Eric Cancel does have to adjust here.
And I'm also really interested to see what the 5 does, because I don't want to get in the muddy track thing. And listen, it's a problem. If the 5 runs well, he may say, well, is he good in the dirt or right track? Is he in the muddy track? Forgetting about that. This horse ran an 84 Beyer in his debut at Saratoga, Curlin going 6 furlongs. The suggestion that he's a bad horse is ridiculous. There's a real chance he's a good horse. Supposed to get better with distance, supposed blah, 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 blah. I'm just curious what he does, because he was 3 to 5 last time and didn't lift a hoof for Todd Pletcher. That's concerning, but you can't, sort of say his career's over because he ran badly once.
Off a 7-month layoff, by the way, yeah. So give him certainly, and a pedigree, too, that says he probably wants more ground.
Yeah, and what about the 6? How legit was his last race? I like Togadoro. 4 to 1's good for me, but this is a fun race. I mean, this is a quality race. Some of these horses are pretty good.
And don't forget, there's the other Chad Brown on the rails being dismissed his only dirt start in career start number 2. He won on the front end at Tampa. We'll see what he does here first time against Winners.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan's going to come out running, but he's not fast enough, I don't think, to be overly forward, I should say.
Interesting 8th here for 3-year-olds going a 1-turn mile. Chris Griffin with the call.
On the Mount's gone in. Here's Uncle Jim. on the mount. Just hesitated briefly. Assistant starters now have on the mount in. Here's Uncle Jim. Eric Kensell aboard. Next will be Georgia Magic. Christopher Elliott. Big long shot. There's Togadoro. Jose Lezcano. Moving in. 2 out. Uncaged. Kendrick Carmouche. And tracking error. Manny Franco. Last to load to the outside. Here's tracking error. Steps in. All set. And they're off. Bobble at the break there for Uncaged, but did break with early speed. Now they're tightly bunched, and they're bunched up together. Drifting out a little bit was On the Mount. It's On the Mount who's in front and has the lead, is ahead in front of Georgia Magic, who applies the pressure. Tracking error. Center of the racetrack is now a shared third, is in between horses. Togadoro is going to take back now to 5th. Is moving forward as Uncle Jim. And Uncaged, with an eventful beginning, is now in the center of the racetrack, is the trailer, but is about 6 lengths off the leaders, 22-3 for the opening quarter mile, and it was pressured. It's Georgia Magic who presses on. At the rail, On the Mount, doesn't want to give up that position, comes right back and boxes on, and now puts a nose back in front of Georgia Magic. Just off of them is Uncle Jim, is watching the action from third in a perfect spot. Uncle Jim just stalking the 2 pace setters, waiting for the cue. Moving forward is tracking errors towards the inside now of Uncaged, who's unleashed, and Uncaged is rallying on in the far turn. The trailer, Togadoro. 45.34 for that half-mile time. The top 2 still go at it. Georgia Magic to the outside, On the Mount to the inside. Uncle Jim starts to progress, and Uncle Jim gets the cue, is not picking up the leaders right away. Tracking error is going to ride the rails. Uncaged is stalling just a touch up on the outside. They reach the top of the stretch. On the Mount is trying to shrug off the challenge of Georgia Magic, and the front 2 are tired, but can the closers catch him? Tracking error is tipping to the outside. Uncle Jim, Uncaged, continues the sustained rally from the back of the field. On the Mount is trying to gut it out for a final furlong, approaching a final 16th. Uncaged is running by. Uncaged is going to make a last to first move, and Uncaged will win it. Uncaged over On the Mount, tracking error, and Uncle Jim in 1 minute 37.30 seconds.
Uncaged, stretching out to a mile distance for the first time, and he might be much more the horse we saw in the debut than we did in start number 2.
No, he's clearly just a wet track horse, man. And that is the funny thing we talked about before the race, the conundrum. He got a very good pace to run at. And he's funny because it almost reminds me a little of his debut, where he seemed to be spinning his wheels a little bit. Even with the pace, I was wondering if and when he was going to kick in. And he really did kick in the stretch. And he got that good, clean run on the outside with Kendrick out in the clear. Tracking error, he wasn't going to win. He was going to finish second. Man, he was extremely unlucky. He saved ground, did so many things right. And he just got sort of shut off twice in the stretch, which cost him getting second. But having said that, isn't it possible the one ran the best race of anybody? I mean, the horse that he dueled with finished dead last, beaten about 12 lengths, and the 2 sat behind him, got absolutely nothing. Uncle Jim ran as I expected him to. This horse got it done today, but the surprise in here was On the Mount.
Yeah.
He's the one that sort of outran his odds. But if you're Uncaged Connections, obviously you're happy to see that you can put that race in Florida behind you. Now he's got to do it on a dry track.
5-1-6-2. Yeah, both wins coming on off surfaces, but look good this afternoon doing it. We'll honor a tremendous Grade 1 winning millionaire New York bred. When we come back, feature race up next. It is the Haynes Field for that 10-time winner. Stay with us.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York Sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Confidently handled, and Bank Frenzy dominates here in the Stymie.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And new for 2025, Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Thanks for spending part of your weekend with us here. Our Sunday coverage continues on America's Day at the Races back at Oaklawn, race 9. Minute to post in the 6 furlong sprint. $50,000 maiden claiming race coming up. We have 4 to 5 favorite Chris Hartman barn with this talented young rider, Tyler Bacon. He's lost the apprenticeship, and now things will get a little bit tougher as a journeyman. He's on Putting Eagle. We start with, here's the 3 Trojan Pride first-time starter.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say about a firster taking no money.
Tap Me a Song went by as well with a rail. Here's Tyler Bacon on the 4.
He's the horse to beat. I think he's an awfully short price for 2 horses that lost 2 straight races as the favorite.
Kim Poole, long shot specialist trainer with We Need a Favor.
Yeah, I mean, cuts back off the best figure she's ever run, so I guess he's not impossible.
Stablemate next door for Poole as well, Montana Cafe.
The problem is how badly this horse ran off the claim. The prior 2 races for Ron McQuett were actually pretty good.
Tiptoe Joe, 12 to 1, Christian Torres.
The race 2 back makes this horse a player, right? Why is this horse 12 to 1?
Way too big a price. Asleep at 8. New Gelding gets Lasix as well.
Yeah, I just didn't like this horse, but it is a New Gelding and comes off a bit of a layoff.
Steve Asmussen's son Eric aboard with the 8, the 9, lottery win 9 to 2.
This is the horse that I like in this race. I think he's very interesting coming in, dropping off a little bit of a layoff. He lost to Barnes last time, by the way, an innovator.
Asmussen again with his other son Keith there on lottery win. Tomcat Tuesday, outside post 5 to 1.
I'm not familiar with this rider. But I thought this horse was a little interesting off the claim, but I don't like horses. I can't root for horses claimed for my friend Norm Cassie. So I'm betting the 9.
74 buyer, 2 starts back.
Lottery win.
Against probably a little bit better. That was at a mile, though. This will be at 6 furlongs.
Yeah, and the trainer, for what it's worth, off the claim on the dirt, he's only 0 for 5 with maidens 0 for 4, but I don't know what it means.
So, wow, 4 to 5, Putting Eagle.
I guess. He's the horse to beat. I'm betting the 9 on the come. I have no problem with doing that, but I'm going to try to beat the 4 with the 9.
Let's go back to the one we're just a little perplexed at the huge number. 11 to 1 now. Tiptoe Joe, the 7.
Yeah, that seems a little surprising. Maybe Jonathan can enlighten us. We lost him?
Try and get him in a moment. We've lost his microphone. We'll try and get that sorted out. Meanwhile, lottery win, 1 of 2 for Steve Asmussen. They're right next door to each other in the starting gate. Brothers Eric and Keith on the 8 and 9. And it's the 9 who's taking the majority of the play in here. First time in for a claim. Was in back-to-back maiden special weights back as a 2-year-old. So we'll see with the drop in class if that can make a big difference. Faced Barnes last time out. So Speed King as well in the debut.
Right, he's met some pretty good
fields.
fields.
He's faced, major player here. We do have J.K. back. Thoughts here in the 9th?
Yeah, look, Tiptoe Joe does have a couple of races that the 7, who I think could put him in the mix. But I'm going to go with the 5 here. We Need a Favor. A horse that, if you look at his past performances, is getting better with every start. Now, he's not good enough yet, but if he takes another step forward like he has, he can definitely get his picture taken here.
See what happens. We Need a Favor, 10 to 1. Lottery win. Wow. Speed King Barnes had to deal with the first 2 starts of his career. Now the 3-year-old returning. It's a lot softer. Matt Dinnerman, the call with the 9th.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Good break from Putting Eagle. Lottery win on the scene as well on the front end. Tap Me a Song dashing forward on the inside. Montana Cafe aggressively ridden. They sort themselves out on the lead here. A narrow lead for Tap Me a Song. Putting Eagle pressing hard. And Montana Cafe, who's 3 deep, easing off of them. 1.5 lengths behind now. Lottery win. He's in the 4th position with stablemate Asleep at 8. Another 2 lengths to Tomcat Tuesday. 4 clear of We Need a Favor and Trojan Pride. That leaves Tiptoe Joe 2 trailing a strung out group. Putting Eagle at 4 to 5 takes it to him. Putting Eagle opening up 3. Tap Me a Song under some pressure. 2nd. Lottery win joins him. A joint 2nd rounding the turn. There's a gap of 3 lengths to Montana Cafe. Asleep at 8 slips inside of him, and then Tomcat Tuesday as they come to the top of the lane. Putting Eagle a 4-length lead coming off the turn now. Tap Me a Song attempts to re-rally. Lottery win on the grandstand side, still 3rd. Furlong to go. Putting Eagle Eagle in the blue blinkers, still comfortably clear. A 4-length lead with a 16th to go. Lottery Win, he's trying hard in second. Putting Eagle coming to the finish in front, and it's a hat trick for the Chris Hartman barn. Putting Eagle scores. Lottery Wins second. Photo for the Shodo. Tap me a song and we need a favor.
Putting Eagle the favorite with Tyler Bacon for Chris Hartman. Odds on at 4-5 for the win.
He just cruised here, much the best in this race. I thought Keith was a little bit patient. Maybe it was his inner Pat Day. The 2 Pat Day references this weekend. But as it turned out, he wasn't beating this horse. He was second best.
Lottery Win, winding up second there, Keith Asmussen with the big drop in class in start number 3. But there's no doubt about a win performance from Putting Eagle. 7th time able to break his maiden, the son of Volatile. Breaks through back here in New York. Uncaged with the win, but there's a couple of horses in here to keep your eyes on next time out.
Yeah, no, I thought this was a nice performance. I'm kidding about the wet track, dry track thing, but I think that if you're the Connections, you're saying, okay, we want to get a dry track next time. We want to see him run this kind of race. He also got a nice pace to close into, but it's nice to see him get back after such a disappointing effort. On the mount, really improved.
Feature on this Sunday card from New York, the Haynesfield, named after the millionaire Grade 1 winning New York bred. $125,000 purse, 4-year-olds and up, and Bank Frenzy. What a roll he's been on. He's reeled off 3 straight. But let's go back to who this race is named after. Pretty good one here for Steve Asmussen.
Well, it's also interesting. He was the only horse in that year to beat the horse of the year, Blame. I know that some people foolishly voted for Zenyatta over him, but clearly when you beat Zenyatta in the Breeders' Cup Classic the way he did, you're obviously deserving horse of the year. And he beat Blame in this race, and nobody else was able to do that all year. He was a pretty cool horse. Ramon Dominguez rode him as well.
Yes,
Any
he
Ramon
did.
reference makes me happy.
10 for 19 lifetime, 1.3 million in earnings. And he was dominant, beat Blame by 4 lengths in this spot, 107 Beyer. The best race he probably ever ran. To defeat in the Cigar Mile, 111 Beyer, just missed against Jersey Town.
Yeah. Jersey Town, kind of a good, relatively under-the-radar horse. Barkley Tag, trained Jersey Town? I feel like he was a 50 horse. I'll look it up.
Haynesfield coming up. We're 16 minutes away from the start of this one. The story was Haynesfield.
It's a long weekend.
Okay. We're going to take a timeout.
Story always changes up here when you're with me.
I am such a fan of this horse. Crazy Mason, the way he does it. He comes from another city to win, and he did it against Graded Stakes Company yesterday. We'll take a look back next.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest Beyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 Beyer. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
Queen Maxima starts to extend that beautiful stride of hers, though, and it's lights out. None of the others will come close to Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Sunday coverage here on America's Day at the Races, and a look at the Carter winners of the Pat Vagoma would go on to win the Met Mile. We'll see what's in line for the winner from yesterday.
Been a lot
Crazy
of very
Mason.
good Carter winners. Gulch.
3 starts ago, he just won an entry-level allowance.
Same ride he really got last time, saving ground the whole way in the turn. He runs well inside, and he springs him on the outside. He got a pace to run at, too, which helped him. But it's a nice win, and beat a good horse. The horse who finished second here is a very good horse.
That's
for trainer
Quince
Ned
Brew,
Howard.
who, still ran very good in defeat.
Yeah. I thought he ran very well. I mean, it was a quick pace. Pace kind of fell apart, and thought he ran a good race. But he couldn't
horse
hold
is
off Crazy
relentless.
Mason. He's a cool horse. These kind of deep closers are just exciting. They're exciting horses, you know. A friend of mine compared him to Caleb's Posse, and I thought that was a very good analogy. Caleb's Posse a little faster, and he beat Uncle Mo, and you know, but he has that kind of running style coming from way back.
You always know he's going to be last early.
Yes, he
He's
is.
going to be off the screen probably
See,
early.
it's easy for a rider. You just know you're going to be sitting back at last, and you hope he produces the run. He's been good.
First time Manny Franco was aboard him, and this horse gets a Grade 2 victory. He's reeled off 3 wins in a row now, and it'll be fun to see if he can kind of keep things going. We thought talking, you know, he's such a fun story, just seeing what he'd done the last couple of starts. He thought he'd have to improve a lot against this group.
And he did improve. He did improve.
Yeah.
I mean, he improved his speed figures, and no, he showed he can run against the big boys and be competitive. And I think this was a strong running. I believe the second horse is a very, very good horse, and probably like to have a chance to try to turn the tables. I hope they both meet in the True North, where they may have to face Booth, who's going to be a very likely winner of the Count Fleet next week.
Yeah, we're going to see him coming
Speedy
up in that
Booth.
sprint out in Hot Springs we're looking forward to on Apple Blossom Day, which we will have live coverage of this coming Saturday with the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, back in action. What a weekend it's going to be. Our feature here on this Sunday card, the Haynesfield 4-year-olds and up. There is the story of the race. That is Bank Frenzy. 12 of his 15 career starts. He has been first or second, including 7 wins. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start there, as he is a very short price in this race, Greg, and rightfully so. He's been in tremendous form recently, trying to make it 4 in a row. Did win the Stymie last time out against Open Company, and off a bit of a layoff as well. It did seem that maybe he got a touch tired in the stretch. He does wear that extension blinker, which he's had on for most of his career, even for a time when with Lisa Lewis back towards the beginning of his racing career, outfitted with that fully right eye cover. Helpful for horses that have the tendency to drift, and we did see that a little bit from Bank Frenzy last time, but he was well clear of his competition. And it does seem that Manny Franco suits this horse quite well, kind of knowing where his quirks are. Even if you look back a couple races, 3 starts back, where he kept him wide, keeping him kind of out of the kickback, giving him a little bit of a clearer run. Last time out, timing things well. Certainly a horse that you would imagine should be stronger and fitter even today. Second off that bit of the freshening. He looks great. I have no problems with him as your favorite, and as you can see, he's a little bit spicy saddling and getting the tack on, but that is typical for Bank Frenzy. Now looking at a couple of other contenders in here, the 4 Radio Red is going to stretch out in distance. I'm A-okay with that. I know he's a little bit shorter coupled in his frame, but he's pretty big, and he's also carrying tremendous weight right now, coming in off the back of that win while sprinting against Open Company, where he was off the pace and closing. He has one going the 7 furlongs. I know his lone mile try was not a success, but I would imagine he should be more forwardly placed when stretching out in here. And from a horse that previously has maybe just lost the plot mentally before his races, he's come a really long way looking at him now as a 5-year-old, and just from a physical perspective, he is the most eye-catching here in the paddock. So I think intriguing, stretching out in distance and back against New York Breds. Speaking about against New York Breds, the 3 win stock, a $700,000 2-year-old purchase, will face New York Bred Company for the first time. He's running for the same ownership that had him recently out in California, just moving over to the Linda Rice barn. And reading quotes from Linda coming into this, she said they just really really felt that he needed some time off. He'd had a pretty rigorous campaign and consistent campaign as well, and coming back here, probably a good starting point for him moving forward. Now, I have not actually covered any of his races, but I do remember him vividly from the 2-year-old sale when he was sold, because he was a big, imposing physical and the best New York bred in that sale back then. He has filled into that frame a lot, but looking at him in the paddock, he's gotten pretty hot even when he first arrived, before they even got the tack on. Oftentimes, that can kind of hint to a horse that may need a race from a fitness perspective. I'm very curious to see what he's going to do here, as I do think getting back to the dirt is a good thing for him, and I like this mile, certainly, but maybe one that you'll want moving forward off of today's effort, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Post parade here coming up for our Sunday feature in this Haynes Field. And, Windstock, interesting. There's Mr. Swag is a new, he always walks with a swagger, but that's a new kind of swagger for a man who just got his 4,000th career win.
Be careful, Kendrick. You swagger too much at the racetrack, bad things happen. Start getting beat at 3-5.
He's earned it.
No, I kid. I'm thrilled for him, and good guy, and ran into him a little bit earlier. Glad to see it, and obviously a huge day for him yesterday. Just such a huge day, and it's a great accomplishment.
We'll get to his mount, Radio Red, who he's got to answer the question of a little extra distance today. Let's go to Bank Frenzy. Just a remarkably consistent horse who is very, very good right now. He's rolled off 3 consecutive wins, including back-to-back stakes, including a stake against Open Company last start.
No, he's in a race that produced a Breeders' Cup Classic winner just a few years ago, and so he got downgraded because that's what happens with the Graded Stakes Committee, apparently, in races in New York. A race that should be a graded stake. He should have a graded stake win. And it doesn't matter what he does. He's close to the pace. He's far off the pace, faster pace, slow pace. He just adapts circumstances. He handles a wet track. He's 4 for 4. It's way the horse to beat. But I do think General Banker and Radio Red are at least reasonable competition.
Public would disagree.
Yes, agree.
1-2 on Bank Frenzy. And there again, Kendrick. And those Silks of Reeve Thoroughbred racing on the 4 Radio Red. What do you think about him on the stretch out?
I don't know. Acacia's not worried about the distance. I was talking about it with Maggie. She did have some distance concerns when we were talking about it earlier. He's a big beast, but Big Beast was a sprinter. I thought his last race was very good, and he may be really improving.
1-2. Bank Frenzy trying to make it 4 straight.
I can't knock this horse. He's done nothing but run well every time he hits the racetrack, and he's way the horse to beat.
Trained by Rudy Rodriguez. What a job he's done. Here's General Banker. He comes off a victory for Jimmy Ferraro.
Yeah, and he got a terrific ride by Louis Rivera. He's another horse, just a very honest horse. This horse his consistency is remarkable, especially from a speed figure standpoint.
Former graded stakes winner, Windstock, used to be with Bob Baffert, now Linda Rice.
Be a graded stakes winner, running against Muth. This horse is interesting as a New York bred coming to New York where he should be running. Whether or not he's ready to take on this kind of field is another question entirely.
Radio Red, trying a mile distance for just the 2nd time in his career.
Yeah, he ran huge last time, and if he can stretch out and run that kind of race here, I think he is a real threat to the favorite.
Lock and Key. He wanted a mile 2 starts back.
He's a pace compromised horse. He needs there to be plenty of pace. I don't know how much speed you're going to see it here. And even in his best race, is he good enough? But he's still pretty good.
Cheek piece again you see on him there. Lock and Key. Lane Leslie rides. Just step on it. Wants to be forward.
He's got a lot of speed, but is he good enough to beat these? We'll find out.
4-time winner. He's 3 for 5 of the distance, but those coming at majority of them anyway at Parks. Sheriff Bianco, 7-1. Linda Rice, Ruben Silvera.
He finally got a job done. He's the thing that's cool about him is it's just like if you keep showing up the same performance, maybe you get in a race like last time where none of the favorites showed up and ran a step, and you get it done. You have to like his consistency. He's never wanted a mile, but he's hit the board 6 out of 8 times. He's a neat horse. I just don't think he's good enough here.
Now, what a job this man has done with the 2-5 favorite. Bank Frenzy now with Rudy Rodriguez. Let's go to Acacia.
And Rudy standing by here with me as Rudy Bank Frenzy has been in such good form. Can you talk a little bit about how he's come out of that last win in the Stymie as he is now second off a little bit of a break?
He come up very, very well. He's training very good, and he's acting out good, and he's everything. So that's right away a plus.
How nice is it to have a horse that's so consistent like he is in the barn?
It's very hard, and it's a bless when you have a horse like him. Just stay out of his way, and he show out every time,
He has been so good recently. He wears that extension blinker, which he's had most of his career on. Can you talk a little bit about, getting horses to settle, keep a straight course with that type of equipment? It's something you use fairly frequently.
We've been having a lot of success with that, so and we've been very lucky with that too. So when Lisa wrong him with that, I don't need to change anything. I like what she did when she won, and we just try to stay out of his way. Make him happy and he tries, every time he tries, every time he goes over there and put everything on, even when he don't break that good, he still try to find his way to fight, and we just very blessed to have him in the barn.
He always does try, indeed. Well, best of luck here.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Great.
What a job he's done with his horse, and what a horse Bank Frenzy has become. 7 wins, 5 runner-ups, and 15 starts. He has never been worse than second on this racetrack.
They paid a pretty penny for this then 4-year-old gelding last year, and I thought it was absolute lunacy. Well, it's turned out it wasn't, and he's really, he's won he's won 4 of 6 races for Rudy, and he's really just gotten better and better with every start. He's a neat horse, and I think 2 to 5 is a little short, but I picked him, and I'm not trying to beat him.
2 minutes to post in this Haynes field. Let's go to JK for more.
Yeah, look, everyone knows I love a 2 to 5 shot. But in all seriousness, I have no problem leaning on a 2 to 5 shot in a multi-race sequence. The problem is that the 2 to 5 shots I like to lean on make me feel warm and fuzzy, right? Where you can really talk a lot about everything that's going in the right direction, and I just don't see that. So for me, I'm going to land on the 4 Radio Red. I'm not cutting in line to try to beat Bank Frenzy. I just want to point out that I don't think Bank Frenzy deserves to be 2 to 5 in this spot. I understand the horse is on back-to-back wins, but Radio Red to me has a couple of numbers that aren't that far off. Now, the horse is going to have to improve. The horse is going to have to appreciate the added distance, which they've talked about prior to me coming on. So I'm just going to take the chance at 7 to 1. I feel like that makes a little bit of sense to hope this horse wants to go a little bit further. There's been some 7 furlong runs in here that make sense. If you can go 7, a rough 7, a tough 7, a hard-ridden 7, I feel confident you can get a 1-turn mile as well. So I'm going to try to beat the 1 Bank Frenzy in here at 2 to 5, and I'll go with the 4 Radio Red.
6 to 1. We'll see if he can answer the question of not only tackling a horse in incredible form right now, but getting a little extra distance as well.
He'd be my upsetter in here. I have no argument with that at all. I think he's a viable alternative. He's got to get the mile, but his last race was good. But he's got his hands full with Bank Frenzy. And General Banker's no bum either. He's a player in here.
He's not. Let's take a look at General Banker. Back on March the 8th, and a win with a 93 Beyer speed figure in the process.
His consistency is really remarkable. He has that one race on a sloppy sealed track 4 starts ago where he ran a 73 Beyer. Otherwise, he runs in the mid to high 80s to the low 90s every time he runs. And you have to give a lot of credit to his trainer, Jimmy Ferraro, for keeping him in that kind of condition. But he's like clockwork, this guy. He's run 10 straight races since the end of July last year, and every time he shows up, he puts in a good effort. How can you not love a horse like that?
5 to 1 right now. With more on General Banker, let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, I've got a lot of love for General Banker. I completely agree. He's so consistent in doing it in those open second-level allowance races, which are often pretty salty fields as well. But he's a horse that, as I kind of touched on back in the paddock with Radio Red, who mentally has come really far. General Banker has really come very far, too. He's a horse that used to get just so revved up, really tough saddling, be very, very sharp back in the paddock, and sometimes that would transfer into his races where he would maybe get a little little bit keen and leave himself with just a little bit more work to overcome. That's not the case. I mean, this horse looks the best perhaps I've ever seen him coming in for Jimmy Ferraro. Just beautiful in his coat and in his weight, so relaxed, so professional in here. The more I watched him warming up out on the track, the more I was impressed. And he is the one that's taking money into the teeth of that 1-2 favorite. Got to give love for the consistent General Banker, Greg.
He's looking for a 6th career win. Jimmy Ferraro, he's done a nice job with this horse as well. This is going to be a tough task for everybody in here with Bank Frenzy and the form he's in.
He runs his best race. They're in trouble here.
And he's run, well, we'll see. The numbers I look at, the last 4 times he's run that same number.
Yeah, I have no knock on him. I don't love picking short-priced horses, but I'm not picking against him. But I do think I'm interested to see if the 4 can build on his last race. That's what I want to see.
Haynesfield, our Sunday feature. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call. Bank Frenzy, the one to beat.
Just Step on It. Sheriff Bianco. Sheriff Bianco to the outside. Goes in. All set for the Haynesfield. And they're off. Breaking very well was General Banker in between horses. Towards the outside, Just Step on It. Has early speed too. Sheriff Bianco in the early mix and Radio Red in between horses. At the rail is Bank Frenzy, and Manny Franco will hold that position. Does have rail position as they're chasing Just Step on It. Just Step on It out of the chute is up by a half length. Bank Frenzy towards the inside is challenging for that early lead now. Radio Red is stalking just off of them, is in 3rd. Patiently ridden here under a snug hold out in the center of the racetrack, just loping along. Now trying to get out, actually. 24 seconds flat. Easy opening quarter. Bank Frenzy with the neck in front. Just Step on It back to 2nd. Radio Red now more controlled as they're in 3rd, is to the outside of General Banker in 4th. Sheriff Bianco's trying to keep up from 5th. There's Lock and Key with a wide run. The trailer, Winstock, can see them as they move towards 4 furlongs left to go. Bank Frenzy lets it out a notch, and Bank Frenzy is cut loose. Right to the outside as Radio Red is ready to pounce, and here comes Radio Red. Clear 2nd. General Banker's all in. Lock and Key with a wide run. Sheriff Bianco dropping back. Just Step on It. No move from Winstock. Gets Bank Frenzy. 47 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Still in hand. Bank Frenzy has a quarter mile left to go. We'll have to hold off Radio Red, who's in full pursuit, but Bank Frenzy looks to have plenty so far. Bank Frenzy is now opening up here, is up by 2.5 lengths, still chasing Radio Red. Also trying to rally on. Here comes a move from General Banker. Bank Frenzy hasn't put this away yet. Radio Red, General Banker's the main danger, looks like in between horses. Bank Frenzy's almost there. Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield. Bank Frenzy wins it over General Banker, Lock and Key, and Radio Red in 1:35 and 4.
Bank Frenzy just keeps on rolling. Manny Franco aggressive early in here and turned out to be the right move.
No, it was a great move by him. We were watching, and I was saying, geez, I'm surprised to see him in front. And they put up the 24 quarter, and Manny was well in hand with him. So it was the right move by him. I don't think he was that much aggressive. I think the horse just kind of dragged him there, and Manny didn't want to get in his way, which is what a good rider does. The number 4 horse, Radio Red, made that move, but as it turned out, he didn't finish in this race. He does not want to go a mile, but he's good. He wants less distance. General Banker ran his usual good race. It looked like he was dropping out on the turn, and he came back on and finished a good 2nd here, but nobody was beating this horse. You were right, Greg. He's just better than these horses.
1-2, 4 wins in a row now. 8 for 16 overall in his career. It's a neat horse.
Yeah, he really is. He is. You have to admire him, and it's a terrific buy. And Rudy's done a great job with him.
1, 2, 5, 4. General Banker, Lock and Key, Radio Red behind him. But Bank Frenzy, the story, and there's Rudy Rodriguez there in the background. Didn't get a look at him, but yeah, he's going to go 10 to Bank Frenzy. Just keeps on rolling. And this time, a lot more forward than usual. Slow pace early and smart move by Manny Franco. There's Rudy.
He should really has reason to celebrate. He's done a sensational job with this guy. I mean, he really has. What's he now, 5 of 7 with 2 seconds or something since he took over his training? 5 of 7 with 2 seconds. Congrats to him and the connections.
Bank Frenzy just too good here in the Haynesfield. He gets the win convincingly with Manny Franco for LSU Stables. Trainer Rudy Rodriguez, and he rolls along 4 in a row for this one.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, and we head to Hot Springs. The Rainbow Mist, 3-year-old fillies bred in Arkansas, traveling 6 furlongs, running for $150,000 here in this 10th on the card. And we start our post parade with Ministry's Destiny. Tyler Bacon rides.
First leg of the Rainbow Pick 3, with the 12th race being a rainbow for the boys. A maiden who did Little Lunning did break about 4 lengths slow last time, but I still didn't think the race was that good.
Plinko Chip, Manny Esquivel.
Did break the maiden by a nose 2 back, but was drowned by the favorite last time out.
Here is
or the
one
second
of only
choice, excuse me.
3 multiple winners in the field, Strong Like Sarah.
Problem is, it appears this horse is better on synthetic than dirt. This is, to me, this is the bet against in here at 9-5.
Very cosmopolitan, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Ron Moquette.
Comes off a maiden claiming win. These are Arkansas breds, but nonetheless.
Yeah, state bred maiden 20. It's a big step up for this one. Morally complex. There is the 6 with Christian Torres.
I love the name. I think it's a cool name, but I'm not betting a horse claimed out of that hot trainer this horse was claimed from, and he's got to improve here as well.
Caliente Star, deserving favorite off that last performance.
No question, 2 for 2, blowout wins, fast races, way the horse to beat.
Francisco Arrieta for Tammy Hornsby there. The 8, She's a Dreamer. Eric Asmussen aboard.
In my opinion, this is the second likeliest winner. Fast enough last time to compete here, and I think the figure's okay, and at least he did it in the dirt, unlike the 4.
And Millie Stardust on the outside for the Tim Dixon barn.
I don't have anything to say that would make this horse a contender. Just doesn't seem fast enough.
Yeah, some early speed against She's a Dreamer last start and then completely backed out of it. She's 41-1 from that outside post. Caliente Star, she comes in a perfect 2 for 2. She took a big move forward that second start. There's quite a bit to like.
No, I think she's way the horse to beat in this race. If you want to see the Achilles heel, is she lacks speed, and there is not an abundance of pace, but it probably puts her a little closer. If I was going to take a shot against her, it would be the number 8, She's a Dreamer. It would not be with the number 4, who I think is a bet against. So I'm going to play a little 7-8. What's 7-8? I was mad at myself for not having an exacta, which paid a crazy price in the last race. So I got to look at these exactas because I think 7-8. 8-7 is the way you want to go in here.
Well, Strong Like Sarah, there is the 4 there in the background in those blue and white silks.
These are the short numbers.
Alexandria Stables. Did break her maiden in Monmouth. That was on dirt, but slowish figure earned in that performance. But it was early on in the career, back as a 2-year-old. Has since added a second win on synthetic.
I don't like that this horse really improved on synthetic. And looking up that race, I don't really think that was a very good race. The horse broke her maiden in, so I'm against her. I am all about 7 and 8 in this race.
Still, how do you feel? I mean, 58 Beyer, second start of her career, back as a 2-year-old. She could have genuinely just moved forward, though, right?
Yes, but I'm not sure that was that good a race. I looked it up. The Fire figure does seem to make sense going back. I just kind of want to see it again.
Let's go to Jonathan for more on this Rainbow Miss. JK.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to go with the 4 Strong Like Sarah. It's one of those situations where you have to evaluate how a horse runs on a synthetic surface, right? The last 2 races at Gulfstream on synthetic, even the 2 races prior to that were on turf. But one thing that I do want to see is a horse who's doing well. And it seems like Strong Like Sarah is doing well. There is a little bit of a question mark about how well, if she can kind of carry on that form moving to the dirt. And that's the question that I'm trying to answer here at 2-1. But I do think that she's doing the best of all these horses in here, trending in the right direction. And I'm going to give her a shot in here with this dirt race. Look, she's an Arkansas bred. You find a dirt spot like this, you're going to try it. I don't care if you're a grass synthetic horse, doesn't make any difference. So it makes sense that she's here, and I'm going to give her a shot here at 2-1.
I think the question is, why did it wait so long to go to Oaklawn Park with an Archie bred? That's the better question.
Purses are tremendous for them, no question. The Rainbow Miss, it's Caliente Star putting that perfect record on the line, the 7. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
And to the outside post, Millie Stardust to round out the field. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Rainbow Miss Stakes. Good dispatch for all. Strong Like Sarah finding herself in front early from She's a Dreamer. Ministry's Destiny on the inside broke a lot better today. And lifetime start number 2, she's up to challenge Strong Like Sarah. Strong Like Sarah neck in front. Ministry's Destiny from the inside right there matching her. And these two square off with a half mile to go. Very cosmopolitan. Runs in third, well nickeled along. She's a Dreamer parked outside of her. Then Plinko Chip, the favorite Caliente Star. She's keen to go behind the speed, and she's got a lot of horse here right behind the leaders as they round the turn. Comes to split horses, does Caliente Star. She's on the move and claiming third, and she's moving rapidly while going well. Caliente Star, She's a Dreamer, tries to move with her. Around the far turn, we come back to the lead. Strong Like Sarah, half-length edge on Ministry's Destiny. Caliente Star, now the reins get shaken at her to go. They're off the turn. Strong Like Sarah, Caliente Star, they're going at it here. Inside Ministry's Destiny, she's trying, but she's behind in third with a furlong to go. Caliente Star leveling off, drawing clear now, and she will remain unbeaten, and she's now a stakes winner. Caliente Star, a star here, wrapped up late to win the Rainbow Miss. Ministry's Destiny out finishing Strong Like Sarah for second, and Plinko Chip was fourth home.
Caliente Star, she looked like a winner from pretty early on in here. She ran a big one here. 3 in a row now for this daughter of Tapiture.
Feels like she's improving with every start. A nice effort by her, and just much the best. Ministry's Destiny, the maiden, a very different horse. Unlike last time, she's able to break today from the inside, and she actually came back and outgained the synthetic horse, the 4 Strong Like Sarah. Maybe now we know why they had her down at Gulfstream on synthetic. She's not a dirt horse.
3 in a row for Caliente Star. Meanwhile, back to Aqueduct. Our winner circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton April digital sale on digital.fasig-tipton.com. Bidding closes Tuesday, April 8th. Bank Frenzy, 4 consecutive wins, 8 for 16 lifetime, and Rudy Rodriguez has done a tremendous job with this 5-year-old. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Oh, it's quite a celebration in the winner's circle following Bank Frenzy's win, and I'm happy to be joined by Randy Sarf of LSU Stables. He's been so consistent, this horse, Randy.
He's awesome. He really is. Every race, he just shows up. He just shows up every single race. We purchased him, and I got a message for Andy. He spoke about me today great, so I'm going to tell him something. He told in August when we bought the horse we overpaid. Andy, we did not overpay for him. He's a good one. He's a good one. And the next race we're going to run is the Westchester, and we're going to take Fierceness on, and we're going to beat Fierceness. He'll be able to run with him. He's a great horse. He's in shape. He's running his best times right now, and we're going for the Westchester. If he wins the Westchester, we'll hit the Met Mile. That's the plan. He's training great. He's great. Rudy's done an excellent job. Today was special. My dad wasn't here today. He was home with some bone bruises. We left him at home to relax. But Dad, we did it. 4 straight, baby. 4 in a row, baby.
Certainly worth the celebration, and we wish all the best to Larry and hope to see him back at the track soon. And, you know, LSU Stables has only a handful of horses. You have Bank Frenzy that's been in such good form. And, of course, we saw a nice return for Farbridge. I know you wanted to give a mention to him.
Oh, Farbridge, unbelievable the job, especially Miguel did, and Lee did, and Christoph did, and the team there to get him ready for that 1.5-mile race and for him to almost break the track record. They had him ready on go that day, and Joel gave him a beautiful ride. Did grab him once like he wasn't supposed to, but he rode him. He rode him to the end. He pushed as hard as he could, and you know what? He's a great horse as well, and we love this game, and we're looking for long-term in this game and bring more horses to the game. We have Pandora's Gift running next week in Keeneland, and we're out there trying to get more horses for the stable, and it's a great day. I got the whole family here, and my dad's watching at home. We did it. 4 in a row, baby.
And one thing we know is Randy enjoys every single win, Greg.
Horse Whisper out.
Bank Frenzy is a really neat horse. Son of Central Banker. And give a lot of credit to Rudy Rodriguez. Yeah, since he has taken over the care of this horse, 5 wins, 2 runner-ups, and 4 stakes victories. Pretty incredible. $3.10 for the win. Here in this Haynesville, we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. When we return, wire to wire in the wood, and it's on to Louisville now for Rodriguez. What will we get Kentucky Derby Day from this Bob Baffert runner? Stay with us.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Big Cat, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked, and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
and Fusaichi Pegasus is asked for his best in mid-stretch into the final furlong, and Fusaichi Pegasus runs by the front runners, and he's pulling away, and he is pulling away impressively. Red Bullet left behind, Country Only third, Aptitude fourth. Fusaichi Pegasus will roll into Kentucky as the favorite in the Derby.
Back with you, and what a performance this was in the Wood Memorial, the last Wood winner to win a Kentucky Derby. I was such a fan of this horse.
Oh. It's a shame that he had issues because he was a remarkably talented horse.
I believe just over $4 million.
4.1, I think they bought him for.
Usao Segaguchi.
He finished second in the Preakness to the runner-up in here, Red Bullet. And he had foot issues, didn't come back to the Jerome, where I think he ran a 119 Beyer and beating
115.
115. Albert the Great was third. He came back and won the Jock Club in his next start by 10 lengths. El Corridor was second. And Hook and Ladder with the MiG. It was a very fast horse for John Kimmel. I think he ran like a 110 Beyer once. He finished fourth. This was a super, super, super talented horse that just unfortunately had issues.
Well, yesterday's edition of the Wood, Rodriguez, Hall of Famer Mike Smith showing up for Bob Baffert. They've teamed up to win so many big ones over the years, and this horse leads every step of the way. Blinkers coming off to go gate to wire for the victory.
And I thought it was a very impressive victory. And if you look at him in his 2 route races where he was allowed to go to the front, he's run a 100 Beyer and a 101 Beyer. The 2 races they rated him because other Bob Baffert horses in the race had speed, he ran lousy. So he needs to be in front. Now, whether or not he's going to be able to do that in the Kentucky Derby remains to be seen until we see who's in the race, actually. But in my opinion, of the horses Bob has potentially going towards the Derby, Madacat Road, this horse as well as Citizen Bull, I think he's the best.
Will he be able to get that kind of trip, what he got in the Wood? It's a big question.
All 3 of those horses are owned by the same connections. So it's up to them to make those decisions, but I'm not sure why you would want to rate this guy for horses that really, in my opinion, just can't win. I don't know that Madacat Road's running in the Derby, by the way. I think he has. Actually, I don't think he has points, right? Rebel is where he finished second.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
And you unveiled your new top 10 list. Where'd he fit in again, Rodriguez?
Third. I am a bit of a homer.
Okay.
I don't know. Who? We'll see what happens to Wood. I don't know. Who am I supposed to love over him?
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, no, I think he's good, but I think they just need to put him on the front end.
Back to Oaklawn and the Rainbow Miss. Pretty good Arkansas-bred filly here. She has won 3 in a row now. Francisco Arrieta.
I think
Tammy Hornsby. Here's after the race.
Caliente Star, the hot stuff on the track today, undefeated. Tammy, she was very much on her toes in the paddock. Looked like she couldn't blow out a candle when she came back. How confident were you that she would remain undefeated today?
You know, I thought I had the best horse in the race, but anything can happen, so we're blessed.
Well, you certainly had the best horse. The fans thought, though, she went off at even money, set off some really good fractions. Now, are we thinking about stretching her out to the mile for the natural state, or are we going to keep sprinting where she knows she's the star?
You know, we've thought about it. We're just going to have to see how she comes out and take it from there.
We will find out where Caliente Star decides to light fire as she was victorious in this year's Rainbow Miss.
Nancy Olseth with the interview there. Caliente Star. They got to be excited about this filly. Anytime you're perfect, go 3 for 3 out of stakes win. It's exciting.
It is. I mean, unfortunately for them, the Arkansas bred races are going to be few and far between for a while, but this is a horse, we'll see what she does with him in the interim, but there's always next year as well at Oaklawn Park and the lucrative purses, and she's obviously pretty good. Seemingly improving with every start. Another horse by the 2, by the way. That horse really stepped up the second time out.
18-1.
And back on against the 4.
Beginning, kind of a throw-out race. We got the nightcap coming up from Aqueduct. 7/8 of a mile. Maiden optional claiming group. Into Stardom. Chad Brown. Manny Franco. 6-5 favorite for start number 2 coming up when we return. Back on our Sunday coverage, we have the nightcap coming up in New York on our Fox Sports 2 coverage here, America's Day of the Races. 7 furlongs to close it out. Maiden optional claiming group, $40,000 tag in here, and I believe, only one is running for that tag. That's Lady Gunner, the 8. Let's start with Malibu's Dynamite.
Where am I going? Oh, this is an entry. I apologize. This horse, I guess it's not really a dirt horse. Big price.
Other half of the entry breaks second to the outside.
This is far and away the weaker half of the entry.
Work away. First-time starter Linda Rice, the rail.
This horse has some pedigree. I think this horse is a little interesting.
Favorite for Chad Brown into stardom.
Way the horse to beat. Should be the controlling speed. Ran well in debut. Close to a pace that fell apart a bit.
Katie Davis on Sounds of Summer.
Did close a little bit in a weak field last time. This field's tougher.
Calling an audible 0 for 12.
Had too many chances for me for trainer Eddie Barker.
Ran second, beat a length in similar company last start. The 7, our preferred pal.
I actually ran well enough last time. It could easily be the other horse in here.
And the 8th, the one in for the tag for Mark Hennig.
This is the one that I like in this race. Facing. Oh, the reason the 8's in for a tag is this is a Kentucky bred running against New York breds. So it has to be running for the tag. So it's facing New York breds here. And the only time this horse ran in the dirt and in a maiden special got, just a terrible start. Wasn't the rail the place to be, but lost all chance to start. It's my picked upset.
Romero Mirage on the 8 with more on the big favorite, even money now. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, of course, with a lovely pedigree into stardom, by into mischief out of Highway Star, who is a very, very talented runner, won both sprinting and going long, and this is her second foal. The other sibling was a 2-time dirt sprint winner, started out okay and is more of a claiming type, so we'll see. This is the second foal of the mare, though, which was a little bit surprising. I was thinking at first when I looked at her that she must be the first because she's so teeny tiny. Not what I was anticipating. Typically, the progeny of Into Mischief, particularly the fillies, even if they're small, they're very broad. This filly is very kind of lightly boned, very tiny, not much of her. However, she was a little bit spooky when she first got onto the track. Manny Franco took her right away from the pony, and she warmed up beautifully from there. She really kind of floats over the track. So it's when she gets going that you really see kind of where the quality is. She did break sharply on debut, and then kind of struggling to keep up from there. But I thought second best in there to Sassy Shenanigans, who would come back and improve her buyer speed figure, running second and an allowance next time out. The number 4, Sounds of Summer, finished third in her first start when breaking slowly. There was a horse next to her at the beginning of the race that lost the rider, and it did seem to kind of jolt this one a little bit at the beginning, and kind of the best of the rest for third in that effort, but one that she should move out of, as she is a big blocky type of filly. She looks like even still might need another race as far as fitness, just to become a little bit more refined and bring everything together, and that she really does kind of carry that substance. But I think that she should get a lot out of that first race. The number 2, Work Away, first-time starter. Zandy was touching on, does actually have some pedigree. She's a filly by Outwork, and the dam who was stakes placed, won sprinting, and is a sister to Grade 2 winner, Grade 1 place, Ice Cold Beer at Reds. And in fact, of the dam, as far as production does go so far, all 5 of her foals to race have been winners, both on turf and dirt. So she's been a good producer so far. This is a filly, though, I think that will really benefit from getting a start under her belt. Typically with Linda Rice, you like to see them have a race. Oftentimes it's because they need to tuck up. With this filly, she's very lean. She just needs to strengthen. She's also really tall and leggy. So 7 furlongs is a good place to start, just not an easy place to start either. Finally, the 8, Lady Gunner. I like the slight turn back to the 7 furlongs for her, and she really stumbled to her knees in that last race, her first start on the dirt. She really could move forward in her second effort today on the main track. Greg.
All right, thanks, Acacia. Here we go with this finale, and again, there's potential for a carryover with who?
I think the 2, 3, 4 are covered in this race. I believe it's only the 2, 3, 4. So the others are not covered. I'm going to try to beat them with the 8. Think is interesting here. Listen, I am not getting on a soapbox against the 3 in here. I know the track was sort of beneficial to the 3 last time, and the winner closed outside, but that was a pace that really fell apart. This horse did a good job of sticking around. Supposed to be the controlling speed, unless the firster for Linda has a lot of speed, and it's just the horse to beat. I'm taking a small shot, as I said, with Lady Gunner. Hopefully gets a clean break from the outside today. and if she does, I think that she has a chance. I don't love, though, that even after that she stuck to the rail, which was very much the place to be that day. And we saw the winner, who ran a big figure, come back in yesterday's Demoiselle and get a comfortable lead and just have absolutely nothing. So sort of backs that up.
4-5 Into Stardom, who certainly last out the best number of anyone in here. It was the debut, so there's upside potential as well. It came against better, a little bit of a drop in class for one of the best barns in the game.
Yeah, no, and had a couple winners yesterday, the Chad Brown barn. I know that some people are sticking a fork in his career, but he is still winning at over a 20% clip, even in this horrible year he's having.
I know you're kidding, but no one's doing that.
You don't spend you fortunately don't spend as much time on the internet as I do.
Why do you do that?
Because I'm a masochist and I like to torture myself. Actually, I find most of it just amusing. I like to be in touch.
It is good entertainment.
No.
4-5 on Into Stardom here as they load up for this nightcap. And 2-3-4 results in the pick six, getting hit. Anything outside of that, and we have a carryover into the pick six into next week. See what happens here in this finale. This 8 is definitely interesting. Taking the big drop down here with that compromise beginning last start.
Yeah. Give her another chance. The only time she's been in the dirt. Why not? Like the outside draw. Seen enough of the others.
Chris Griffin with this finale on the Sunday card here from Aqueduct.
Lady Gunner. It's going to be the last to load there, but backing Workaway out. Jose Lezcano unseated. Taking a look at the 2 in behind the gate. Workaway. Lezcano like back up. 2 out. Here's Workaway. Workaway goes in. Lady Gunner. Right back here on Thursday for more great racing action here at Aqueduct is Lady Gunner. Moves forward. Not quite in yet. Opening the front of the gate for the 8. The Sunday finale. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Lady Gunner breaks with early speed, so does Our Preferred Pal, and there's Into Stardom. Into Stardom, right out to the front, is going to be up by a full length and a half as Lady Gunner from the outside is trying to apply some pressure. Here comes Workaway. Was off a step slow, is working through at the rail. It's a tight spot here, is going to challenge Into Stardom. Into Stardom is going to hold that position and makes it tough for Workaway, who was trying to muscle on through it. It's now going to have to steady, take back, and run into some trouble. 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Workaway is still hard sent. Jose Lezcano is intent on being right up there with the leaders. Into Stardom has the lead, calling an audible. Lady Gunner 3 wide. Workaway is right there in 4th, still shoved along. Then coming here 5th is Our Preferred Pal. From the back, here's the run from Malibu's Dynamite, Lady Mercia. The trailer at the back end of the field is Sounds of Summer. Our Preferred Pal, red cap, 4 wide run is coming after Into Stardom. Into Stardom is in front, 47 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Had that trouble on the backstretch. Into Stardom, though, is still a nose in front. Workaway wants out of there, has got no room to go. Our Preferred Pal is stalling and going very wide at the top of the stretch. Into Stardom still there. Workaway looking for a way through. Our Preferred Pal with every shot to run the leader down, but Into Stardom just keeps on going. Into Stardom to the inside. Our Preferred Pal still trying to run this leader down inside the final furlong. Into Stardom back with a neck in front. Our Preferred Pal going to try one final time. Into Stardom going to have a hard-earned victory here. Into Stardom won it. Into Stardom wins it over Our Preferred Pal, Workaway, and Lady Gunner in 1 minute 25.44 seconds.
Into Stardom tested a bit here by Our Preferred Pal, but prevails in start number 2 with Manny Franco for Chad Brown.
Very game effort for this horse to get the win. A big wide sweeping move in the turn by Our Preferred Pal. Looked like he might just blow, she might just blow by, but she was not able to get by the favorite in a solid effort. I actually think the first, her Workaway, ran extremely well to finish 3rd in this race because she didn't break that sharply and rushed up, got rank, had a steady out, and she never really gave up, which I think is a good sign for her. I believe we'll see her win her next start. Workaway.
Into Stardom, 4-5, graduates here in start number 2.
putting her on the Sterling Rising Star list.
Take a look at the head-on here down the backstretch.
And that is the yellow silks inside, big gap. This is an unusual ride for Jose Lezcano. He does not ride like this. And then, I guess it's Manny on the 2 and 3, and the winner kind of makes it tight. It's good race riding by him. He didn't do anything wrong here. And I like the fact that the 2 in a first start had some real trouble and still persevered to finish 3rd. I think that she will not be long a maiden.
3-7-2-8 finish. The odds-on favorite takes this nightcap here and gets that first win here at start number 2, owned by Chester Broman. Manny Franco 3 on this Sunday card.
He's pretty good.
Yes, he is. We have an objection lodged
That's
now.
going to be by Jose for what we saw in the backstretch. So very good job by our production team, as always, to be ahead of that objection. I believe that Manny was race riding, and I don't believe they should take this horse down, but I guess we can take a look at it again, or are we still going to break?
So, the incident we just showed you, that's what this is all about. Manny Franco on your eventual winner and the favorite, taking away that ground on the rail from the first-time starter workaway. Jose Lezcano on the 2 for Linda Rice. And the stewards now taking a look.
Yes, an objection here. And our crack staff was way ahead of the curve on this one. I think this was good.
So green cap, your eventual winner here in front, and then keep your eyes on that horse to the inside. Right there.
I think Manny's race riding there. I don't blame Jose, by the way, for claiming, or whoever claimed. I think it's a legitimate claim, and I think I'm glad the stewards are looking at it. But I do not believe this will result in DQ.
And it was not an inquiry put up, it was an objection.
Yeah.
But we'll wait and see. Now with the stewards in review mode. And we'll try and take a...
Well, listen, we showed it right away. So, like I said, our team was way ahead of the curve on this one, as they always are. That's Greg and I look good occasionally in the show because it's the people behind the scenes making us look good.
Indeed. Right-hand side of your screen, by the way, that's Oaklawn Race 11 coming up. 6 furlong sprint, 4-year-olds and up who have never won 3 or have not won a race since December 5th.
Yeah, got a little tight. I don't know if we're there yet, but...
And here we go.
I think it's a fair claim. I don't think the horse should come down.
The pan, too, to see if there was room.
Yeah, well, I'm not certain this horse stays up. I think she should, but I think Jose's got himself a pretty good argument, to be honest.
Well, if there is a change...
I don't like to pick on Manny, but... And I'm not saying I think it was mostly good race riding, but I think Jose's also got a pretty good argument for this horse to come down. So I'll be interested to see if there's a change. You don't see it a lot with objections, but
if there is a change, the 7 moves up to first. That would mean a pick 6 carryover, by the way.
To be honest, there should have been an inquiry on this one to begin with. To be honest, they should have. I mean, we showed it. We showed it, right? It's not like we didn't see it here.
Manny,
or
not
the smart people
happy.
on the show didn't see it.
As you take one more look, so here he is again. Green silks on your eventual winner out in front. Does he take away this ground and cross that line with the 2
He
trying to come
hasn't
up the
yet.
inside?
He hasn't yet. But the question is, did he there? That's the question to me. It's my general feeling is, if it's close, it can't be a takedown. I believe that DQs should always be the result of a definitive takedown. That's what I think.
Let's take a look at
it's off. There's no more inquiry. There'll be no change.
Okay.
I still think it's a legit call, and I think that Jose was dead right to be claiming about this, and I think he has a right to have a beef. But I still think Manny was race riding, and I don't think it necessitated a DQ. But I don't think there was a part in this that was wrong. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would say.
3-7-2-8 into Stardom. Victory upheld, and we go back to Hot Springs. So this 11th race. By the way, 3 for Manny, as mentioned. Let's see, Santos Dumont from the rail.
Should we give our tip out, by the way? I think we should. I think it's full disclosure here. We have a tip on the first-time starter Hicko in the last race from the MIG, right? In the 12th. Hicko.
Yeah.
The first-time starter. So if you're betting doubles,
we'll
use
get
Hicko.
to that.
No, I'm just saying if you're betting doubles,
Yeah,
though, in this
yeah.
race, I don't want to, somebody may say, why didn't you tell us before the first half of the double?
Apparently working very strong.
That's what we're hearing. Isn't the worst of the rail the worst to beat? Why is he 4-1?
Talk about Santos Dumont for
Yeah.
Chris Herdman.
That's what I like. I'm betting a double.
Off since June of last summer. Maybe it's the layoff. You're getting a little bit better value. They favor right now the 11. So that's Macron, Todd Fincher. We've seen this horse do a lot of good things. 4 wins, 8 runner-ups, and 30 tries. I thought the 10 very interesting as well. That's a big number on Maginera.
Yeah, the problem with Maginera is doesn't win. That's my problem with that horse. Is 2 wins in 8 seconds. It's just not a winning type.
Santos Dumont, though, long time away. Cut back in distance for the rail runner. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Unpredictable Bay loads. 2 back, Sweet as Sin. And then to the outside post, we wait on Vodka Martini. Still working with Sweet as Sin to load into the gate. Post position number 6. The penultimate race on the card, this one, race 11. Remember that we do have the Rainbow Stakes. That'll be race 12. This is race 11. Sweet as Sin goes in, so does Vodka Martini. We're ready to go. And they're off. Sorted themselves out for a leader. Betty's Cash is quick, along with Congrats on 50 there. Fail is not far off. Congrats on 50 with an arrow lead in the early stages. Sweet as Sin on the outside, pressing Vail down towards the inside, punching forward to be with them. There's a gap of 2.5 to Betty's Cash with Santos Dumont gets off the fences in the 2-path. Lundberg, in the meantime, he's on the rail. And then Midnight Pranks within 4 or 5 lengths of the lead. A gap of 2 to Vodka Martini as they go into the turn. Then comes Macron, Unpredictable Bay, and a gap of 5 back to the trailing Magic Nara as they round the far turn here. Vail has lost the lead. Congrats on 50 in the red blinkers. Narrow advantage. Santos Dumont moves forward in the 3-path to come and challenge Congrats on 50 at the quarter pole. Vail is back in third. Sent along. He's still sticking around to this point. They're off the turn. Santos Dumont ready to pounce. Santos Dumont grabs the lead. On the outside, Lundberg is tipped outside for a charge. Macron coming down the center. It might be too late with a 16th to go. Here's Lundberg on the scene, challenging Santos Dumont. Lundberg headed front. Santos Dumont is second. Lundberg, Francisco Arrieta with a hat trick. Santos Dumont was second. Macron checks in third. Midnight Pranks was fourth.
Lundberg, the win, 3-win days. You heard Francisco Arrieta teaming up with Armando Hernandez barn here.
I thought I was home Jerome with the one Santos Dumont, but Lundberg got a slightly better trip. Not that the one didn't have a good trip and a good ride, by the way, to get that position, but Lundberg ran him down in the late stages, so way back to the others.
Lundberg at one point late last year reeled off 3 in a row. Wins for the first time here in 2025. And Francisco Arrieta, big afternoon for him. Number 3 with the hat trick. You'll have a chance for another one coming up in the Rainbow, which will conclude the card. Stick around for that. We'll take a look back to Saturday here in New York. Irish Maxima, what a role she has been on for trainer John Service and Irish 3 Racing. Stay with us.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
The only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May, continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
You gotta be wired a little bit differently to hop on top of a 1,000-pound animal and run 40 miles per hour with an ambulance chasing you.
We do a very dangerous sport.
American racing revolves around the Triple Crown. There are trainers, jockeys, and the owners.
There is unbelievable money in this game.
I just forced my way in, and I'm not leaving.
Some people look at us like we've lost our minds. Micropoli spends $20+ million a year on horses.
We're in your little Twitter feud.
Just Mike's loud mouth that I get tired of.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah!
I expect trainers to put the horse in the best position to win.
Good horse will take you all over the world. Our part's finding a top horse.
Trainers will be firing one jockey, hiring another. It's cutthroat. There's not much loyalty.
Make me look good, will ya?
Cars, motorbikes, you can press the brake. Horse racing, you can't.
I wasn't ready to retire. I'd rather die on a horse than die of boredom.
If you can win the Triple Crown, you're in the history books. You're a legend.
Tough trip right there.
Obviously, the prize money is huge. And there's a chance for the world to see who's really the best.
Back to South Ozone Park, New York. You're watching America's Day at the Races card in the books here at Aqueduct. And it's Into Stardom. Survives in objection for the victory here, upheld in start number 2. She graduates for trainer Chad Brown. Chester Broman owns and Manny Franco aboard.
Can't take Manny down the day he got the trophy for winning the title over the winter. Come on.
That wouldn't be right.
No, that would be wrong.
$3.60 for the win. Our preferred pal winds up second, Workaway third. And the pick 6, a healthy 32,202 coming back.
Yeah, with a 4 to 5 in the last, a 1 to 2 in the prior race. What happened that blew everything up? You had the second choice win the 8th race. You had the second choice win the race before it.
Just words, 13 to 1.
That was the one. You had one tough horse. Oh, and also don't forget, Solo Empire was a bigger price, but still
speed of the race.
But I hope there are some people out there that listen to that good advice on the internet, and they had the first 2 winners, but they didn't hit it because they left out one of the last couple of horses, because you got to beat those favorites.
Infuriates Andy to hear that. Yeah, favorites can be your friend. Back at
Charges brought up for people for giving that kind of suggestions.
Lundberg, 3-win day. Francisco Arrieta, a barn of Armando Hernandez. And this 6-year-old son of Uncle Mo gets his 5th career win.
Yeah, got the job done over Santos Dumont, who I needed. I think he's related to Margaret Dumont. Remember Margaret Dumont, the Marx Brothers foil? She was the actress that was always played the foil for Groucho in the Marx Brothers movies.
Which,
I believe
one of their movies filmed, was it Santa Anita?
I think so, The Day of the Races.
Yeah,
yes, great movie. I believe that Caddyshack, which is a Marx Brothers movie, that Ted Knight was the Margaret Dumont character.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Love Ted
Oh,
Knight.
God.
The Rainbow will close out this Sunday card here at Oaklawn. 6 furlongs, Boys Chance, Arkansas bred runners, where War Mule won the debut, 3rd first try against winners, first time on a fast track as well for Brett Calhoun, right now the favorite.
Boy, he looks like the horse to beat in this race. I thought the one Rock Solo for Ron McQuett was dangerous, but we do have that big tip, and there's the money on the tip. Hicko. Shockingly, by the way, Keith Asmussen, I believe, picks the mount.
Yes,
that
he
horse.
does.
Yes.
But yeah, word out. That horse 3-1 right now for the debut coming up against winners in this rainbow.
There's a good chance that if we've heard about it, everybody's heard about it.
And that is the case. We are going to look back to yesterday and this grade 3 distaff, Irish Maxima, 3 in a row now. She's 8 for 11 overall for Irish 3 Racing and trainer John Service.
And unlike her last 2 races, she didn't she didn't get a sloppy seal track, thankfully. So that was good for her. Now, she got away with an extraordinarily slow pace. They were crawling. They went 23-2 the first quarter and just gave her such an advantage. I was actually talking with Jose Lezcano, who rode the runner-up in this race, who I actually think ran St. Benedict's Prep, who ran really well. And she's held her form for Linda Rice for quite a while.
Yeah,
An excellent claim, like so many for Linda.
But good for Irish Maxima. She's on quite a roll and proves that she can get it done not only in graded stakes competition, but here in New York. Her only prior try in graded stakes company had come in the grade 1 for Zet back as a 2-year-old, but she got soundly beat by Just FYI.
Yeah, well, and she's been in great form. We'll see. We'll see what happens. She gets a little bit more competition up front earlier in the races.
Meanwhile, the Excelsior for older horses. And watch this decision-making here, Kendrick Carmouche on Phileas Fogg.
This is the kind of thing I know that makes the MIG happy, right? This is exactly the way you want to ride the situation. You've got 2, what you look like need the lead type horses in this race, the 6 and 7. So Kendrick comes out firing, and he basically says, if the 7 is going to get the lead from me, he's going to probably have to go too fast. But also in doing that, he creates that separation. So you've got a horse, Phileas Fogg, that basically needs to be in front, has shown that, except in this case, he was out in the clear, and it's almost like he was in front. Somebody's like fooling the horse into believing that he's out in front. And then when, unfortunately, Mama's Gold just, sort of packed it in around the turn, he was still able to make that run and finish off. And finish. He absolutely buried the competition in this race. I mean, look at this. There's supposed to be these closers near picking it up. I think he widened his margin in the late stages.
It was huge.
Very. And
first try at a 1.25 miles, by the way, and more than passes the test.
And I love that this happened when Kendrick won his 4,000. Taking nothing away, whatever race you win it at, but also to give this kind of ride in a stake race the day you win your 4,000. I think it's like a capper on a big day.
4,001 now with that win.
And he has a
this
win
was
today.
8 for 16 overall. And good for him, too, to put that inexplicable defeat to Curbstone the start before behind him.
Still trying to figure out how that one happened.
It's a nice horse.
Yes, he really is.
For Kendrick Carmouche, he makes that split second tremendous decision that really pays off. And Phileas Fogg, look at all the stakes winners from Saturday afternoon. Rodriguez onto the Kentucky Derby with that woodwind. Crazy Mason, he is a fun horse to watch. The way he does it from another zip code to win. He's won 3 in a row now. Now he's a graded stakes winner. Ballerina Doro, she is on to the Kentucky Oaks for Chad Brown. Irish Maxima on quite a roll, 8 for 11 overall. Now Phileas Fogg winning in his first time at a 1.25 miles. It was a fun Saturday.
It really was. Really a fun week. And also, mention to people with Keeneland, obviously, unfortunately, having to cancel Friday and Saturday. They're going to be racing Monday and Tuesday. 8 straight days of racing there. So dark days here, but you may want to pay attention because the Bluegrass, I know the Lexington's next Saturday as well, but the Bluegrass is the last big prep left.
Yeah, and it is,
Big
you were right,
points,
American Promise, that horse for D. Wayne Lucas, who I believe is running in that Lexington.
Wayne's already left in the barn way too long. I can't believe he's missed all the other big preps. It's very un-Wayne-like.
Well, we got this coming Saturday. The star of the sport, horse of the year. She's back for more as a 4-year-old. She won her 4-year-old return in the Azeri, and now it's grade 1 company in the Apple Blossom for Torpedo Anna. Stay with us.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs. the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. Next Saturday, this is going to be a lot of fun.
It really
the reigning horse of the year back in action in her first Grade 1 of the year in 2025 for Torpedo Anna for Ken McPeak with Brian Hernandez Jr.
Nah, it really is. And we're sending the talent from this show down there. Greg and I will be here, of course. But everybody's going down. It's going to be a fun race, and I'm excited. Where's My Ring? It is no walkover for her. This is a really interesting early season matchup.
Real challenger, it looks like, with what Where's My Ring did in her last start, but make no mistake, she's the star of the sport. She is by a mile the one to beat, but it looks like she does have a real challenger. It's going to make it even more fun. We'll see what she does next weekend. Yeah, we will have a full-on crew out there in Hot Springs for a tremendous card, not just that race, but no, she is the headliner, of course.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. I mean, it's a weird circumstance to let her be horse of the year. I don't care about that. This is a genuinely top horse, and to get to see her run, it's really exciting. It's going to be fun.
You brought this up earlier, and just, again, hats off to the crew in Hot Springs for the job they did. This is a look yesterday. It's around 11:45 a.m. Central. It was a pond of water, and that track was in exceptional shape this afternoon. How did they do it? I don't know, but hats off. That's an incredible job.
It really is. It's amazing. I agree. Incredible.
Head to NyraBets.com. You can play the finale, the Rainbow, still coming up to close out the card on this Sunday afternoon from Hot Springs. We will see you next week. We are back with you on Thursday, 1 Eastern. Haynes Field, what a performance. What a horse. Bank Frenzy keeps things going. And how about Rodriguez? Gate to wire, Mike Smith for Bob Baffert. It's on to Louisville in the first Saturday in May in the Kentucky Derby. We'll see you next Thursday at 1.
Get into the game with
Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
These New York-bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
This is my Oaklawn.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.